and welcome to day 3 of the 2025 New Zealand Masters Tournament. I'm Kenji, and this is Josh.
Hi.
We are going to get started shortly with a game between Liz Fagerlund and Anarina McLean. Um, I think we've seen both of them on stream. Is that right?
Probably. I've only seen Andarina, but I
Okay.
started commentary
I
yesterday.
saw Liz earlier on day 1, so
Cool.
yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Awesome. I'm looking
This,
forward to this.
yeah. We're getting towards the home stretch, so games will start to mean a little bit more today.
Yeah. Right now, Andarina has 10 wins out of 17 or 16,
Okay.
17, 17. 10 out of 17,
17.
and
Mhm.
Liz is 7 out of 17.
Okay.
So Andarina definitely in the fold,
Okay.
but yeah, we'll see what happens. Liz will be first, and we'll get their names up there shortly.
Yeah.
Um, Yeah, everybody's back in the same room. It looks like it's a nicer day than it was yesterday, by judging by the window
Okay.
behind Andrina.
Yeah.
Actually, in Montreal, where I am right now, I was saying how nice it was, but right after the games ended yesterday, started thunderstorming here too. So
We had a bit of a storm. I mean, not a storm, but we had like a temporary, very strong shower. It was just lasted like an hour, but it was almost like a thunder shower or something like that. But it was just like isolated. It was weird.
it's probably all the same cloud, right?
Yeah. It's like Santa. You have like clouds that have to move faster. So, you know.
Exactly. So, okay, let's look at some info about these two players. So, Liz on the left. Okay, lives in Auckland. That's where the tournament's taking place. Number
Yeah. Liz
18
is
in New
directing.
Zealand. And directing. Yes, directs like she directs everything, it looks like.
Yeah.
She's been an annotator at World Championships. Um, beat Nigel once. Very nice. Very, very nice. And Andarina um, is a former co-editrix of the magazine, the Forwards magazine. Okay. Has been to a bunch of worlds, number 12 in New Zealand. Cool.
Liz with kind of an interesting rack, actually. Boot is kind of the automatic play, and it might be the right play, but there are cases to be made for some other options here that don't score as much.
Like what? BEAU I don't like. Really
No,
don't
but
want to
like
keep those two
Adobo.
lows. Adobo
Um,
looks pretty good actually. Yeah. I think I'd play Adobo actually if I thought about it. I just don't want to expose that vowel, that E.
yeah, usually it
Um,
doesn't matter too much, but and it's not you're not really like afraid of that, but in some ways the E just does a little bit better for reasons.
okay, and very quickly, Pollen. I was thinking she was reaching for a novel, which would score the same amount. This is a similar play,
hmm
keeping the V. We don't really like the V,
And
but we also don't like too many consonants.
yeah, we have this shape now where the top left is already in trouble.
Indeed.
Because playing from the B or the O and booed is not going to happen. And so it's pretty hard to actually reach. We'll see how that develops. Um,
Yeah.
they did block
Looks
Alberges,
looks like Liz has a
but
couple
Leaguers.
of bingos available right now.
Yeah, Leaguers
Um,
still plays.
Liger's fits, Renegs would be a little better through the N
Yeah,
of pollen, but yeah, one of those is probably likely to come down if she takes a little bit longer to sort through the options. Yeah, I think she had Ungrease um, lined up, but that's the phony in the rack.
yeah.
So if you're ever studying words and you come across a pattern that looks like ungrease,
Well,
the
she
word
has
in there is
reneges now.
renegs. And yeah, I think That's the way our brains kind of work, right? You sort of get to an obstacle and then try to get around it, right? Is that philosophical or just like, I don't know. Was that something that I said that was smart? Maybe not. But this looks best for Liz. A nice find. Lots of spellings of this word too.
Yeah.
Oh, nice early lead then.
Is locks forced? I mean,
Locks.
it scores so much more than anything else. It sets up the V. I I worry about what it does to the board, but it might have to happen anyway.
Yeah, so Andrina with GINOOVX. Currently, I think looking at Vex through the E of Bood, but not seeing the overlap of locks. She might notice it now that Vex is on the board. Yeah, she notices it.
There we go. Yeah.
And this is nice because, yeah, it does set up the V for Vex next turn and scores a decent amount more. And she's decided to, okay, maybe put the ING. Guess I'm not a huge fan of this simply because the V is no longer set up, but it does score 8 more points.
Yeah. I mean, it ended up working out because Liz had the Z, so.
True, yeah.
But
Loxing being challenged.
Yep.
So 45 going to be 50 after the unsuccessful challenge. And yeah, you're right that you might want to set yourself up, but you're also setting your opponent up. Maybe a heads-up decision by Andrina.
That being said, this is already the makings of a dead board. For better or worse. It's going to be pretty hard to open the board here. I mean, it can still happen, especially if both players cooperate, but there's no reason for Liz to cooperate at this score, obviously.
Yeah. She's going to be able to score a decent amount with her Zed, and she'll be ahead by quite a lot despite this 50-point play by Andrina, thanks to the early bingo for Nigs. So AEFLNUZ for Liz. Liking something like Fuse here. Fuse, FE, and US maybe.
Yeah.
It's not ideal because Fuse takes a lot of hooks.
It does.
I think getting rid of the U is pretty good, pretty necessary. I don't know. There might be some other cool play. You're good at finding like different types of plays in these sorts of positions. Wonder if you can find something else, like a setup or something.
I mean, the problem is the Z's never really gonna get all that much value. I mean, it might be just Zerf. I know that's kind of boring, but
no, that is a good counter option. Keeping the E, improving the leave, not giving back nearly as much. Zerf through the Arvernigs 32, Fuse 39. So it's certainly a sacrifice, but I think a worthy one, given the game state. Trina, I have no idea what she's going to want to do here with her EEOOVY blank, but that was a good draw to VO, getting that blank early. Just looking at Fuse right now, probably considering the ups and the downs. Not a play you'd like to make.
yeah.
Feels like you can go a bit further with your Zed, but sometimes you can't.
Well, it also like creates scoring options that otherwise don't really exist on this board.
Right. Yeah, that's the main lack of attraction, I think. The Fuse taking a D, an E, and an S at the end. But the overlaps of the E would score well, but open up more. And it doesn't look like Andorina is going to be able to take huge advantage of this. Their EEOOVY blank. She can hook the E. Like
We have this
VOE.
interesting thing of, okay, your opponent plays Fuse. How often do they have an E here?
Not often.
If it's not often, then you want to think about playing VOE and setting up your E, but I'm not sure the answer is not often. Like your
I
main
guess
choice
so.
is
It's just Yves, maybe, yeah. Why EVE though? It's probably just too many points. But yeah, VOE would set up EVOE. Yeah, it's a good thought. But yeah, why EVE for 37? Seems a bit too good. And the thing is, if you're ever trying to wonder how often your opponent has an E, kind of like, okay, they're just drawing 4 tiles. How often do you draw an E in a 4-tile draw?
yeah, that's true too.
But
Eve is probably good just because it also like creates some sort of weakish bingo line that's not likely to be blocked, which in this board is actually kind of a premium.
yeah, Andorina is behind a significant amount, so any line is good.
Right, and she has a blank. I guess actually like Fusey, well, because of Fusey existing, she probably knows that Liz doesn't have the hook ever, right? Well,
Well,
I guess she can
it's
have
a
a
hard
third
word to
U.
spot. It's a weird hook, right?
Maybe.
It does feel like Andorina didn't see it on this turn. But
Okay.
YE is 25 and leaves the lane open. So maybe she did see it and wants to keep it for herself. It's OS. So that's going to be interesting. Back to Liz, who has a near lined up with an OL lead, probably thinking of Fuse.
It's one of these weird situations as Liz where it's like, again, you really want to, like, you have this whole restriction thing going on. Like, you do kind of want to preserve it, but Fuse is not the easiest thing to close in the world. Um, Obviously, it's really open now. You have to do something with it, but what, you're going to play something like Lean or something like that? That's about as good as you can close it, and it's still not very closed.
Yeah, I understand the idea of lean not wanting to reach too far up the board.
I guess you can do like Real or something like that. I don't know. It's rough.
Good. Mhm. Think of something a little shorter. Uh, yeah, not really sure. Oh, okay. So again, it feels like both players have missed the E hook because it's such a higher score to use
Yeah.
it. But Loner comes down keeping EA. And now Liz is gonna have to contend with the board as it is. Um, it's gonna be hard to knock everything out cleanly as you'd want to. But I think she's maybe just going for aggression here.
Yeah, I don't think this is the kind of board that's actually going to die permanently. It does seem like there's too many like weak ways to open the board that's gonna like it's not gonna like you're never gonna stop your opponent from bingoing entirely on this board. Like a bingo is gonna get played, whether Andorina plays a bingo next turn or 5 turns from now. It's going to happen eventually.
Yeah, back to Andorina, who has OOOVES blank, and there seems to be one standout play here,
Yeah.
but it's a very weird word. Not a word you see that often. 5-letter word using that L of loner. If she sees that, I think she'll very much love that option. But
Yeah.
barring that, I think just playing off OO, what she's looking at. And there goes the top left. Reopened at last.
Well, it does take an M, so Liz's bingo does play.
I was looking for
I mean, it also plays on the right, so it doesn't really matter.
that bingo. Okay. I wasn't sure that caseman was a word.
Yeah.
But that is the bonus on Liz's rack. And it's something I guess you look for. You look for the suffixes that you might have, prefixes you might have, and men, somewhat useful suffix. Pretty probably more useful than people think. There's a lot of man or men words.
Yeah.
Not as many women and woman words, which hopefully will change over time.
There's a
Jeez.
pretty good number of women words, but yeah, not enough yet. They don't all compare. They probably should almost all compare. It's very few words that take man that should not take woman. I'm not. Yeah, very, very few.
Yeah. Maybe yo woman, yo woman shouldn't be a word.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yep.
But that's just
Yeah.
our opinion, man.
Yeah. Sure,
That doesn't.
woman. There's, obviously there's some, but yeah.
Um, yeah. So it's like Liz hasn't spotted the bonus. Looking for somewhere to play CAM. And has found Calm and
Hmm.
Very solid play. Keeping AENS. Andrina's gonna play play this CSW only word, I think. Be
Well, it could be an
loves.
H.
Yes, good. I'm gonna put my money on it being an L if she
Okay.
plays it.
Also, just
But
verbose.
she's found verbose even better. That will be 84, I think.
Hmm.
And we'll bring Andrina to 185 to 170. However, the lead will be short-lived.
Uh, what does she have?
Well, you said NOOP earlier, yeah?
And no, MOOP. I thought.
Oh, NOOP is not good?
I don't think so. Is it?
Yeah, that is. That's a word.
Oh. Oh, okay.
I thought that's what you'd said.
Sorry. No, I thought I was saying MOOP, and then I realized that I I
But
don't
yeah,
know all the fives or the
Etesian,
fours.
that's okay. Neither do I.
Um,
Etesian will fit at least for Liz if she knows NOOP.
yeah, I'm sure she does.
But yeah, nothing fit through the R of her, so we have to go through all these. I remember one time David Eldar named all of the words in AEEINRST very quickly, and none of them fit on the board. This might be a similar instance. I recently missed the word resonate. But yeah, it looks like Liz might be looking for something else. She's probably already spotted play with Noop. However, the placement of the first E, especially right to the east of that triple word score is very bad and often give back 50, 60 point plays.
Yeah, in this case, it would give Andarina 51 and a board that otherwise is a very bad rack. Um,
You ever play OSE instead?
I don't hate it, but no.
Of course you don't hate it. Uh, yeah. For those of you that like to forego bad placements of bonuses, you heard it here first. Super GM Kenji Matsumoto doesn't hate it.
It's pretty bad.
3 versus 74. What's the problem?
If there weren't another S out, I would not hate it less. I mean, I would still not do it, but
Okay, there it goes.
yep.
74 for Liz. Bring her to 244, and Andorino with her horrible rack of 7 consonants has just gotten a gift from the heavens. CKMRPTT. I think we're going to see Peck come down rather quickly.
Yeah. And being challenged. I'm assuming
yeah,
Nuke is
maybe.
being challenged.
Yeah, okay. See, you're not the only one. You're not the only one. Those fours are hard.
I'm not sure.
Especially the ones that goes OOP, OUP.
Yeah. I guess she should challenge, right? If she's like certain it's not good, which
Yeah, I mean, you could do some math here. If you figure if this isn't a word, then Liz's rack is dead.
right.
And then you play Peck or Mech through the E and verbose.
And then she might try keytanes on top of it.
Yeah. No, it's worth attempting the challenge, I think.
Yeah, okay.
But we did see a game earlier where it was incorrect to challenge a phony word.
Right.
So it's definitely worth thinking about, which Andrina did do. But yeah, it's between Peck and Mech. I guess PRTT might bingo through that E of verbose a little bit more.
Yeah,
Maybe.
there's also dumps, like there's also like up to and stuff like that that makes the P a little bit better here, I think. Um, so I think the P is just a better scoring tile as well here.
Yeah. Usually I like the M. Usually a bit more flexible, but I think in this case, this is the correct choice. So Mech or 51. Pretty much eliminating Mandarina's deficit,
Yeah.
and that's getting challenged.
I do wonder if diarrhea is going to get found here.
There isn't a good way of saying that, is there? But Liz having AADEHRR does have playable 8-letter word through that I that she just opened up. And we'll see. It requires a little bit of patience, which is... I'll stop. How old are we? Oh, man.
It was a race to the puns.
Yeah.
But yeah.
If not, I guess there's some ways to score decently.
Not
Apart
really.
They like hoser, hosed.
Lot worse. Dosha, I guess, I mean, it's better than those, but yeah.
Hard ear. Yeah. I think a little bit of shuffling We'll do Liz some good here. Not the easiest word to spot. Um, I might miss it. Kenji wouldn't. Kenji would see it every time. Oh, you have
All
the
right, try.
DA. The is lined up. Nope.
Yeah.
And Andrina's drawn a couple vowels. DUI is the draw, which is better than some draws. Yeah, if Liz doesn't spot her bonus here, it's gonna be a decently close game. But yeah, it's true. The options, sans diarrhea, are pretty bad for Liz. There's just no good way of getting rid of the A and the R and the H
Yeah.
that we can really see that's score well. I guess you could play darer and used. It's just not it.
I mean, the dosha, the thing is, even the duplicate R on this board is pretty awful. Um, so like even though dosha like AERR is normally not that bad, it's not a particularly good board for that.
Yeah, the duplicate R is usually going well with an I at the end of a word or a T somewhere, but neither of those are available.
Yeah. Or like floaters like T's or D's or N's or something. But the floaters, the best floaters on the board are the E and the R and verbose, and those are and the A and dosha that you just created. So you duplicate all the floaters.
I guess there's, I mean, deer infused. Oh man,
Yeah.
30 points, but setting up the E, the N, S, the Y. Yeah, we don't like.
Let's just be honest. Diary is the best play by like 45 or 50 here. It just is.
Yeah, and it feels like Liz knows that there's something.
Yeah,
She has been taking a while. I mean, it is a tough turn too, but sometimes our subconscious is trying to tell us.
right. And this is a hard, even though this is a common word, this is, try and find this if try and give this to a friend and say, "Hey, can you find this word? There's a word here." Even if you know what the floater is, and the I is not exactly out in space open just begging to be used. That's not exactly a prime place to play here. So this is, despite this being a common word, this is really, really hard to find.
Yeah. So harder comes down. An unfortunate miss by Liz, but still in a good position. Back to Andorino with DIPRTTU. I think the plays that you saw have all been blocked,
Yeah,
except maybe stupid from the S and the Tesian.
a lot of plays that are basically equally good here. As we see Liz with a very strong draw here.
Yep. Liz would be threatening naivete. That's a double
Yeah,
underlapping play she just made. So
probably getting blocked here though, I would imagine. Most of the good options play over there. The first option that comes to my mind is putrid, for example.
oh, that's nice. Yeah. Another suggestion in chat of dripped and used. Doesn't get rid of the U, but as we can see from the unseen tiles, it's absolutely like important to get rid of an I whenever you have one here. And posit comes down, keeping turd, of course. Liz is going to punish that play very soundly here.
Yeah, I think Naivete is coming down pretty quickly, I imagine.
She's just looking
Although
for
she
something slightly better.
Did she have it lined
Um,
up? I didn't see her having it lined up yet, but
I think she did. I think she's just looking for something that doesn't put the blank as an underlap and score one more point.
okay.
Uh, but maybe not. I'm pretty sure she had it lined up.
It's worth noting the best lane on this board after all of that area is actually pretty unlikely to get blocked unless somebody has an S because it's the S hook on Snoop.
True. I didn't think about that. But yeah, Naivete 98, I think. 96.
98, I think is right.
And Liz already in the lead, so that's an 100-point lead for her.
Yeah.
Not the draw Andrina wanted, but there really isn't much to draw. No E's, one S, no blanks.
You'll laugh at me,
I
I'm sure, but I would be considering stuff like Utu here. I probably wouldn't play it yet. I probably would just get rid of the J first, but that's the type of play that I mean, that sort of play may be needed. You need the S to win here. So even though you don't have the S, you may have to make a play like that sooner or later.
Yeah, I mean Kenji's just demonstrating how difficult this position is to win for Andorina being down over 100 with almost nothing left to hope for. The
Yeah.
S is, yeah, absolutely. You need to assume
This
you're going
game's
to draw
over.
the
Yeah.
S.
Liz just drew the S, so the game's over. And if Andorina ends up setting up the S later on, it would not surprise me, or it would make a lot of sense. I think you can't just wait until you draw the S and then set stuff
Come
up.
on, Liz, why are you lining that up? Why is this happening? She doesn't even know. She doesn't even know why this is even funnier than it would normally be. It's just she wants the L. We know what she wants. She has to be told about this. Oh no, no, now it's necessary. Anyways, Andrina's turn with DIJRTTU. I think just Jurat through the A of Naivete or Jut and THE.
Yeah, I was
Um,
thinking Chet and THE is what I expect here.
I like Jurat a bit more,
Where does Strat play?
just through the A of Naivete.
Oh. Oh, okay. That Strat. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that might be a little bit better. Well, yeah. No, you're right. I'm always looking for like different ways to set up stuff, so I'm just looking to see if there's like some like NU option which setting up like the G and stuff like that with because setups are actually like really good here, but I don't think that that's a big enough factor to make this worthwhile. Setups are kind of the way back in this game for what it's worth. Like I know that I'm like seemingly focusing on this like way too much, but for Anarina to win, like that's kind of her way out. Is either setups or like floaters that are not going to get blocked. So like that T in posit is probably not going to get blocked. The S hook and Snoop is probably not going to get blocked. If Andarina plays like Flu, then that F is not likely to get blocked. That's kind of the only way you really win in this position is just setting up things that are too difficult to are likely to stay open, and if they get blocked, they'll score absolutely no points whatsoever.
Yeah. It's actually a very good draw. If Andrina doesn't indeed end up playing Flu to that U she just opened up, um, that's quite useful long term.
Yeah. If not for the N in the bag, Liz should probably be playing Udo here, but the N is going to stop that.
Right.
Maybe still Uta.
Yeah, Uta
Yeah.
is an interesting option for Liz, but she's going with Dita, scoring some more points, keeping that H to score with later,
That being said, it's
keeping
kind of a weird thing
HOS.
because maybe Liz knows that and Arena should be doing stuff like that. So that might stop. You broadcasting it may not be a good idea because things like Urge is something that Andrina in theory might play. Although I think she should just probably play Flu here. But if Flu weren't an option, Urge is something I would consider.
Yeah. So Andrina with ADFILRT, and yeah, we're staring at that U and Renegs just in desperation, hoping to try and set ourselves up for a letter we don't even have left on our rack because, yeah, you're down 100 points. There are no E's left, no blanks left. She's going to play Drift. Score points. Problem with this, of course, is it's very counterproductive. That T and posit is your best lane. That S hook on Faye was useful for you. But you also need to score points to win. But this is going to hurt.
It's only offensive in Collins. Okay. That's dumb.
What?
Goyish is good in NWL and not in Collins.
Yes. They put it back.
Okay. Anyway, yeah.
Back to Liz, who has Hoy and Sing. And if she knows that Y hook on Drift, you'll be scoring a massive amount, even without it. Just great options all around. But there are only 4 tiles in the bag, so you want to be a little bit careful that there's no spot for like Kawali or something.
Yeah.
But I think after the play of Drift, I mean, the board is so dead that Liz can pretty much be home free here.
Is there anything to be afraid of here? Like I'm trying to look for.
If it is, it's through the T of posit for blocking. But yeah, there might not be. So Yin instead. Honestly, if there is a threat, no, it's probably still not enough to win. If there was like an 8-letter word through the T and yeah, well, she's not emptying the bag. Actually, that's very smart by Liz. Still one in the bag, so she can't lose. Angelina is 1 W off of quali, has a U instead. Might try something desperate, playing GU for 4, hoping for the W. And hoping Liz maybe doesn't know the word Kawali or Kawal. That would be what I do here. I don't know about you, Kenji.
I mean, I'm trying. If there was some play that did that effectively, I might consider something like that. If there was like a way to like score a lot of points with Kawali.
Well, if you play GU and you draw the second W, it's going to score over 100 points.
Yeah, but that's so blatant.
Maybe. 102? Would it even be enough? 429? Liz just has to bank 12. Yeah, maybe not. It still wouldn't
Yeah,
be enough.
like Show and Snoop is just enough.
Yeah. And given that Liz is the one that played Noop, you probably has been aware of that S hook.
Yeah, even without that, there's probably other things that score enough, I would imagine.
But yeah, this game certainly going to Liz Fagerland, who played a great game. Drew both blanks. Actually, no, only drew second one. No, both players played a nice blank bingo. But yeah, Andarina struggling a little bit more with the tiles late here. And that means that after this game, Liz is going to have 8 wins,
Hmm.
and Daria's going to stay at 10. So definitely not a good result for her. Andrina, who was in contention.
I wonder if like playing something like where because your opponent might be scared of playing square is ever a good idea. Probably not.
I don't know what you're referring to.
WARE at the top
Oh,
right of the board. If you're like you're just trying to like make your opponent afraid of like playing square and then like like losing their turn because if they don't know that, then aware is like a good thing that is
mhm.
potentially pretty dangerous. I mean, you're so far. You're so far. The problem is you're so far behind that even if they lose a turn, they're still winning. So they might. They're not going to be like that afraid of trying swear. That's the problem. Even if they're
Yeah,
not completely sure of it.
yeah. They're already post-morteming. I like this. I like to see this. The game's not even over, but it's been over for a while, so Andrina's already ready to talk about talk about her struggles and yeah. But yeah, back to Liz with Shogur, still missing an L for the second time in a row. Or not in a row, but needed an L a couple turns ago for shitload.
The S setup just never got used this game. I find that like so hard to believe.
I
Now
don't.
there just isn't one.
I don't find it hard to believe.
Okay.
Yes, show coming down. Is there a way to go out with RIG though? There's Grig on the bottom. What about second
Um,
outplay? Yeah, just rig up top, overlapping ESI. Okay. So Liz will be going out next turn, as long as there's not a weird play that Andrina drew out of the bag here with AILTW after ridding herself of that U for 13 last turn. Probably just Caw here, CAW.
yeah, or something like that.
Andrina's still with 9 minutes left, so given the gravity of this result, it's all okay if she decides to take a little bit of time here. Often when game doesn't go your way, you're not really in the mood to accelerate. Some people want to accelerate the end of the game. Some people just want to sit there and wonder why. And yeah, this is a good time to mention. Uh, Production would like to pin that link up in the chat again. You're liking what you're seeing. You're enjoying this coverage. Tons of work has been put into it behind the scenes by our production crew and by association the NZASP. So you have a little bit of money to give. I think it's buymeacoffee.com/NZ Scrabble. Feel free to donate to the cause. I myself very happy to be able to witness games from across the world. Such great quality, strong players, great company. There's more to come. 5 more rounds after this. Next round, we will be featuring one of a few possible matchups. I did err yesterday in mentioning that I didn't think this was a full round robin, but it is. They just hadn't posted pairings because pairings really depend. Who do we show depends on who's doing well, who's in contention. So we see Weta come down, blocking the higher outplay. Brig 17. Allowing Grig for 7 to go out. Small mistake in the end game. Not a big deal. But now it's up to Liz to be sure of Grig. Yeah, who are we going to feature next round? What are the choices? We will have an interview with Liz. Short interview after this. If you have any questions for her, feel free to let us know in chat. We are going to be featuring, okay, next round, Lewis versus Val. Lewis Hawkins versus Val Mills. So we do have the matchup for next round. We're going to update you guys with the standings. I think Greg was challenged.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're going to get a nice interview with Liz, director of this tournament, the victor of this game. So congrats to her. We'll hear from her shortly. Standings right now. Seems like some of the results are in. Maybe not. At least maybe not on my end. Does look like a lot of players are still in the middle of their game. But let's get this interview. Oh, and we have family member Liz is in the chat. Welcome to Catherine. If you have any questions for your mom, you can let us know, or you can just text her or whatever. Yeah, smooth game. After Naivete, it was just pretty much over. That was a great draw for Liz. But of course, we know what we're gonna tell her about.
I'm gonna let you do most of this interview.
Sure. Whatever you like. I think some comedic relief is certainly well overdue. Yeah. So we'll get her the headset and the microphone as soon as she's ready. Nice view of that microphone. Get to see where it all comes from.
Yeah, right. Oh my god, my head's too small. There we are. Hello.
Hello, Liz.
Hi.
It's Josh.
Hi.
Josh Sokol, Kenji Matsumoto here. Congrats on your victory.
Thank you. Better than Friday's stream game. I had to look very carefully to figure out if I picked up the cue at the end. I was not going to be stuck with it this time.
Very nice. Yeah. Well played to you. We have your daughter in the chat, Catherine.
Oh, do you?
She says hi.
Oh, That's lovely. Hi, Catherine. That's so good. I sent her a quick message. I didn't know it was going to be streamed today, so I'm glad she was watching.
Yeah, it's always great to have family watching our games.
It is.
So okay, there's a couple of comedic moments in this game. We saw what you were lining up with your rack,
Yeah.
looking for that L for a shitload. What you didn't know
Oh.
is that on the turn where you played harder,
Yeah.
you had a scatological word yourself that played through the eye of Etesian.
Oh, what was that?
So it starts with DIARR.
Oh dear, it would have gone. Yes, all right. I hear you.
So we were having a very fun time with that, especially given that Anderina, on her play of Posit, the 4 letters she left behind were TURD, lined up that way. So yeah, that was the story of this game for us in the commentary booth.
Oh, I'm glad.
Brought us
Quality
back to
streaming
our
content.
youths.
I'm glad it was entertaining for you.
Just a little bit.
That's good. That's good. We're supposed to be having fun, aren't we?
Yes, indeed. But yeah, other than that, very well played to you. You definitely made some awesome plays there,
Thank
and
you.
drew some good tiles at the right time for
I
sure.
did. I did. That was very good. Did you want to speak to Andrina as well?
If she'd like to, we're happy to. We could also keep it brief.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Whichever.
I'll hand it over.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Liz, and congrats.
Congrats.
Whoops. Sorry, Kathy. I've just done this.
Yeah, you just need to hold it up. No, it's on here. Okay, just stick them on. Okay, and then hold that. Good morning, this is Andrina speaking.
Hello, Andrina. Good morning. It's Josh and Kenji.
How do you do? I've not met either of you.
We're doing great. We're having a great time. We just get to sit here and
Tell the
watch.
world what we did wrong.
Watch.
Sometimes. Also what you did right.
Excellent.
Yeah, we really liked that adjustment. You put down Vex, and then you saw locks and loxing
And then I got
thereafter.
challenged as well, which was nice.
Yeah,
I was
you-
moderately confident about loxing.
definitely prevented very high scoring response as Liz had that Z to go with Zex if you had just left off the ING. So that was
Yeah,
a good
that's
play.
good.
Yeah, there was one moment where we thought maybe you would have had a chance to save the game.
Oh dear.
If instead of Posit, which was a good play,
Yeah.
there was Putrid that played under harder,
Ah. No, I definitely didn't see
which
that.
got rid of most of the junk and would have actually, I think, blocked most of the danger from Liz's very nice pull there. But yeah, she definitely had what she needed at the end there. So who knows what would have happened? But a very well played game.
Yeah, I'm
And,
happier with this game than with the one I streamed yesterday, which was just I couldn't do anything. This one at least I played some words that were interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe next time
Yeah.
they stream me I might actually get to win.
Yeah.
But thanks for what you guys are doing. I'm looking forward to
Hey.
looking back over it in the next couple of
Thank
days.
you for playing and putting yourself out there. 5 rounds left, and yeah, you're still doing quite well. So
I won
hopefully you
5
finish
games
strong.
on day 1 and 5 games on day 2, so if I can win 5 games on day 3, I'll be right up there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, it's been great to hear from you, and
Nice to
good luck
talk to
the
you
rest
as
of the
well.
way.
Thanks.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye bye. All right, that was Anderina graciously taking the mic after that loss. So at this point, we're just gonna be waiting for our next matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we have some updated standings to show, possibly. But it does still seem like the results aren't quite in there. So we might have to wait on that.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe is it time for a quick break? Not really sure. Can ask production what? Okay. Yeah, we can show you guys the standings from last round, and if we have any updates, we'll let you know as soon as we do. And yeah, we'll be right back, guys. Thanks for watching.
See you soon. Masters. We have a new game coming today. It's going to be Val Mills and crap, I just forgot who was playing.
Lewis Hawkins.
Lewis
Yes.
Hawkins, yeah. Okay.
Lewis is right up there in contention. Val is also in
Yeah.
contention. Probably not to win the whole thing, but Val has a good day today.
Yeah. Lewis is from Christchurch, not from Auckland, like I said last time. I was told this after the stream that I mentioned the wrong city, which I probably kind of knew now that I think about it. But just a minor correction from the last time I streamed Lewis.
Indeed, yes. And we heard from inside sources that he's staying with Chris Tallman here,
Yeah.
here in Auckland, and because he lost the game to Chris yesterday, I think everything's fine in their friendship.
Yeah.
But a new opponent has showed up. I'm not sure if they're ready to play, but yeah, 5 rounds to go in this one heck of a field. So anything can still happen. Because it is a full round robin, there's not going to be a rhyme or reason to the final pairings, in that oftentimes in tournaments players will play people that are doing similarly well to them in the standings, and you'll have more control over your destiny if you're maybe in second place and the final game is against first place. But because 23 rounds, 24 players, it'll just come down to like who has the most wins, and yeah, we'll have to see what happens. So I'm looking forward to seeing what's going on.
Yeah. I think that round will start shortly. We'll see. Who do you think is gonna? Who are the players that you're looking at to win the tournament, Josh?
The way that Howard and Dylan have been playing, I guess especially Howard,
Okay.
has been very, very awe-inspiring to me, I think. So I think I would put Howard as my favorite
Okay.
at the moment. What about you?
I don't know. I mean, it's most of the people on the top are pretty good. Chris is obviously pretty good. Howard and Dylan are both pretty good. Everybody's gonna have their, preferences stylistically, but I think it's probably gonna be one of those three.
Yeah, coming into the previous round, there were 4 players at 12 wins. We don't yet know what transpired in those games with those players, but Peter Sinton was the other person with 12 wins, and I haven't seen Peter play on
I've
stream.
seen him play once on the first day.
Okay. So yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell.
Yeah, he played pretty well. Yeah, I don't know a ton about his game, actually. I've not seen him play nearly as much as I've seen Dylan, Howard, and Chris play.
Is this right? I'm reading that this is the 41st annual New Zealand Masters. What did they
Some
do
of
during
them-
COVID?
I don't know if they played during. I don't think they had one during COVID. They've had this since the 80s. They've had this for a while.
Yeah, I mean that's incredible. That's an extremely long, regardless of the actual precise number, which I can only assume is 41. That's
Liz
really
and
awesome.
who we saw on stream before, and Howard, and some of these people have been playing in a lot of these for a very long time.
So, yeah, it looks like Glennis is the person that's competed in the most. 40. 40 out of 41. That's insane. That's amazing.
That's many.
Yeah.
Let's see, Lewis just waiting for Val. Val should be coming up shortly, I think.
Here she
And
is.
here she is.
Nice Scrabble shirt.
Yeah.
Lewis has some, I can only assume, thrifted t-shirt.
Okay.
Um,
Nothing wrong with
And,
thrifted shirts.
no, nothing. I didn't say anything wrong. I'm just trying to describe what I see. So yeah, for those just joining, this is an invitational tournament. The top 24 players that accept get to play. So extremely strong field. And there are 5 rounds left, so we're going down to the wire here. We're getting into the thick of it, into crunch time, you might call it.
Yeah.
We'll see what Val draws. Val is going first,
Mm-hmm.
and that will provide her with a slight advantage. Yeah, whenever they're ready. Can't wait to see what transpires in this game.
That I have a
Scrabble
way
is
with.
just cool that way. Oh, Val's gone. I have a way with words. Yeah, I've seen that before.
Yeah, that shirt is common now. It's like on Amazon, and I've seen it more commonplace than ever before.
I don't know what Lewis was showing us there, but whatever it is, I'm sure it's fantastic. Yeah, we're all set to go. So, I don't know if Val opens vertically. This is the
I don't
most
think very many
important
people here order.
question. There was at least yesterday. There was who was it? Open vertically as we see FGIOTUY. That's the opening
Okay.
rack.
So Fugio or something, probably.
It was who was it? It was Jason. I think it was Jason. Yeah, Jason opened vertically.
Okay.
But yeah, this is somewhat close to some nice words that get rid of the G, F, and the Y, but
Yeah, Gaudy is fine.
yeah, Gaudy or Fugio here. Both look good. Gaudy is a little bit more aggressive, takes the A hook and sets up maybe a little bit more in terms of overlaps, putting the T as well in the double lane. But the IF go well together potentially with the overlaps and with the Y for if I words. Back to Lewis here. EEJLRSU.
Mm-hmm.
You might think of playing Justler, which it doesn't sound like a word.
Yeah, I mean it seems like a
very
word,
well
but
be.
it's not. There's JEU, there's Joule, JOULE. Some more common word options like that. What else is there?
Geely, I guess you could play to the Y.
Yeah, that's we're starting to get to plays that I don't think I'd recommend playing, but yeah.
JU looks pretty solid here for 26. Keeping ELRSU. A pretty good leave. We don't like the U, but with these other 4 tiles, there's a lot of cushion.
Yeah. Now we
Back
have that
to
weird
Val.
situation where the Z, there's a Z spot for 42, but do you really want to burn the Z like that? My guess is probably not.
Yeah, this is a tough rack for Val. EFHIIVZ. What are the options? Thief? Play thief from the T. That keeps the V. You really don't like to keep that V. But she's just dropping it. Yeah, 42.
Okay.
It's a lot more than you're getting anything else.
Yeah.
Definitely reasonable.
Slurred on Lewis's rack, doesn't play.
Yeah. Starting to get a bit interesting. Neither player has an A for Agouti.
Yeah.
Neither player has an O to overlap the J.
Yeah, no, yeah.
I don't know. You play GURL. You play Ruli. Set up a Truly hook. Like that.
Maybe just rudely?
Oh, Dury. That's not valid, is it? Unless it's good.
No.
CSW.
It's
It is
not
good.
valid.
Okay. It is good in CSW.
Oh, it is? Okay. Oh.
Had a little bit of a. You could play Jurel here, set up your S. The word that Lewis did see on his previous rack.
Yeah. Play turd.
For the
Um,
T. Yeah. He's just going for rudely. It's a good decision. Just take the points. Your rack isn't so good. You want to stay in contention score wise.
yeah.
You're
It's one
opening
of
some
those
lines
weird
for
things where
yourself.
Lewis has the S, but the S has no hooks right now. And if you play Dury, actually, you're probably not going to get a hook next turn, whereas you're more likely to get one here. That being said, it doesn't mean that's a good idea to. That still doesn't necessarily mean that that's the best option, but it does mean that that's part of the consideration here. Although
What's also part of
WU,
the oh my gosh. Yeah,
not
that's
exactly.
that's a draw. What's part of the consideration here for sure, as Val has Vine set up keeping FHI, is the play that she just made. What can she have with that play? Just dropping the Z. It would seem like she could score well with with an A, she could probably continue to overlap. She could play Zaya, Zoa. There's a lot of things that it feels like she's less likely to have just because
Yeah.
she would have played a bit longer, but then that also might make you think that her rack is very strong or very weak. I think it's a very
it's a
polarized
rack.
Yeah. So we know that her letters are pretty hard to work with, but Lewis might have been a little bit scared of what's to come next turn. Yeah, still don't have any letters to use underlap or overlap really. I guess we're back to thinking about playing thief from the T.
Yeah, maybe NIE. If you want to keep things more closed. Yeah, not a lot of very good options here.
Yeah, I don't know if she spotted thief. I feel like that's the highest scoring option maybe. But she's just going with an IE, which is very restrictive. She does have a small lead.
Yeah.
Problem is something is going to happen soon with that G of Gouty, either a Gouty or some overlap.
Right, and that leave is just awful.
That leave is, yeah, really bad. So 24 points for NIE. Lewis with U, W, W, ENRS. Woo was just blocked. Probably just going to exchange WWU here.
Yeah.
And NER
even
is
see a place to-
surprisingly good here. Just
Yeah.
oh, you have the NER to overlap, I guess.
Val with
the
a
UDE,
very good
but
draw here. Deceivingly good draw.
not seeing why, but I guess you'll let us know
Oh,
once the
crudely is
exchange
why.
happens. Crudely. Oh my goodness. That's a nice hook. I did not see that. She's
Playing
quickly
into
going
this
with
immediately.
Chiv. Very nice. Very nice find. That's 37 points, keeping FIL, Chiv, and crudely. And back to Lewis, who's drawn AKA. Not the worst, not the best. He probably wants to look to address that V in Chiv. The K doesn't really help you there.
Yeah. I
Maybe
mean, he can
just
play
leave it alone.
Kvass.
Oh,
And maybe should.
yeah.
It's between Kvass and just playing like KA and a Gouty. I think those are like the options here.
And it'd be nice if you could just play VAS, but AVAS is UVAS is a word, so can't set up the K. But he's playing Kvar, which is that even? That's not a word, is it?
I've never seen that.
That doesn't look right at all. Being held? It doesn't look like it's being held. Wow. So this is far better than Kvass retaining the S, but
Yeah.
is not a word. Maybe thinking of a BAR? Wonder what else. Very interesting. Well, anyways, that's that's definitely
That's
a
a
positive
swing.
for Lewis.
Yeah.
And Val sitting without film, which I always want that to be a word.
I can't. That doesn't. I don't even know what would outfilm mean.
I filmed more than you. What do you mean?
I filmed more than you.
Yeah, I have more battery life. And she's going with foul, Zol, and GU.
Okay.
Looks pretty good.
More A hooks, except now
Yeah.
Lewis has the A.
Yeah, setting up a foul, which Lewis doesn't need to find that, but he does have Santera foul. You would certainly
Doesn't
prefer...
need to, but probably should.
Yeah. You'd certainly prefer to play with the second A hooking foul. Sort of create a right angle on that board. If he doesn't see a foul, he can play Santera and Zols, but that would open a big triple. Similar score. Scores 2 more. I don't think opening the triple is quite worth it here. And man, I'm looking at options through Zol, like Azol. There's a lot of Azol words. Like,
Yeah, I just looked up tetrazole to see if that was a word. It's not, but
yeah, there might be some cool possibilities there. Just dropping the AE right now, which Lewis won't do, would score 25 with Azol and a G. But he has lined up Santera. I think he might be looking for an anagram that I don't think exists.
yeah.
We do know that Lewis has been getting back into Scrabble after many years of focusing on studies and all that. So we do know that some of his knowledge that he once had is a little bit shaky. I find it interesting. So he is playing with Zols. I think he might not have spotted a foul.
Yeah.
Kind of interesting, like, feels like people trust younger players way too much in the words that they play. We did see Kavar being shrugged off by Val. When in reality, it really feels like a lot of the younger players are much weaker in terms of word knowledge than their more elderly peers, I guess, if I could say that.
Yeah.
I remember one time getting away with Jadeity, and my opponent telling me, "Old, well, you kids know the words like the back of your hand, so I accept." I was just like, "Oh, okay."
Good to know. I'm glad that you have more confidence in my word knowledge than I do.
Oh, there is an anagram. Thank you to Elise in chat. Anestra, of course. Nestra Santera. Anyways, back to Val, who has EEII-MTV.
Oh, Anestra played. I just realized that. That's clearly
Yeah.
better. Anestra's like, I don't know, that's an extra, what is that? 14 or 15, and it doesn't open the A in that spot.
Yeah, yeah. That would have played as an underlap of FAON and GUE, which yeah, so an even more significant mistake than we previously thought. But we all made it. Me, Kenji, and Lewis. We're all in this together. Trying to learn the words. Yeah, Val's rack. I don't like it. You play Vitae, VA.
Um,
Probably want to play through that A.
yeah, probably. Um, yeah, or at least block the A, one of the two. I think I think VA is fine. I don't see the reason to play the T here.
It is the second, no, it's the third T. Okay, so you're not really risking
Yeah.
duplication. Normally, the M and the T have pretty poor synergy, except when paired with an A and an E. MITE is okay. Um,
It does
But
matter
yeah.
because it is the difference between Lewis playing Serosity and not being able to play Serosity, but there's no way that Val could know that, obviously.
wow.
Um, but I still think EIMT is just too big of an improvement.
Okay, just Vita keeping both E's. That
Interesting.
seems like a little bit too much sacrifice. But back to Lewis, who, as Kenji mentioned, has Serosity with a blank T, that R. If he doesn't see that, he has very good options with the Y hooking FY.
Right.
So it's certainly not necessary to find the bonus here.
It's interesting. Like if he plays YO, for example, under foul, like oh, he's gonna. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, he wants to open,
Right.
sacrificing 2 points to give himself a lane.
But you are
It is a
giving
little bit of a
away.
shallow lane.
Yeah. You are giving away your rack strength a little bit here, which maybe is okay.
Yeah, I don't see how that going to help. I feel like the opening is open enough that you're going to play there pretty much regardless if you have a good play. And yeah, it's just so much easier to put a bonus down after OY than it is after YO. So back to Val, who has NMU set up keeping IP. That would fit with MOI, but it would also fit with OW. She's opting for WIMP instead. Shorter play, it's a little bit tighter. It's okay. It's 30 points. Val taking a 20-point lead after that. And Lewis certain to bingo here.
Yeah, probably gonna be an underlap to Wimp, so something like, onesies or kenosis or something like that.
Yeah, lots of options. Those would go all the way, overlapping the 4 letters of WIMP. Something like session would underlap 3 ways. So it's worth taking some time here. Try and
Is it ever worth just not overlapping all the way and like just trying to like be some? No, probably not, right? You probably just want to overlap the whole way here.
I'm already shaking my head. So Lewis has spotted ionizes. And math wise, 82, the way he has it lined up. It's also 82. He puts the blank I in first position, I think. That's how math works, right?
I think so.
So onesies is slightly higher scoring. He has that lined up now. I think this is probably the best play. Very nice. 84 for onesies, and Lou's taking a pretty significant lead from this. Val is not going to have a great response, I don't think. A-E-E-G-N-N-O. Maybe I'm thinking to play through the R of crudely, making O-N-I-E. What about you, Kenji?
Maybe. The problem with, I think if I'm Val, I need to open the board like really desperately. And the problem is that there's not really a great way of doing that with that play this turn, and there might be on another turn. Unless there's some longer word with ORE that I'm not seeing.
So there's Ngor.
Oh, that,
maybe
okay.
Maybe you just play Gone though under the O&E of onesies. It's 27.
Yeah.
Board isn't dead yet. Seems, I guess, most reasonable. And Ngor would be 30.
I think I would want to play Encore here.
Problem with it is that it opens that triple, but it does succeed in opening the board. We have seen Val keep E's, maybe a few too many E's, previous two moves. She might be a little bit more prone to keeping her second one here. She goes with Gone. Maybe we'll see a 10-letter wood word. Can I tell the story?
Say whatever story you want, Josh.
Lewis with B-O-O-O-P-R-S. Very weird rack. I don't know what you do here. But yes, one time my opponent, I opened with W-O-O and they played Greasewood through the W-O-O. And that's still the best play anyone's ever played against me. That's my story. Hope that was okay. What do you want to do here if you're Lewis? Underlap? Play like B-O-O-R under Santera? Doesn't seem to accomplish that much.
Yeah, it doesn't. You have all the O's as Lewis, for what it's worth, so Oni is now dead. Which actually is kind of relevant. I think you
Yeah.
just want to like not open. Like you just want to be like, it would be nice to like actually be proactively closing the board, but it's pretty hard to do that here. The main openings are not likely to die anytime soon. So maybe just something like bots even. PO.
Bots. Oh yeah, I think Lewis was looking at PO making Jeep and LO.
Right.
So I'm not sure where bots is.
No, just bots to the T and V to on
Bot,
top
okay.
rather than.
So we see just Boo keeping the R. R is definitely a nice addition to the rack.
Yeah.
Pairs very well with the P and with the S. And hooks the M-E-E. So a little bit of aggression by Lewis.
This has to be an exchange, right?
Val holding A-A-E-E-I-N-Q. Where your only Q option seems to be QI for 11.
Right. Which just can't happen.
But now that the new word Aenii almost fits, I'd be looking for something like that. She's biding her time, just taking care of that scoring spot, playing ANE for 20. That Q is very hard to work with, but maybe she'll draw something lucky with it. or get rid of it next turn. I like the idea of just slowing things down and just making sure you're not getting blown out of the water on the next move. But yeah, I don't know if she's
Well,
gonna
this
get
is
much
kind
help
of
from the bag.
Interesting decision here. You can play XI, and then any play that hooks the SI play is going to give him the S hook that he has. Or you can play OX and be more defensive, but keep 2 eyes on his rack.
Interesting. So Lewis is going with XI under onesies, setting up
Okay.
the second to bottom row as a bingo lane. For Val, next move, but maybe for Lewis, the move after. Keeping PIORS, which is decent. But yeah, if you just played OX, there is no O to hook OXO or XO. So that might have been an interesting counter to just XI, which seems more obvious. Would you have played OX? Seems like your style.
I think I wouldn't have in this case. That is normally the type of play I would make, but the difference in leave is really substantial. The SI spot is pretty good for me, even though it's obviously like worse for the board and like worse for my range. It's good for my rack.
All right, back to Val, who still has that Q, keeping AEIQ drew TEW. And there's just still no Q play.
I still
Other
think she has to
than
exchange.
QI for 11 and
She
being
could
down
play like
72.
wet,
Ugh.
but I don't want to play wet. But I suspect if she didn't exchange last turn, this is a better board to try to play through. But so I suspect she won't, but I still think she needs to.
Well, it feels like last turn she had a purpose with her play, and that purpose was to prevent Lewis from scoring, which she unfortunately failed to do as he drew an X. But at this point, the purpose would be more for her own sake. Now that she's looking to do things for herself, maybe playing something with Anu or with Toya or somewhere else on the board, maybe she'll determine that the best thing to do for herself is just throw that Q back in the bag. Because it's just so painful. Be stuck with the Q turn in, turn out. Now the board is sort of settled in a, I guess, tense state, as you would maybe call it, where there isn't really anywhere great to score and things might blow up. The bonus comes down on the second to bottom row. You want to be prepared for that. If you exchange, what do you keep?
Um, ET, I think.
That was my thought. There is still that spot through the R of Santerra. It's not great, but it is a bingo spot.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I don't think it's gonna last that much longer, but yeah, it exists.
Val giving this turn a lot of thoughts. She did write something down on her score sheet. I can't quite make it out. She's done a little bit of jotting. I'm a jotter myself. Write down a couple things on my score sheet that I think are relevant. Yeah, I don't see the point in playing anything on the bottom right since you already have that lane open. But she's going to play Wei, hope for that U, and hope that he doesn't block. Maybe she gets quiet. Really E. But I don't think she's going to get what she wants here. Lewis with AIMOPRS. the number of options now. A little bit tricky, those AE words, which of them pluralize, which don't. This one does. Lewis is sure of that. Play something like Primos.
I think he should probably just hold the S here. There's not really a need to play it. Just because he can score, that scoring spot's going to probably be there, but might consider something like Simp or something like that to be more defensive here and just hold the S to make sure that things don't get too out of control later.
Yeah, it's very reasonable. If he does play Simp, play of WAE gains a little bit of, yeah, I guess the idea that he would block not laterally, but the other one.
Yeah.
Gives credence to the idea of maybe going for quiet through the E. But
Yep.
Simp does come down. With ADEIQTT. No help. And now exchanging feels so much worse. Because where are you exchanging for? What are you gonna do next move? Maybe you just drop the Q now?
Maybe. But there needs to be a goal here, though. That I think that's really more my problem, more the problem that needs to be addressed here.
Wow.
Okay.
Tell us about this move, Kenji.
I mean, if you have I don't hate it. I want to have an I when I do this. I also think it gets blocked just way too often. But I understand. I mean, the idea is to set up the Q here. Might work some of the time. Maybe.
Very
I don't
interesting.
know.
Yeah, we're sitting here, Lewis sitting on Gloria's Gyrosol in order to play those. We're sitting here, we know what this play was all about. I do feel like if this was played on me, paid for 7, you could play Padi for the same score in the same spot. Doesn't
Right.
seem to have any goal to it.
Yeah, go
think I
here just
would-
has to be played. I can't imagine anything else really. Or maybe there's some other play that in that spot that makes equal amount of sense, but
It just feels like so many letters will block the spot and score points.
yeah.
But yeah, Val was in pretty desperate straits there. Just trying to make something happen. So Magi for 23 brings Lewis up by 83 points. Back to Val.
I'm a broken
Did not
record here. I
get-
still want to trade the Q.
Yeah, did not get anything better for the Q. She did attempt something last turn, but plays THETE.
Still want to exchange the Q.
It was a nice
It
play.
is a nice scoring play, yeah.
There is still a U left, but I don't know where that UU is going.
QU doesn't even play now. I mean, it would like Quinn at.
Yeah, quit
But-
at. So THETE,
know.
that is a word. Lewis is challenging it. So 27 will turn into 32 points.
If she does draw, or if somebody does draw the blank, the FY is not the worst ever bingo lane. Like, you're gonna get to shoot at FY repeatedly when somebody does draw the blank. So that is like something to keep in mind at. Somebody might try to draw something like recertify or something like that.
Yeah, well, I wonder if there's a 7-letter
Requalify.
extension to nut. Like there's butternut. feel like I've looked this up before. Butternut's only 6. But it's back to Lewis, whose clock hasn't been started. He has FHLO. That last letter. Is that an E? No, R. That's what I thought. FHLORST. Considering just of and woof and go. Looks
Yeah.
pretty good. 33. No need to do anything proactive here, I think.
Still want to exchange.
Yep. we know Kenji. Val with A, B, C, E, L, Q, N. This is her last chance
It
to
is.
exchange the Q. There's exactly 7 in the back. She can go for bladder nut. Thank you so much to Elise in chat. You exchange B, C, Q, N. You can draw both D's, one of the 3 R's, or a blank. It's actually reasonable.
There are many more things that hit FY than hit nut. FY as a 9 is not that absurd.
Yeah,
to go
but
to.
what letters do you have for those things? Requalify, I guess.
you need the I as part of the problem. You need the blank, which is another part of the problem.
You do know the blank is still out there.
Yeah.
You could exchange 7 here and get full knowledge of what's left.
I don't mind this exchange. This is fine. These are perfectly fine tiles to exchange.
Yeah.
I would have the A and the E are in the bag. There's only one of them.
Yeah. So Val exchanges B, C, L, Q, keeping A and E. Has not hit her clock. Draws the blank and draws IDR with it. That is an incredibly good draw for her.
Yeah.
The problem being board is dead and she's down 94.
Yeah, she is down too much. Even if she has a bingo here, which I don't think she does, but even if she had one, if like redendify was a word or something like that, she shouldn't be playing it. Because she just threw the Q in and she's going to redraw it and she probably can't win. Lewis with SU probably needs to hold SU for a while. Probably play something like DAH. What you're trying to do is you're trying to make sure you have options for the Q when you draw it. Because if she draws, the game just ends.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, Lewis here has a lot of options just because if he just keeps the scoring pressure on, he shouldn't lose.
The Q
You
I
still want to
spot
be
for
a bit
Lewis
careful.
is actually not good. Like, she should want to block it at some point as well. That is like a theme of the position here. So like if Lewis does want to play like just LI or HI or something like that to block, it would actually make some sense.
Really?
Um,
What if he then draws the Q? Oh, he
well,
has
then he has
SUQ.
That's the whole point, is to keep SU no matter what, and then to like make sure that the Q stick is a real thing.
It also does feel like SUQ is getting blocked by some plays.
Well, there's woofs
Oh,
and
there's
SUQ
woofs.
is
Yes. Okay. Very smart. Yes.
The reason why I was suggesting DAH in part is because I actually want to stop Val from blocking that spot. That is like part of the theme here. There might be better plays that do that than DAH actually, but I want to make it as difficult as possible for that to be blocked.
I feel like DH
And if it
is
does
a
get
little bit of
blocked,
a problem though. Because it takes the L.
well, you have the L.
Yeah. There's another one left.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, DHLRSTU for Lewis.
Yeah, maybe not DAH then though. You might just drop the D or drop something else.
Wow. Just as you say that. Very interesting. That's actually crazy that he did that right as he said that. That's a very weird play. The DA for 8. Lewis just trying maybe not to draw the Q, maybe to draw the Q. Let's keep things contained as Val quickly plays Defy for 11, opening top left, keeping AINR blank. Even if she does draw, oh, she just draws it again. Even if she does draw a bingo here, it still won't be enough.
Yeah.
But now there's 4 in the bag. So I guess Lewis's choices. Does he try to interfere with that lane? Does he try to score points? He has Hub lined up, keeping LRST. I don't see where that plays. But yeah, it should be fine for him, but it is a little bit scary. If Val gets a turn, I think she's going to drop the Q. She almost has some plays to the E of Defy.
Yeah, she might draw one.
Little does she know, Lewis does have that U that she would really prefer to have with the Q.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming Lewis is going to block the E here, actually, with something like just BE or something. I don't... There's too many things in the bag that are not great.
Lewis is still ahead 91, but it does feel like the less he scores, the more scary it gets that maybe something's going to come down to outscore him in the end. You have to worry a lot about timing here. If Lewis ends up emptying the bag and drawing the Q
Yeah.
as the last tile,
You can also
that
just
could spell
block the
disaster.
I now. That's also an option here. Because what happens if you block the I now is then
Kaid.
either... Yeah, but then you just win after Kaid, probably. Well... What, you
It's tough.
play Kaid, you draw Lancers. Like, Kaid's just not going to score enough.
I'm not sure about that. But if Lewis plays 2 tiles, then he is preventing him. He has to use his U, so he's preventing himself from drawing SUQ. This is extremely
Right.
complicated.
The idea of blocking QI is that if the bingo happens now, or if QI, it stops Val from playing QI. Because if she plays QI, then you can just, if she doesn't play QI and she doesn't create another opening, you can just pass until she plays the Q. That being said, I think I don't think that he can lose after plays that just stop. I don't think he can lose after. Honestly, I don't think he can lose after anything. But I think that the most dangerous thing that you could face now is just the Cirques, the kikes or stuff like that.
Yeah,
Either now or in the
CAIQUE,
future.
CRQUE.
Yeah.
With the blank, those score 78, which doesn't feel like enough.
It's not, but
I think you could also just play Gob for 18 at the bottom left. Problem with that is that's one of your
I
SUQ
do not
spots.
like that.
But that play of Hugh creating some issues. If he draws 2 consonants, she drops the Q.
If she just draws the Q, what is he doing?
What if she plays QI and HI? Maybe she feels like she needs to score more. But yeah, Lewis has drawn 2 constants. This is scary now. He's up 100. But it's a little...
I don't know.
She's playing QI. She knows she needs to score something. And now Lewis cannot block that lane to the right of the D, I think, given his
Correct.
consonants. And so Val is going to be threatening bingos there. She now has 347, so she's down 75. Now, she has a bingo. It'll only
Does
score
she?
60 something.
Okay.
So it does look like Lewis is still going to eke it out here.
I
This
don't even
feels
think
like
she has a bingo, but
yeah, she might not. But What's crazy here is that this reminds me of the game between Lewis and Chris from yesterday. Lewis is gonna take, I think, his highest score here with BRR for 20, which is more than enough to outrun any bingos here. But that was yeah, kind of the exact sort of play that Lewis didn't want to make there, I think. If he had drawn two different consonants, he wouldn't have had BRR. I would have had some decent bingo options.
Well, if he
potentially.
draws the Q, how does the game? What happens here? Like, let's say that she doesn't draw the Q, QI gets blocked, which is what probably should happen if he draws the Q. I guess he tries to just outrun with the Q. I mean, sometimes that works. I don't know if that works all the time. Maybe it does.
It does feel like it's close, but yeah, it's dangerous for sure. Anyways, Val with 4 minutes on her clock has AAELNR blank. She's going to be looking for bonuses ending in A or E.
I just
You've
thought
checked.
there's nothing.
There's
I
nothing.
just checked.
That's
There's nothing.
absolutely brutal. But that is sometimes how it happens. So this game is going to take a while. Yeah. Luckily for Val, she doesn't need to find a bingo to win. There's just not enough points to be scored. So she knows that even if she misses something, it's not going to be the end of her. Lewis sitting with 4 consonants. Probably going to take him a couple turns to go out. Maybe 3. So we're going to see a victory for Lewis Hawkins in round 19 of the 2025 New Zealand Masters.
It doesn't much matter, but is Lewis C-stuck if Val tries to C-stick him? I think so.
Yeah, maybe only one spot for that C in CHI.
Yeah.
Oh, we do have updated standings. Good. So after last round, Lewis did lose his game against Mike Curry. Peter, Howard, and Dylan won their games against Murray, Shirley, and Paul. So they're sitting pretty at 13 wins. Lewis is going to get himself up to 13 after this. Chris Tallman needs some help. Needs to win out probably.
Yeah.
And even then. Yeah. Those are our updated standings for now. So things are getting heated. 4 rounds after this. I wonder if we have our next matchup. Probably going to be Lawson versus Howard. But we might get someone else. And yeah, what a brutal end game for Val Mills. Almost got there.
Almost.
It was a very, very complicated position. So totally understandable that Lewis would play something like Q to address his concerns. Did open himself up for some complications. And yeah, I think this game really just boils down to Kavar. If Val had the wherewithal to challenge that off the board, he would have been in a pretty good position.
Yeah.
Even despite Lewis's bingo mistake of Santera, certainly able to get himself through his racks and do some nice tiles along the way. Val is down to around 30 seconds. Maybe she will decide to go overtime, thinking there has to be something here. Maybe she'll give up. She says something like, I can't see anything. She plays a blank. I don't know that she designated her blank, but it's all academic here. think Lewis is going to go for CHI. Maybe not. Take points. AS was 25. Brings Val to 372. And yeah,
Maybe just dropping the S here.
G's and that's.
Yeah. No.
CHI comes down, preventing himself from being stuck. Back to Val with learn. 20 seconds to make a play. She plays any at the bottom right. Gives herself 14 seconds on the clock to make another move. 15 points for any. 387. Lewis just probably isn't going to drop the S. Just because he challenged the word THETE. It was not a word he was familiar with, so he certainly wouldn't know that it takes an S. But that would be his best play, and he does it. All right. The confidence of youth. He's smiling because he doesn't know. Val is smiling as well. And she challenges the S hook. So the game continues. So that will score 25, making Lewis a 475.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see any outplays now? LAR? I don't.
I mean, even if there are one, our outplays. I think she's better off with Vital and Archai.
Archai. Wow. That's a nice play. All right. Back to Val with 12 seconds. He plays RAC. Oh, ARC. There you go. Giving Lewis an outplay, unfortunately. Time woes affect us all. This is going to go out with Lats for 5. And this final score to 482. 393. Very interesting game.
Yeah.
So what's next for us, Kenji?
So next game is going to be, what is it going to be? Howard and Lawson, I think. But I think we're going to go to a break before that game.
Yeah, so there's going to be morning tea as Lewis opens up Ziziva to check a few things.
Maybe checking redefies and anything.
But yeah, exciting stuff. This is a very long game. A lot of moves played. A long battle. Lewis took down Val. We're gonna get a small interview with Lewis, I think, and then throw it to a break while these players get a much-deserved tea break. We need tea breaks in North America.
Yeah. Should have tea breaks at work, tea breaks. We should always have tea breaks.
Oh, absolutely. So it was just telegraphing.
Yeah,
I got
I was
the
like,
cue. Yes.
it looks a bit suspicious.
Yes, it does.
You have to do something though. That block.
Oh, okay. It was either Lewis or Val that noticed a Nestra here.
Okay.
Anyways, if you guys have any questions for Lewis, let us know.
Sweat.
Or forever hold your peace. Welcome, Lewis.
Hello,
Congrats.
hello. Thanks.
Josh and Kenji here.
Oh, nice.
Hey.
The reunion.
So how do you feel about that game?
Yeah, pretty positively. It was pretty blocked the whole time, just like in that section, which is good when I'm ahead. No, I could have done a few better plays, but I don't know. Always second guessing myself. I need to stop playing Void online. Yeah.
Yeah, so I wonder if you had a heartbeat monitor, if your heart would be beating pretty loudly after QI.
Yeah,
pretty
'cause
quickly.
I thought there was 1 in the bag. Like, I counted 3 and then played off 2, and then she played QI. I'm like, okay, she has 6, and then there's just 7 letters on her rack. So I don't know how that happened, really. Like, I tracked 7, but I just thought, missed track. Like, I'm not used to having this little time, to be honest. So I'm used to like being able to just take my time, tile track again, like work everything out. But yeah,
Yeah, because it did look a bit scary there. If you had drawn two different consonants, if she had something playable, or if you'd
Yeah,
drawn the
yeah.
Q, she blocked your Q. That would have been pretty difficult. But
I felt like she had the cue, so I was thinking of just playing Bustle, but then I'm like, that's just stupid. Like,
She just drew it.
because I feel
yeah,
like
she had just redrawn it.
yeah, I felt like she reacted to getting the cue, so I was like,
Yep. It's very hard to hide those tells when you redraw
Yeah,
something
yeah,
you
but-
really didn't
Gotta worry
want.
about the fake outs.
I feel like that's a big mistake if I play Bustle, pick up the cue, and then lose to a bonus out. I look very stupid.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any plays that I feel like I didn't do very much interesting?
So, Kavar,
Yeah.
not a word.
Not a word?
Yeah, Kavas and K-bar.
And Lekvar.
Oh, yeah,
but-
Kavas. Right. Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
thinking
she
of.
didn't blink, so that would have been a huge turning point.
I think that's because I just played it with so much confidence, because I didn't even think about it. I just was like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
That was the one moment where things could have turned around
Oh,
for,
very
Val
much.
for sure.
Yeah. Because what did
Yeah.
I have? A-N-E-S left, and then got a bonus there.
But
Yeah.
yeah. When she played last question, when she played paid, what were you thinking?
I was just like, oh, I have to block this, obviously, because the QI is just so deadly, and I'm like, it looks very, very, very fishy to leave that. So I presume
Yeah.
she had QI left over. Well, she said that she had the Q, but I presume she had I as well.
She didn't.
Nah, she
actually.
didn't. She didn't even have the eye. She was that desperate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, great victory. You're back in the fold. You're a game behind. You'll still be a game behind, I guess, a couple of the guys, but
Yeah.
it's getting exciting.
Sweet.
And I hope we see you again.
I
And
think
congrats
you
on the
will
victory.
against Andrew in a couple games, but not
Cool, yeah.
100% sure. Depends on how everyone
Awesome.
goes. Sweet.
Yeah.
Okay, Lewis.
Thanks.
Thanks for your
See ya.
time. Good
Take
luck.
care.
Cheers.
That was Lewis Hawkins. Just won his game against Val Mills. So yeah, we're gonna take a tea break now, I think. I have my tea. They hopefully have their tea. I don't know about you, Kenji.
I just have water.
All right, fine, I guess.
Welcome back to the New Zealand Scrabble Masters 2025. This is Kenji, and this my co-commentator Josh.
What's up, everybody? I hope that me being live on Twitch right now is not reducing the quality of my camera. If it is, I will certainly stop that. But I'm really excited for these final rounds. Things are looking really cool. So who do we have this round?
I believe that this round we have Howard and Lawson. So you can
Okay.
see Howard is in first, then Peter, then Dylan, Lewis.
Yeah, so only 2 players at 14 wins now.
Yeah, 2 of 14, 2 at 13, and only 1 at 12. Probably going to be pretty hard for anybody besides the top 4 to win, I think.
Yeah. There's still a little bit of hope for Chris. 4 rounds
It's
to
grim.
go,
He has to win 4 games. His spread is never going to win a tiebreaker. I think he needs like literally everything in the entire world to go right.
Yeah. It's gonna be tough, but we'll see what happens. Anything can happen. It's unfortunately for people that are below 14, this is a round robin, so they don't have any say in whether the top players are going to continue winning games or not. So, all right, we see the 2 players, Lawson on the left, Howard on the right, and they're smiling as New Zealanders seem to be wont to do.
Yep.
I love to see it. It's been a pretty grueling tournament, so yeah, lots of energy in these 2. So, what are your predictions? Is Lawson gonna make some awesome plays as he usually does?
Lawson is a lot of fun to watch. Howard is a more, I wouldn't even say traditional. He's more of an old school player. I don't know. It'll be interesting. I'm sure that I don't know even how many times they've played. They're not from, I mean, Lawson's from Auckland, I'm pretty sure. Or not from Auckland, from around there. Howard's from Christchurch. They don't play that much, I don't think. But very, very different styles. Of which, yeah, it's an interesting clash that I haven't actually seen very many times, so I don't actually know how they match up super well. I would imagine, yeah, I don't know.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait and find out. Lawson is
Yeah.
sporting some of his own merch. This one says, "Scrabble isn't my life. Scrabble is my wife." Okay. Yeah, whatever that
Okay.
means. Some people might think that those of us that are very much into this game treat the game like a relationship. So maybe that's what Lawson's going for. And he'll be going first, which,
He will.
as I've said before, it's a small advantage. Howard will shake the bag in anticipation of what's to come. And we're gonna have a new game probably after 2 moves, right? That's how Scrabble works.
Yeah.
Not gonna know what to predict.
I think the more I think about this, the more I think Lawson actually probably does fairly well in this matchup. Just in theory, even though I've never seen it before, just like thinking about like what Howard does, because I feel pretty confident in what Howard does. Like I've seen that a lot. Could be wrong about that though. But I just in theory, I feel like the creative move style type of things, it just does pretty well. I think Howard's style does very well against people who are who play like shortish words, who are going to play like traditionally, who are very like leave centered, but are going to be like playing like tight boards, but not really have any sort of, but can just be run over. It does very good at that. That's not
So,
Lawson.
yeah, I think you're right. We'll have to see. I mean, this is a great start for Lawson. If he's able to find, I
Pig-like or
mean,
something.
pig-like, that's what I've seen. Very weird letter to make the blank. But it looks like he's going through the alphabet, placing the blank between tiles. I will sometimes do that, even though I feel like it gives my opponent a lot of information. But Howard, on his end, has receive natural. So if Lawson doesn't find pig-like, he'll probably be at a slight disadvantage. And if he plays pig, like it looks like he's doing now, like
Well, now it's
probably somewhat
perceived.
disappointed.
There's a decent chance that this gets triple too, because there's receive and PE, which is a triple lane, or perceive, which hangs an E like that, and that's a pretty good triple lane. Lawson is a blank,
Yeah,
so
this might work out pretty well. It's true. Where you think about it.
that being said, pig-like
Uh,
would have worked out. Although pig-like wouldn't have worked out that great, because pig-like perceive is not exactly the best outcome, but
yeah,
it might. I mean, Lawson
we'll
might
have
not
to
think of
see.
it all here.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see what he gets. That's a good draw.
Well, it does well against
Um,
receive, I think.
yeah, but
Yes,
not
that receive
against.
as at least Creolian, probably some other things.
Yeah, but against Perceive, which scores less.
I don't think that perceive
Uh,
is getting played here, but it could be wrong.
yeah.
Yeah, receive
So
comes down.
I think this is the right play for sure by
Yeah.
every metric, but now Lawson's gonna have to look for his killer triples here. And Creolian already spotted. Um, Lawson probably making a little bit of a joke about the word receive. Um, but yeah,
So what is there? Let's see. There's erotical, there's Creolian.
that's it. Then it's not super easy. Arvical
Okay.
also,
Yeah.
but only 3.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure that Lawson knows at least 2 of these.
Yeah.
But
Article might be
question
tough.
of finding them very difficult. So we'll just have to wait and see.
I think Howard has free hand to come back, so even if Lawson does triple, he's not going to be ahead.
Wow,
Um,
that's pretty incredible. And
although
this
article,
is yeah.
you know,
Go ahead.
article is a lot, so maybe he will be ahead after article still. 9, 12. Yeah. 158.
158.
Yeah, he'll still be ahead after article, but he won't be ahead after the other bingos. Even after article, he's not going to be ahead by much.
Yep. But he doesn't know that. So very interesting start to the game. It looks like Creolian's coming down.
Okay.
And interestingly, yeah, this scores a lot less than article. This is 140.
Yeah, it's 140
So that'll
versus
put
158. So
Austin at 152. But we hear from the production team that in their last 8 games, the record is 8-0 in
For
favor
Howard?
of Howard.
Interesting.
So Howard thinks Lawson's gonna win this one for sure. So this triple might psychologically benefit that thought process. So he's thinking. Lawson hasn't hit his clock yet. Maybe thinking, am I sure this is a word? Am I sure there's nothing better? Maybe he's just putting on a show. Trying to get an extra 5 points. Which I don't think he'll get from Howard.
Interesting that Howard does not alphabetize. Most people at Howard's level do.
It feels like Dylan doesn't either, and
Okay.
Chris doesn't either.
Well, they alphabetize at some points, though.
Oh no! Oh no, Lawson.
Oh boy. Listen, that's too many points. You gotta, even if you think Creolion's almost 50-50, you gotta play it.
Oh my gosh, this is so stressful. We know that he could change this play over and over again. You're not supposed to. Technically, if you're reconsidering your play, you should take your tiles back. But this is part of the fun.
Maybe he needs to take the tiles back and then try to look for a radical or something like that.
Yeah, this would be very unfortunate. He ends up going with this instead. But we never know. Lawson. He's very unpredictable.
Very.
This really works in Howard's favor that Howard has such a stone face through all of this. There's some players that'd be like, oh wow, or something that would give Lawson some confidence in the play he's put on the board. But Howard might be not thinking anything. He might be thinking, what else does he have?
His rack is not interesting. He has a bingo, and I'm for sure he knows that he only has one bingo. And he hit his clock, unfortunately.
Oh man. That's very, very
And
unfortunate.
yeah, Howard plays immediately.
This is
rough.
This is psychological. I really think that
I probably agree.
If the last 8 games are any indication, that Lawson
okay, so
feels
maybe
like
this
Howard's
is not
unbeatable.
in theory. Maybe I was wrong about in theory how this is like decently good for Lawson, because yeah.
Yeah, hate to see it. The thing is, when you're unsure of a word, that just
Good draw.
eclipses everything else.
Oh, it was a good draw.
It eclipses everything else. It looks like Lawson's hit Howard's clock rather than stopping it to challenge freehand. But it eclipses everything else when you're unsure of a word. You stop thinking about anything else other than, is this a valid word or not? And yeah, you're just going to miss the forest for the trees in so many cases, like we saw here. Lawson finding a triple-triple, being unsure of it, missing his others, and just being faced with that thought process. So Howard's going to be up by too much. Going to be up by 71. Still a lot of game to be played, but this is a really tough blow for Lawson.
Yeah.
We're hearing from production that Howard did say something right after carryalls of "that is good." And that's exactly what you want to say. Like, you had a winning play on the board and you took it back. That's what you want to tell your opponent. Get even further in their head. But yeah, back to Lawson with AEEIMOS. See how he deals with this adversity. Probably something like Cameo or Komai from the sea looked pretty good.
Yep.
And leaving some good letters behind as well.
This, as opposed to the other game, this is almost destined to be a shootout, I think. It seems very difficult to try to close any part of this board. Even if they want to, and I don't think Howard wants to.
Yeah. Although, if Lawson does choose Cameo or any number of options that use the M to score, like MOE on the right, that is blocking part of the board.
Well, I mean, MOE on the right or something like that is just going to create a line to block to go eastward. And there's already a lot of lines to go eastward. And I mean,
Moai. That take an S?
no.
So this would be a good play if it took an S. But it doesn't. So Lawson's going to have to think about that. He's changed his mind. He's found Cameo. I think. Or not?
Uh,
It's found Ami instead. Yeah, it really feels like Lawson is falling apart these last couple of moves. Switching back to Moai. He almost had it on the board. Cameo. He put the A. Maybe he just put the A there to switch it later. But yeah, I'm pulling for Howard now that we've seen Lawson just like mess with the board so much. I don't like it. Don't use the board as a workspace. Bad. That's 22 for Moai. Back to Howard, who has still 23 minutes of clock left to Lawson's 16. He's just drawn AADGMOR. Looks close to stuff, but not seeing anything. It's going to be worth thinking about a few different options here. Goad comes to mind, overlapping the A and D of freehand, but that does set up an S hook when you're ahead and you don't have an S. You could hold on to the D, play Moa in the same spot. But Goad seems pretty strong. Problem is, when are you really eliminating the threat you've created?
yeah, I might. I don't think Howard's gonna do this, but I would not mind something with the receive hook here. I don't expect Howard to do that though, for just from seeing him play. Howard's one of those players I've actually seen quite a bit of for without him. From talking to people, I've analyzed this game a little bit.
Okay, just MA. A shorter
Interesting.
play. Keeping the second vowel to try and bonus with.
Mm-hmm.
And back to Lawson with SSEEELT.
Yeah. So if he's afraid of if he was afraid of Creolian, I wonder if he's gonna be afraid of feetless here.
Yeah, feetless is what I was thinking. Is it feetless, footless, footsless, feet-like, feetful?
Interesting how the previous decision.
Football.
I wonder how the previous decision, if it will affect him, and if so, how.
I don't think he's aligned feetless on his rack, so we don't know if he's thinking about it. He is thinking about steals like that, which...
I wonder if he's thinking about receive V. I hope not.
Oh, that could be, because steelies would fit. But there is a 7-letter word in this rack. It is not steals. So he has the option to find that.
It's almost got
Play
it.
8.
Oh,
He's got the less.
yeah.
Don't spoil it. We have to wait and see, especially with Lawson.
He's close to
man.
both of them.
Yeah, just move one tile. It's like those experiments that
You
like
move
go
one
viral
tile, you'll
online.
find both of them, depending on which tile you move.
Do you know what I'm talking about? The move one match and make the highest number possible sort of thing.
Oh yeah.
I feel like I hate those. That's what it feels like. Not that I hate this. I love this. I'm so happy we get to watch these guys play. Yeah. But looks like Lawson close to giving up on his quest to find a bonus here. And, he doesn't find it. Yeah, it's going to be even harder for him to come back every turn if he doesn't play a bonus. But we do know that Howard has drawn somewhat poorly. He's drawn VO. So his options are going to be pretty limited. Yeah, what do you do if you don't find anything here? Slee and F-E and R-E. Ugh. Just L-E-E. I hate all of that. Something with receives. Yeah, the 7-letter word is telesis. And there's also feetless from the F, the freehand. It's like L-E-E being grabbed. Number of spots you can play that in. Highest scoring, I think, is next to the FR. An interesting option is Piglet. I don't like it, but opens the board a bit. Yeah, L-E-E for 13.
Okay.
Another miss from Lawson. At a certain point, might become too much
Yeah.
against the player of Howard's caliber. It's going to give him a decent spot for VOG. Keeping ROAD. Don't think there's much else to think about here, right?
He could play like good or something like that, but I don't think that that's worth it.
Good setting up the A.
Yeah.
Yeah, Talisi's certainly a hard find. Feetless. You gotta know that it's good. The VOG for 24 brings Howard to exactly 200. And back to Lawson, who I think has missed. Unless...
Now Sutties is
Ooh. Sutties, even...
there's two hooks that are both not words that look like they might be. Oh, but
Ooh,
he
nice. There we
got it.
go.
Okay.
All right.
And
That's
Howard has
great.
drawn
That's
poorly.
an awesome find. Yep. All right, Lawson's back, everybody. Wait, I have to wait till he hits his clock. Okay, Lawson's back, everybody. Very nice find of Sutties. I might have missed that. Sure. 68. So that's 195.
Yeah.
I mean, Howard,
Howard's
we have seen
borderline
completely.
trading.
Yeah, I was just thinking, we've seen him completely sure of every word, so I don't think he's challenging this weird one. And yeah, borderline trading is right. AAADEOR. Either play off 2 A's or
I think Howard's gonna
exchange.
play through this, just judging by what I've seen from him in the past.
Does have the A's separate. I guess you would play
Either AA or
AA.
Oka.
AA above the PE.
And Lawson with a draw.
Wow.
He's become the favorite in the game again.
Yeah, why do I even try to predict? That's great. We love to see it. He will have gobbling at the very least from the G. Drawn LOBBIN blank. Unless for some reason Howard plays a ga instead of AA to set up a gar. I don't see why you would do that. But yeah, Howard's got something to think about here for sure. So
Yeah.
to play Ava, which is weird. Setting up the hooks,
It's
scoring
weird,
a bit
except
less.
it makes sense from what I've seen.
Okay. But yeah. Hopefully we see Lawson find second bonus in a row. Question is, his lobbing's good. I don't know if I would ever
Well, he'll
try
find
that.
lobbing and Pell at the very least.
Oh yeah. That's true.
I mean, he's not missing that.
Indeed. Yeah. Lawson very much in this game. Howard's drawn HY. Good to score with, but I think he has a bonus now. But yeah. Lawson with many choices of what bonus to choose. Many choices of what bonus to choose. Many choices. Bonus with. This turn. See what he does. Yeah, there's no lobbings. There's nothing that plays through the S.
Hopefully he doesn't play. I mean, if he plays globbing, then that would give it Howard to raid.
Oh wow. Yeah, that would be crazy. Lobbing feels like how do you play that over gobbling?
But I don't think he's playing. Yeah, I mean, I think he's just gonna play lobbing, honestly.
I feel like it's the first thing you see, right? Just the
Yeah.
ING possibility with this. Looks like he's ready to strike. Second turn in a row. And
Yep.
Lawson's under 10 minutes already. So you don't want to maybe speed up a bit. Howard's still with 20 minutes, 19 on his clock. Howard doesn't look very happy with this.
No, he does
though.
not.
He knows that Lawson has made a huge mistake with carry elves. And now he's just throwing lobbing out of the bag. Feels like Lawson is getting a bunch of lobs here, right? From the tile back. To make a sports analogy. Yeah, back to Howard, who, like we said, Adehory. Honey? What are you playing here? Horde? Honey through the end of lobbing, Horde overlapping Satis.
Lawson drawing Odorize out of the bag. Which fits Odorizes and fits Ozonide. So I think that he's gonna play Handy. Maybe not. Okay, he plays Handy.
Oh, just Heady. Yes, of
Okay.
course. That's a very nice play. That's 48.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Odorize is going to go down.
Yeah, I think so too.
Howard's.
Howard's not gonna be happy at all.
This is hilarious.
um,
Well, let's see what he gets. See what Howard gets. While
the
we wait for
board
Lawson.
dies after Odorizes too. Like Howard's gonna have to pull some. Is gonna have to do some things now.
He's not even putting in the right spot. This is amazing. Alright, that's 70 for Odorizes. Putting Lawson ahead by 78. It's not over.
No, it's not. It's very far from over actually. What is Howard's last tile? I see AAI.
It's an I.
It's an I.
AIOPRT. So, no. Also. Amazing. What else to say? That's Scrabble.
It is. All right, I'm going to just assume something like, I don't know, Azo or something.
Yeah. Howard aligning Atropia on his rack. From Bad Tours.
He's still in it. Like, this is not, by any stretch of the imagination, this is not over. There are plenty of ways to like open the board here. There's plenty of ways to score. Like Azo was 36. It's a pretty good leave.
Yeah, Lawson has drawn very weirdly too, so this
Yeah.
will still be interesting. It's just I just can't get over this. I would be running so far away from this game. Good. 36 for Azo. Makes perfect sense. Hoping to fade a huge play on the left top triple for Lawson, who has KNQSUWX. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know where to start with this.
Maybe just walks. And then try to draw the I for Deke and Kava. Something like that.
A very good point in chat. Actually, two good points.
Howard did draw Prating for what it's worth.
Oh. My goodness. So if Walks comes down, QINS comes next.
Yep.
So deodorizes as a possibility and lobbings as a possibility down the line. Oh, Wonk instead. Okay, this makes sense, but it's going to require a redrawing of an N to best respond to Prating. So Lawson up 42 in this position, going to be up 64. And Howard to respond with Prating, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like he always separates his rack into a 3 and a 4-letter word when he has a bonus.
Yeah.
Anyways, we'll have to see what Lawson gets. This is going to put Howard into the lead temporarily. Prating for 72 to the blank G of lobbing. And just have to wait and see. How many ends are there to draw?
Not many.
2?
Yeah.
2 ends left.
I don't think he doesn't need to draw an N by any stretch of imagination.
He doesn't need to, but that would be the best.
I am
way to
happy that
respond.
he did not play
Oh.
free hands last turn.
Okay. Almost jinx.
Yeah.
Yeah, the question is Freehands going to come down with SUQ?
Well, he had it last turn, he didn't play it, so I don't think it is.
But that is a big storing spot you wanted to address. And, oh my god, Howard has drawn toilets, litotes. Is there a third one? Let me check. So yes, IJQRSUX or Lawson. Tantalizingly close to being able to score big on that triple that Prating opened through the eye.
Might get another opportunity is Howard doesn't. Well, I guess Howard has Tony or something like that. It doesn't have a play that makes sense to block that though.
Yeah. Who knows? I don't even know where to start here.
Yeah, I'm not seeing. This is an interesting turn. I don't see anything that's too obvious here. Like usually you want to find something that uses one of these tiles to score well. There isn't really a play that does that. Going with 6, which does make a lot of sense here. Like the J is probably going to get to score with the W in the top. QU is still has some hope, although maybe not as much as he's hoping here. Like if he draws the A, I'll draw like QUA, I guess. There is scoring potential here, but
it makes perfect sense to get rid of that scoring spot.
yeah. Well, are there any? Yeah, I mean, just thematically it does for sure. Not a good draw.
Yeah. The Lawson up by 31 now. Back to Howard, who's considering playing Towel through the W of Wonk. 33. That looks pretty good.
He could also play Lots and just blow up the rack. LOTTES. That scores, what does it score? Like 47? Something like that.
Lotts.
Lottes. Oh,
Oh.
Petty.
Wow. Yeah, that's what he's looking at right now. That's incredible. Bowie.
It would work out for him very well if he did that, but I don't know if he can know that.
This is a crazy game. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. I think Howard's in great shape regardless, but anything can
Well,
still
if he
happen.
fishes, he's not in great shape. If he plays lots, he is in great shape. That being said, Howard's not the type of player. I expect he's going to play lots. Howard doesn't make a lot of fishing plays.
Yeah, he's very confident in his abilities to just power through.
Yeah. I would be shocked if he did something like TOW or something like that. He's thinking between lots and towel, probably.
Yeah, those seem to be the two plays, but lots of so many points.
Yeah, it is.
And now back to Lawson. It's important to figure out what's left at this point in the game.
Yeah. Do we have a pool or
Probably. That will very much guide.
well, that's not great either, but it's good enough, I think.
Wow. Lawson down 16 has the J and the Q. How do you do anything?
That was one in the bag. Okay, so Lawson knows the pool. It's a mess, but he also has a mess. His mess might actually be worse than Howard's mess.
I do think it is. I mean, I don't see any way out here. There's not even a single letter Lawson can draw that would be helpful other than maybe the I. Not even then.
Yeah, I mean, NY is kind of a problem to deal with.
NY making Sty and
Yeah.
AN. So yeah, DFGJRQU versus NUUWINY. So we know that the R is the last tile in the back. So I think this is probably just lost.
Probably.
Also wonky might come in
Yeah.
handy.
The Y is the best tile to draw, actually. But it's not what he has. I don't even know if he wins if the Y's in the bag, honestly. I mean,
Looks like Lawson's getting ready to play QI.
he probably needs to, actually. Like, he's gonna get Q stuck if he doesn't.
This is really ugly. Oh man, I can't believe what happened this game. even the three bonuses in a row was not enough, I think.
Yeah.
There's no more deodorizes. There's not even any room for like creativity with this rack.
Well, there's always room for creativity, but yeah.
You tell me. You tell me. QI for 11, narrowing the gap to 5. And yeah, if we see NY, I don't even see how you're playing the J for anything.
I mean, to me, the hope here is to try to like stick him with the U or the W or something like that, but I don't know if that's realistic.
Well, it might
It
be,
probably just isn't.
but I think there are too many U spots on the board.
Yeah, I mean,
Double
there's
U.
Utu is an existing thing. It's yeah, you're never sticking with the U's. And the W, yeah, has too many spots too. Yeah, you're not sticking in with anything.
And a good point that Lawson has drawn every single power tile in this game.
No, not the S. Howard just played the lots.
Other than the S. Fair enough. That's all Howard needed, I think.
Yeah.
And yeah, if he just plays NY, that scores 29. That feels like way too much.
Yeah. I mean, is there any other? There's only one spot for the J, isn't there? Actually, that's probably what he should be. Is there another spot for the J?
I mean, there's Jut and Jun, and then Joe.
Oh, okay. But Jut and Jun burn the U, which is
But you should probably actually be blocking Juga. Fair enough.
yeah,
Juga
Yeah.
at the top.
yeah. That seems like the
Looks
line to go here. Maybe like
by
NU,
far.
something like NU, making Odorize and yeah.
Wow. I I don't
Yeah,
even
just-
know.
Just NU looks fine here.
I don't know that he's playing NU. That would be really cool. And this endgame seems like one of the most complicated I've ever seen without a blank. But maybe it isn't. Maybe you just want to block Juga and
Could be
Run away.
W. Could be just WO too. It's something like that. It takes a while to calculate these out optimally. But I'm fairly certain that the thing that you actually want to do in this end game is to block it's to make him play the U off and then just coast kind of.
Yeah.
I mean this wins all the same though.
So NY for 29, 442 to 408. Juga to the A and Azo 25. No. 26.
26. Yeah.
We'll bring Lawson to it then. 30, within do I know how to do math at this point? 9 points.
8.
7, 8 points. Thank you. Thank you, Kenji. I should stop talking. And Howard's just gonna have time of his life getting rid of Uwu. Maybe he just plays Uwu and up.
It's saying something when your rack is NIUUW and your rack is just better than your opponent.
Way better.
It's just like way better, yeah. It's like Howard's rack of INNUUWY is just like substantially better than Lawson's rack. That's something.
Yeah. All right. Well, this game looks like it's going to go to Howard, who desperately wanted this win. Currently, we have another game in progress that we've been made aware of between Chris Tallman and Peter Sinton, both near the top of the standings. Peter with 13 wins before this game. Chris is winning by over 100 points.
Okay.
So good for Chris, not so good for Peter. This game is good for Howard. We wonder what's going on with the leader of the tournament, Dylan Early. But yeah, things are getting heated for sure, nearing the end of this 2025 New Zealand Scrabble Masters tournament. Looks like Lawson has found Juga. He's looking to grab those 3 letters that he needs. And just, I guess, pray that he'll be able to power through, but I'm pretty sure they both know that
Yeah.
this is over.
I mean, Lawson's going to go over time now, too, which is any chance he had before is now gone when he goes over.
Plays Eared first. Now he's very much enticing Howard to block Juga.
Yeah. And Howard should
Now I
just
think the
oblige.
best play is win.
Win where?
Win from the W, going out with Uwu next.
Oh, I was thinking he just plays like, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
What were you thinking?
I was just gonna play like, yeah, no, that makes probably more sense actually.
But yeah, Howard with all the time in the world to figure this out. Crazy game. I don't even know what's going on. It was a shootout, though. I mean, you were right. Reminds me of that famous scene.
In
Thanks.
theory, like, in theory, yeah, in theory, Lawson should be doing okay in this matchup, I think. But maybe in theory and in practice, they're two different things.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, obviously, Howard should win this game. I don't know that he's done anything wrong. Maybe just Ava might have been a bit weird, but yeah, Lawson made a lot of pretty big mistakes here and
Yeah.
still got pretty close. So certainly the deserving victor going to come ahead with it, I think. But Utu comes down, and Howard hasn't hit his clock yet. Lawson has 4 seconds left. If he does go over time... Oh, I don't think he's seen Juga. He's maybe only seen Gaju and Up. That's what Lawson has lined up.
Okay.
Yeah, after Utu, Win and ANN is being threatened.
Yeah.
And hard to do anything about that. So yeah, very interesting. So Gaju comes down, and Win is going to be the winning play, of course.
Yep.
For Howard, love to see it. Yeah, brutal loss for Lawson, who had so many chances in this game and got so much luck, but not at the very end. So Howard's going to take this one 472 to 435. That'll bring Howard to 14 wins, possibly if Dylan loses his matchup. He'll be the only person with 14 wins, but it all depends on how Dylan's doing. I wonder if we're going to get a quick interview with Howard or not. I could go either way. Crazy game. It's really hard to follow what was going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, Juga wouldn't have been nearly enough. So, Lawson can rest easy knowing that he didn't have a way out of that.
At that point, yeah.
472, did you say? 435.
But yeah, we're gonna see how things are going time-wise before we decide whether or not to interview Howard. Perhaps, given how long this game carried on, the next matchup will be ready for us. And that matchup might be Lewis. And what happened? We have possibly we have Gil versus Lewis, Jason versus Murray. Oh no, that was this round. Andrew versus Lewis might be next round. Andrina versus Stanley, Dylan versus Peter. Peter, I think we probably want to see Dylan versus Peter if that's possible. Dylan in first, and Peter in third. After that, but here we have Howard, who won this game.
Hello.
Welcome back, Howard, to the hot seat. It's
Wait, is it-
Josh and Kenji.
Hello.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good. That was another really tough game under the big lights. Gee, I seem to have some doozies while you guys are watching.
Yeah, really insane game. I guess first question that comes to my mind: how were you feeling after the play of Odorizes came down? You thought it was over.
Did I look
and
nervous?
blocked your bonus.
Did I look nervous?
You looked unhappy.
Yeah, but still wasn't out of it. But especially when I picked up the left for Pratting, next time, if he had blocked off that spot, then I would have been very nervous.
Got it. So at what point did you think you had it in the bag?
After lots. No. After
that was a great.
I thought that was gave me an edge coming into the end game when there were all those big, awkward letters to come. Because I could see that there was
absolutely.
a QJ, 3 U's, and a lot of other consonants, and it was. So I didn't mind using it the last E because it was just a really good scoring play. Lots.
Right.
Yeah.
Kenji, you have any questions? I certainly have more if you don't.
You can keep going, Josh.
Okay, so we hear from production that we saw Creolian on the board. Did you tell Lawson immediately after that?
Yep.
He had it?
And he's been kicking himself. I wanted to unsettle him by telling him that it was fine.
Some psychological edge. We love to see it.
I love the fact that he spent so long and then he used up a lot of time and then took the lesser option. God. Yes.
Yeah, it was really crazy how with your final rack of W, U, U,
yes.
Y, that your rack was like many times better than Lawson's final rack.
How often would that happen? Pretty rare, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you think I did the right combination of plays?
No, but I don't think anybody short of Nigel would have been able to figure that one out.
Okay.
I
knew
so
I had enough to win.
Yeah, you had enough to win. Both of you missed a better spot for GJU Juga on the top.
Well, no, I saw
Rises.
that and I just assumed he was going to play it. But
oh, okay.
Even with that, I wasn't going to block it off because even with that, it wasn't enough because it was as long
right,
as
right,
he's
right,
never
right.
winning.
because he'd leave me the win spot.
Yeah.
Right.
There's no prediction where Lawson can win. He's not even close.
Yeah, so I guess it gets a bit complicated if you play win from a W. He plays GJU blocking Uwu, and then you have to take some time. So yeah, maybe there's we have no idea. We just figured both of you hadn't seen Juga because it's a weird overlap.
I'd seen it, but I mean
once again, proven wrong. You see it all. Very very deserving victory for you, Howard. We didn't think it was possible after the letters Lawson was drawing. So congrats on that.
Thank you.
We don't know what happened with Dylan, but you might be the only player with 14 after this game.
Oh really? You're joking? Dylan was one down because he had lost one earlier today. So yeah. What about Peter? Did he win? Do you think?
Oh, it looks like
Dylan lost.
He was even.
Peter's
with me.
14. Peter won. Dylan lost.
well, so it looks like coming into
Oh,
this.
that's the wrong round. Sorry.
Yeah, like it looks like you and Peter. So I think Peter was losing to Chris. I think that was what we heard.
Yeah.
So
It's still
you might be
awfully tight.
alone.
There's still plenty of people who can win it. So I'm not holding.
Yes.
I'm not holding my breath.
And since it's a round robin, all you need to do is focus on winning your next 3 games, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. All right. Well,
you wanna have
best
a
of
chat,
luck.
You want to have a chat with Lawson?
If he wants to talk to us, sure. Yeah,
Ask him about
depending on
Crowley.
timing. If we could. Sure. Sounds good. All right. Thanks, Howard. Yeah, that was Howard Warner. Shaking Lawson's hands after that very crazy game. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna get. Yeah, we're probably not gonna get Lawson.
Probably
here.
not gonna get Lawson. I
But
I don't.
yeah, wow. What to say? I think we're gonna get Peter Dillon that we were looking for
I'm not sure.
in the next round. We'll hear from production. Yeah, Peter and Dillon would be certainly our preferred matchup here. But still 3 rounds to go. One round before lunch. 2 rounds after that. Cap off this awesome tournament. A reminder once again, there's a pinned comment in the YouTube chat. If you're enjoying, if you're liking the coverage, please feel free to donate. If you have a little bit of spare change, the production team and everyone behind the scenes are doing this all on a volunteer basis and providing us awesome content. So we'd love to continue to do that for you, and best way to do that is with your support, either by watching or by supporting financially. So thank you very much, and we will be with you guys soon for the next matchup. So I think we're gonna go with Lewis versus Andrew.
Okay.
Andrew Bradley, Lewis Hawkins. Andrew has 10 or 11 wins. Lewis with 13 or 14 at this point. We don't have super updated standings that are super up to date with the previous game, but things are shaping up to be very, very exciting.
Yeah.
Final rounds. So what are you expecting here? You think the players are going to be nervous in this next round, Kenji?
I think Lewis might be nervous. I don't think Andrew will be, actually. Andrew's won this tournament 2 years ago. He's not going to be, he's higher rated than Lewis. Like, he's not going to be like scared of this by any stretch of the imagination. Lewis, I don't know if he's been in tournaments of this magnitude that much. That being said, Lewis has won both games on stream. He's played pretty well on stream, so I think they'll both play fine, honestly.
Didn't Lewis lose to Chris?
Oh no, he did lose to Chris. Okay, he's played 3 games on stream.
He still played well.
Yeah.
Yeah, hard to say. Lewis back from pretty long hiatus. I remember a few years ago maybe seeing him play Scrabble on Twitch and not knowing who he was, and now we see him back in the fold, and it's great to see. There's so many players from around the world. Like, we live in North America. There's just so many players that go, I guess, unseen by the fact that we're in such an insular community in North America. So it's great to be able to branch out and see Scrabble being played at such a high level. I know most of you watching are probably from New Zealand or Australia, but for me, this is honorable. An honorable job to have, to be calling these games with the likes of Kenji and everybody else. So thanks for having me, of course.
Thanks for having me as well. Josh is more articulate and has a better professional standard of commentating than I do.
I don't know about that. I think you're great. I think I could use some work. But thank you. Appreciate that, Kenji. Yeah, so it is going to be Lewis versus Andrew. Not sure how close we are to getting that to you guys, but like we're very close. Very nice. So Lewis was keen to mention my earlier comment about his t-shirt. Apparently, it's a very common brand that he's wearing.
Andrew also has a generic t-shirt.
Yeah, I feel like calling it thrifted is better than calling it generic, right? I don't know.
I can't exactly see what either of the shirts say. I probably could if I like enlarged the screen. Like, I'm sure at home you can just, hit that like maximize button and then you can probably read what it says, but I can't.
I think it says butter.
Okay.
We get some rack cam fixing. I'm very aware of that. Been trying to stream some tournaments in North America. The racks are the toughest to get right.
Yeah. Josh has his
these guys
own
are doing a great
setup
job.
that he has his own board that is used for streaming. Like it's a, to most of the rest of us, we have to have like this entire like apparatus. Josh has paid hundreds and hundreds of dollars to create a board that can be streamed without external equipment, and spent many, many months. How long did it take you to build that board, Josh?
Oh, I didn't build it. I thought it up.
Well, how
But I
how long did it
appreciate-
take for you to get other people to build it?
So it's funny, I keep on having to get it fixed, but yeah, it's been probably like half a year in the making. And since I've gotten it, it's been over a year that trying to make adjustments. The first tournament I streamed was last year in March, and I've been trying to use it. It's a little bit lofty, but I can fit it in my symbol case. But go back to this game. AAAEELS for Andrew going first. This seems
So-
like a very quick exchange, but maybe you play LA.
I don't think Andrew's playing LA, but I could be wrong. He has it lined up, which actually surprises me from what I know about him. I try to like, once I see people on stream, if I try to like guess what they're gonna do based on like my history with them and my history of what I've been watching. I think he's gonna exchange 3.
That's what I would do.
I've seen some evidence that he's gonna exchange 3 from what I've seen.
It's so funny. It feels like you're a private investigator. Love to see it. He's exchanging 5. He doesn't like
Okay.
the AL.
Yeah,
That's reasonable as well, for sure.
it is.
Not want to be stuck with bingo tiles. And
Oh,
I'm
it's just-
loving the way Lewis has aligned his tiles. I just wanted to mention, if you didn't align these in Josh gym, I would be very disappointed. Because yes, I do need to go to the gym. He's right.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks for the support. But yeah, Jim looks like a great play for Lewis. Getting rid of 3 of his letters, keeping the blank, keeping the S, keeping the J to score with. Hearts at fault this play. You have to see what Andrew's got. Right. Very nice. And you guys spot bonus for Andrew. Or he lines it up on his rack. Oh my goodness, and Lewis drawing the second blank.
And he might
no
burn
vowels.
both blanks without. He might burn both blanks next turn. We'll see. Without bingoing.
Really?
He's gonna at least consider it. I think he has to, doesn't
I don't know what we're considering here. So
he?
Kenji's looking
Jawaris?
far in advance. Oh wow. So if we do see the word invites come down with gyms. Jawaris through the I. Score 60 points, keeping a lone H. That is what we're seeing. Vinius was also
Yeah.
possible, but that would score less.
Maybe I'll just play Hugh. I don't know. I'm not sure actually between those two. Maybe I'll just play Hugh. Hugh
So.
is 24. Yeah.
Yeah, Hugh through the E of invites, keeping JRS blank blank, or Jawaris for 60, setting up a big scoring spot under the J, keeping the lone H for later.
I think
It's
it's
very
kind of
weird.
close though.
I do think it's close. Normally we want to use blanks for a bonus score. 60 is a bonus score. But Hugh gives Lewis the chance of drawing some very high scoring bonuses next turn.
I think they're just all gonna get blocked too often. That's my. And a lot of times you just won't draw one period, even with 2 blanks. J is not the best.
But I like this. I really like the I don't know. Are there any bingos to the Y you can draw? Like SITY or something? Jesuitry, no, RHEW. And they took that out, didn't they? But Hugh comes down. I feel like a lot of the plays that block the bonuses with Hughes are going to open a new spot. Anyways, very interesting, fascinating turn for Lewis. Play makes a lot of sense. 24 points. Back to Andrew with BEIIDRX. I think Vibex here looks pretty strong. Looking at Nyx from the end, looks a lot less strong. The bike share system where I live is Bixi. That is not a word. BIXI. That'd be very nice in this position. Strategy for Lewis. Almost plays through the T. So, for those unaware, Kenji's name on many platforms is Strategy, STRATAJI. Little plug for that. Nice play on words. And I remember one time he came in the stream, he said something, and immediately I drew the word strategy to a Y. And I thought I was dreaming. We see Virid. This must be a miss of Vibex, but this does set up the X. So possibly that's what Andrew had in mind, but a 16-point sacrifice for that to that end. Back to Lewis with JIRST blank blank. This is not a rack I want to even look for anything on.
He has juristic.
It's too
lined
much.
up.
Does he? Not quite.
Well, sort
Maybe he
of.
did. It's hard to know what someone has lined up when they have two blanks, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm looking for the highest scoring bonus. We know that Virid does not take the S. So hopefully both players are aware of that. But this is about what you were saying, Kenji. A lot of these bonuses that you're drawing are going to get blocked.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened here. So juristic is possible through any of the open eyes. Something like that might be it. I'm looking on my phone now. Can't really see anything else.
Is it ever just something like Jerd? Probably not, right?
Third, just opening up a big scoring spot seems a bit weak to me.
It's not really a great scoring spot. The eye is not that great, and even if you get something there, it's like 35 or something like that. Your S&T leave can actually improve quite a bit because now you have the S&T for Shu and Thu, which means that your bingo, instead of scoring like 76, is going to score significantly more than that. I don't think I'm doing it still, but I'm just throwing out other options.
I see that, but I feel like the average score on this board is quite low for Andrew.
I don't think it is.
If you just leave things as they are. So
And like
I guess
most
if
of your
you're
bingos do open stuff. Like juristic in all the spots, like does raise the average score decently well by itself.
yeah, I guess the idea of maybe drawing an 8 to the Y is pretty strong, ending in TY or SY, letters you already have. And yeah, your chances of a bonus after Jerd are close to 100%. It is reasonable. And I mean, that's if you even see juristic. It's a very reasonable play if that's all you see. It's Jerd to the D for 24, keeping ST blank blank. So we see Jig come down, which is significantly lower scoring than Jerd. Probably worth playing for 12 extra.
I'm pretty confident that Jerd is better than Jig.
Yeah. And the X setup is going to pan out, I guess, for Andrew. Who
He might not play it. It's not that great.
It's still panned out. He doesn't have to play it.
Yeah.
I guess maybe. I don't know. Maybe you're right. XI, ID, and XI, keeping B, B, E, E, S. It's hard to even say those letters together. Pretty ugly. I don't know. He was looking at playing Bib in the same spot.
Yeah.
Look at Lewis's rack. AERST blank blank. Now,
And nothing good to do with it.
hopefully he finds something with that rack. He probably has 290 playable bingos. That's my estimation
That's your guess, huh?
right now, but might be more. What is your guess? I really
My
want to figure it
guess?
out.
Oh, my guess is more than that. My guess is about 400.
400.
Maybe 450. 462. That's my guess.
462. Okay, everybody in chat, how many bingos do you think right now, if Andrew passes his turn, are playable for Lewis Hawkins? I'd also say after his play what your estimation is. I guess with jigs, actually. Yeah,
Right,
no.
that's-
Okay, I've changed my estimation to 380. 380. I know I'm cheating a little bit. Got some help from Kenji. 380, you said 466. What do you guys think in YouTube chat?
It's probably. I think that I'm underestimating the more I think about this. I think it's more than 500.
Now with X, see, it blocks off a bunch of stuff.
Okay.
Probably
well, it
only
might
have
be
like
closer to.
four words through the XI or something.
I mean, I can't imagine how many bingos there are with AERST blank blank. There have to be a zillion.
Foolish to bet against Kenji. Yeah, I see 337, 280. So I think here you just play for the Y.
Is there anything that's parallel to the underneath EX and Virid? Because if that
Maybe,
is
but I'm
the
not.
case,
I'm not
then-
gonna check. Yeah, you might be able to fully underlap, but you have to
think
make the
if you
six-letter
are, you
S.
should probably do it.
Taste. Retace. Retace. This is so brutal. Even looking for something so like targeted as this. ITASES maybe. Trinase. Oh my god, this is a struggle. So that would score. This is what I would do in a game. That would score 80 to underlap like that. Eastier scores 80 as well. So positionally, certainly nice to keep things.
There's nothing.
Right.
I checked.
Thank you very much, Kenji, for doing the Lord's work.
It's not that hard to check, Josh.
It's not hard, it's tedious.
It's not tedious. How is it tedious?
Yes, it is.
You type
I
in,
hate it.
just for us nerds out here, you type AEIRST blank blank, and then you type, and then you do pattern match blank blank I blank blank S blank blank. And you get no searches, which means that there's nothing in there. It's not that tedious.
I'm just trying to get the kids to stop cheating, okay?
Okay.
It's too easy. There's also something like Trapes making jigs in YE, which is what I think Lewis has lined up right now. 21, that's 75. And doesn't blow the board open like something from the Y. Little does Lewis know, Andrew's rack is extremely hard to work with. So opening the board is to his benefit. And he is down by 76. I think playing Eastier makes the most sense. Or something. So we're gonna have to know what the heck these blanks are.
I have no. There's
Production, please help. There could be like 10 different
I
things.
think that's 10 different words. Yeah.
I think VD is what he's making it, which is interesting. So he's opting for the defensive route. I'm not a huge fan. I really think Lewis, seeing the last play of EX, which seems like a forced play with a lot of racks, and knowing that he's still going to be behind a tempo, he should probably have opened the board a bit more.
I think that
That's my
Lewis's
take.
or Andrew's range is probably stronger than you think it is. EX doesn't seem forced to a lot of racks because there's stuff like OX and AX, which means he probably has duplicate E's at the very least, which leads me to believe that his range is actually kind of decent. It isn't in this case, but I don't know how you. I would surmise that his range is better than I think you're suggesting here.
Maybe I think just the time it took him to play it feels to me a little bit strange.
That's fair. The way that he played it was not indicative of somebody who has a super strong rack. That's true. And with his rack, I wouldn't have played it.
Of course, we are seeing these things from our chairs. We know Andrew's rack was poor, so take what we're saying with a grain of salt, for sure. Lewis has actually redrawn into unblockable bingos. Well, I say unblockable. I guess you could play down from the Y of gyms and block undermen and unmended. But that V, cutting off the circulation from overlaps, is actually proving to be very useful for Lewis. But yeah, back to Andrew with BBFI PSU.
I would probably be playing Fib here every day. I think that I have the last S, or I have the second to last S on a board that the last, on a board that there are no S hooks. Lewis's rack is completely random. I think that the S hook is just going to help me tremendously more than it's going to help Lewis here. And if
So Fib making EF and DI.
Yeah.
Bottom of the board is filling out the S, but instead we see Burp, which, you can play Fib next turn. This gets rid of the U. It looks a little bit better optically, but yeah, I like the aggression of Fib as well.
I think when you have an S in cases like this, even though it's not the last one, that you really, really want to create or make the S valuable. If they have the S, so be it. If they have the S and then they play it, well, then you have the case S, and then you can do things with it later on.
So Lewis plays unmended through that blank D. He's confident. He is on hold. Andrew has decided to hold the play. You're not sure. This feels like a word, like common word, but
if you're not sure, you have to challenge.
Yeah, Andrew's just trying to think. Have I heard
the
this
odds
word
you're getting
used
here are
in common
absurd.
parlance?
Yeah, but yeah, it's a word. That being said, if you're 90% sure, you need to challenge. The math you're getting here is crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, what Kenji's meaning to say is if this does come off the board, even if it's a very small chance, you then get to prevent your opponent from scoring so many points and continue to put the game closer to your own throws by setting yourself up.
They don't score
'cause
78. You get you get full knowledge of their rack, so you get to make a play based on what they have. So you can make an S setup or something like that if you want. You have you have lots of different reasons why this is. The math says challenge for 5 points always.
The math is the math. So that propels Lewis into a very strong 65-point lead. That was really prescient to get those 2 bonuses in a row. Andrew now ABFINST. He's got some places for his S at least, but gonna have to balance his rack. Wonder if you play fib under ED or fab or something.
There are, let's see, there's 5 I's that have been played and 1 A, which means to believe I actually want to keep the I here rather than the A.
And INST I think is slightly better anyway, right?
Yeah, I mean it's pretty close. That's not really. I mean, if it is, it's by like decimal points.
Yeah, not that
But
really matters.
yeah,
But do you play fab and set up easy 2-letter play for your opponent underneath on the bottom right triple? Or do you do something else, like maybe just drop the F? How often are you bingoing if you just play if and if for 20?
I mean, I'm not concerned at all about those things in the bottom right. If my opponent has like even like KI or whatever underneath that for, which is kind of like the worst case scenario for like 35, I honestly don't care. Um,
Also be a T, the other F.
Yeah, I mean, if they make an underlap with like F and then play across there, then I do care a little bit, but I don't think that's what I care about, and I don't think it's that likely. And I have the T and the S, so I'm more likely to do that anyway. Does A, B, I, and S, T bingo very often? It maybe does.
So
Let's see.
A, E, O.
Yep.
You have this trick. You do it's the bingo trick, right? If you are bingoing with 3 of the 5 letters of bingo, it might be worth considering
Well,
one tile fish.
Yeah. But you need
taught
to
me
do
that.
more than that in this case.
Of course. But it's a quick trick for those that are trying to
Yeah.
get on with their lives.
I mean, usually you want to focus more like on the like kind of bad letters. So like if you get another N, you get a duplicate like T, or you get like a U or something like that. And with this track, you're bingoing with some of those. Like what are you bingoing with exactly? Like you're bingoing with the U. Wait, are you bingoing with the U?
You ever play like Fitna to the end?
No.
Also stuff like tipped as possible from the T of starved.
Finna, yeah.
Yeah, Finna's nice. I played that before it was a word last year. It was very sad.
Knife, if you want to really want to do something like that. I don't think that's a good idea, but you can. Maybe just IF.
IF and MI, yeah.
I don't
That's
know.
one too.
I think that Fab is just better than that, though, for me.
It's just hard to make plays like that. You just give your opponent such an easy target. We're seeing Naif, which makes sense. Opens the top left of the board, which Kenji always likes to do.
Stuff that's like easy stuff. This used to be a common theme in Scrabble, and a lot of people still believe in it. I won't name names, but there are a lot of people who are just like, oh, that just gives away easy points. And the weaker your opponent is, the more that's true.
Yeah.
When you're playing people who are like really, really good, this becomes less and less true as your opponents become better and better. I like to think that it doesn't matter so much here that you're giving away 25 or 30 for free, because you are giving away 25 or 30 for free. A lot of times they just have, they have like WO or something like that for whatever that would be, 34 or something like that. But if you're playing, the best players in the world, 34 for 2 tiles doesn't really matter. Because like WO plays underneath unmended anyway in a lot of cases, and even if it doesn't, like they're limited to playing 2 tiles. They might want to play more tiles than that.
Right. Let's talk about this rack. This is a really interesting position for Lewis. AAEIOPU. He's going with Payon. That's the first O of the game.
Okay.
He also had the option of playing Podia through Dia Virid, score a bit more, but open a big triple in response. Yeah, I really wonder, maybe you want to play shorter here. But I think, yeah, something like this makes a lot of sense. You're clamping down on the board. But yeah, a lot of terrible tiles left. So, okay. Hopefully we get the scores updated here. This would bring Lewis to 257. Oh, yeah, 233 to 168. Nice. Back to Andrew with Ritz BIS.
So you could play ZDs and burps. We could just play like Bennett. Anything else that you see?
Yeah, Bennett through the N looks pretty good. You could play Bize, B-I-Z-E to the E and Payon. Keep the good leave. That seems a little bit risky though.
ZD's just not worth it. I'm assuming.
ZD's is 47. That's a lot of points. I don't hate it. There's nowhere to play Ritz. I don't know. I like all of those options. I think you could go either way. Looks like Andrew's spotted ZDs. He's gonna have to assess how dangerous is it to open that triple, that middle right triple. And I think the answer is not that dangerous. The eyes are pretty hard to underlap. And
Yeah.
there isn't much to work with there. But yes, we have an update of the standings. Thank you to the moderator. Howard is ahead. He's the only one with 15 wins. And currently, I think Chris is beating Peter by 80. Oh no. Chris is ahead. Somebody's ahead by 80. Anyways, ZDs comes down. Back to Lewis with a pretty awful rack. AILOOUV. Dylan's the one that's ahead against Peter. Thank you.
You can see Lewis had Vodou blocked, which is always tough because that's by far the best play that he had.
Wow, an Herbage drawn
Yeah,
for Andrew.
but that's likely to get blocked too.
Yeah, what do you do here though? Play through the end, right? If you can.
Well, I mean, there's vinyl. What else is there? I mean, it might be worth playing vinyl. I'm not trying to downgrade that. That's actually what I'm leaning to play anyway here, but
Yeah, I mean, it all looks pretty bad. Don't exchange. No
Yeah, I think you wanna play
Volai doesn't
vinyl.
fit anywhere. Uh-oh, is this good? Oviol.
I don't know this word.
That is not a word. Looks like Lewis is drawing tiles though. Oviol for 20. Alright, yet another. I think it looks like yet another phony Lewis has gotten away with on stream. Huh. Or is this isn't a word?
No.
That V is not an R. I wonder what he was thinking. Ovarial?
Maybe.
Well, that didn't block herbage, so I think that's part of why maybe Andrew's happy to let it go. But would have only been 5 points to give it a check. Man, I don't know. Lewis got to teach me how to get away with these phonies.
Yeah,
They're so like the phonies he's gotten away with. Like, there's all sorts, right?
I
The
mean,
VAR was huge. OVL was not
Yeah.
huge at all. What else was there?
is there ever a case here for playing herbage underneath unmute? Unmented, I mean.
¿Por qué?
You're leaving you're kind of leaving the board. Well, I think the answer is no. I'm just kind of asking the question.
Yeah, that's my answer. Are you worried that long term, like you play herbage GU and EN and you're not blocking the board?
I think yeah, my concern is that you're never blocking the board after you play herbage above, like ever. Or rather, you have to just exhaust the board, and it's gonna take forever to exhaust this board. And you might not even bother. You might just be like, okay, whatever, you're gonna bingo at some point, maybe, and I'm just gonna try to outrun you. Because you're kind of relegated to that, and you're leaving a lot of points like on the table. You're kind of just at the whim of whatever you draw after herbage. Like everything's just gonna be scoring, scoring, scoring like the rest of the way out. But you might just have to accept that. I think you probably just have to accept that. I don't like the lack of agency that you're going to have after herbage. I feel like you're not going to have much agency anymore.
Right.
But
This
I
does
think,
feel like a board where you don't have agency. Pretty much regardless, though.
yeah. I mean, I don't know if you have agency really. You have a little bit more agency underneath, but you know, I don't know if that matters enough.
I don't know if that's even true. But it's an interesting thought. I like thinking outside the box like that. I don't do it enough. But yeah, there are 3 spots for herbage. One on top of the UN seems like the best one. Play
Yeah.
with BE as well. You can play underneath. Andrew had it lined up, but he might be doubting it.
If
He
you are
has
going to
just
play
accepted
it,
a phony.
yeah. If you are going to play it defensively, then you need to play it above, and you don't want to play it with BE. You just want to accept your fate and just try to exhaust the board as fast as possible. But looks like Andrew's not playing herbage anyway, so
Taking a small lead, but certainly difference between being in a very good position and pretty weak position. Because yeah, actually Lewis is still ahead after this play, and BEG is nothing to be happy with in terms of 3-tile leave. We might see a lot of constants too, as we do. Oof. 5 constant draw for Andrew. This is very bad for him. Lewis with AE, ANOQU. So he's going to have a decent amount of options here. Decides to play AANE, which scores very well, 43 points. That is on hold. This is a word. Possibly the bizarre air that OVL created has gotten the best of Andrew now. I'll be checking this play. No, it looks like he's accepted. Not entirely sure. He's also very low on the clock. Lewis is drawing tiles. Yeah.
this
I
may
don't
be
like this.
around time for Andrew to actually make an S setup. He may not be able to win this game without it. You might just have to play to the end and just say, I'm making an S setup, I'm going to draw it, or I'm going to lose.
I don't think so. Yeah, I'd wait a turn or two.
Okay.
We're getting so desperate. And Kiri just plays something like, What do you play actually? I was thinking playing through the A of Haver, but what do you do there? Huh. Well, I don't see any plays. Yeah, maybe set up an S. It's really, really bad. You know, sometimes you'll have games like Lawson had where you don't really get punished for your misses. Sometimes you get punished incredibly hard, like we're seeing here. That draw of WRRD with just as many vowels left as consonants. That hurts. The unseen letters are also really bad. 5 O's, 2 U's, 3 L's, the Q. Nothing great.
I think ultimately, like, Andrew needs the S to win. I'm not saying that he should make the setup necessarily, but I think regardless, he needs the S to win. I don't think he's winning without it. I don't see how.
Yeah, this play Bauer makes sense. Gets rid of some problematic tiles. Lewis is going to go straight ahead and play quad, which he kept last turn. That's 38. There's only one eye left to draw. Pretty safe. UI might come down later, but unlikely. And time pressure. A lot of tiles left to draw, and Andrew's under 4 minutes. I have to hurry up and get lucky. DEEGRRY. Now what?
Lewis wants another L. Not gonna happen.
Wow.
But yeah. If you had another L, there'd be Callaloo.
I don't remember that spelling. I only remember the OO. So, do you play greedy here with YU? You have to play something relatively quickly. Maybe you play with BY. 2 more points.
I kind of want to leave that alone, honestly, but
He's playing more to the left, opening those floating lanes.
the thing is, this seems to open the
GRE.
board, but it doesn't really.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
It makes it easier for Lewis to block the board. Whereas, like, with the U like that, it's kind of hard for Lewis to do much about it. Like, he had to deal with, like, jigs, he had to block all of these things. That now you can just play, like, some, like, 3 or 4 tile play down through the board and just kill so much at once that in a way that you could not do before this play. It still might be
What
okay.
specifically do you have here? Seems kind of hard to do something perfect.
Let's see. I mean, this is a bad rack, but there's still probably things.
Lewis up by 47 now. That's AACLLOU.
Like Laura does a pretty decent job.
There's a decent amount of stuff open. Not too concerned. Yeah, the unseen letters from both players are actually improving
Yeah.
because they both have really bad letters. Lewis with big time advantage. Probably feeling pretty good, but game's not over. Probably wants to play off a bunch of these letters and score something, but not immediately seeing anything great. So we see Ola, IU. It's a good job of sorting through some of the junk. Playing relatively quickly. 14. And Andrew with 3 O's. FARC. That's not great. Doesn't even have a good play to the H of Haver. Yes, you
Probably just
play
gonna-
off FOO somewhere?
Yeah, just oof underneath unmended probably. I know it gives a big spot, but it probably still has to happen.
He's choosing to play above, not give the huge spot. Yeah, now you really need the S.
I think he needed he needed the S the whole time, I think. He still needs it. Like, and he still is in pretty good shape if he gets it, for what it's worth.
Yeah, the unseen tiles from Lewis's perspective are actually now pretty
There it
scary.
is.
And the S, there it is. Oh, GT doesn't help, but still. Andrew's gonna have one more turn.
Doctoral needs to come down, I think, almost for sure. You just need to end the game now. Yeah, it creates an S hook, and if he hits it, then he wins. But whatever, you can't win without it. You can't guard everything.
Doctoral doesn't take an S. So that's
right.
really, really good.
Okay.
If you find that through the OR, bottom left of the board, that pretty much seals the deal. Nothing else is going to come even close. Lewis has a lot of time to find it.
Yeah. He might not even need doctoral. Like, he might be able to just play something like Cood, which obviously is a lot less fancy, but I think it gets the job done kind of just the same.
Cood. Where's that?
Just through the OE. Or anything that goes through those tiles. I'm just kind of highlighting the area of the board that he wants to play. So just anything that goes there. Doctoral is obviously the play, but he just needs to make sure that he kills the jigs hook and the IU's hook in the same play without opening something else at the same time.
Yeah, that'd be a really cool find.
The points aren't really
through the
relevant
OE.
here. And ideally, you
Well,
want to empty the bag too. If you can
the
do that,
thing
that would be a
is,
bonus.
Lewis is only up 35.
35
There's some
plus
cases where
10 or 15 is enough, I think.
the lock comes down.
I guess that's the
27.
cue. Yeah, maybe not. I mean, doctoral is what you have to play. It's better than everything else.
That was certainly a miss. Doctoral would end the game on the spot. It's hard to even think about anything that Andrew could have after Doctoral that would win. So that would have been really, really nice. But time pressure, scoring pressure. Lewis is up 62. There's 2 tiles in the bag, so Andrew has the chance here to.
Yeah. From Andrew's perspective, he needs another line at the bottom so that IUs and jigs can't be blocked simultaneously. So he wants to play some sort of hook through the ENED and unmended because he needs that secondary line because IUs and otherwise stuff that can be played through the OR, OE, etc. that can kill everything. So he either needs to do that or he needs to hit a bingo that's from the L and lock. But he needs to do something that creates a secondary threat. There needs to be a plan here. So maybe it's just drawing the E for locators or something like that. But if he's going to play off if he's not going to win that way and not try to hit something specific from the L, then he needs to create another line to create a better threat.
Andrew's got 40 seconds left, and he's down by 62, so he's going to have to do something relatively soon. He decides to play Nog.
Ooh.
He's drawing EI out of the bag, and
Oh, wow.
that is probably
Ergastic
going
and
to
agrestic.
win. Is that going to win?
Well, let's see. Ergastic and agrestic.
You have nothing. Wow, you have nothing from the L.
A torrent wins, I think, still, right? Does
Torrent that outruns?
I think so. Does it? Yeah, I think so.
20? 70? 20, 68. Wow. Cigarettes would come down for 62. Yeah, Torn wins by 6 unless there's an overlap. Wait. Steeric, Gracious,
Christe.
Triste.
Christe scores enough. Never mind.
Whoa. Okay, well, why don't you just block? Is there not? There's nothing. There's nothing else. It's just the ones through the G, it looks like.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay.
So this is crazy. It looks so good to have this.
Yeah,
rack.
the S line is fake. Okay. Yeah. Okay, then yeah, he just
Nothing
blocks.
through. No nines. Wow.
Yeah, the jig hook is fake.
That's very unfortunate. Lewis has 7 minutes to work this out. If he tries to go for score, he's going to lose to Christi as long as Andrew finds that overlap. Goes for a torned. Christi would play with a bunch of overlaps, 3 overlaps. That's the only way for Andrew to win.
Yeah.
This is insane. ACEIRST having only 1 home on this board. Wow. What's even more interesting is if Lewis tries to block the G, gets hit with it on the top right, suddenly it's not so clear.
Yeah, I think he'd have to not leave himself out on top of that.
Right.
He
That's what I mean.
does need to make sure he doesn't when he blocks, he actually blocks. Like Bagel doesn't block he doesn't want to leave like an S hook or something like that.
Yeah. It's crazy. Like you have this urge to play so quickly because your opponent's so low on time, but you also have this urge to make sure you know what's going on. And having to work this out, this is going to be make or break for Lewis. From where we're sitting, we have all the answers. But it does not look like Andrew has a second spot for his beautiful rack.
Yeah. Lewis has done his job for speed rushing. Like the speed rushing part was part of what induced Nog, and Nog is in part why Lewis is in a position to win the game. He's done his job. Now he can relax a little bit.
I was a fan of this play of Nog, but
I'm not.
There are lots of things to consider on that turn and no time. In terms of practicality, I think Andrew chose right, but this was a great draw, and it's still not going to do it for him if Lewis plays his cards right.
Generally, when one of the lines is jig, you want to create another line that's the same line because that makes it hard to block. So when you create like different types of lines, then you create, and especially when you're emptying the bag, you make less choices. Like you make it so that there's more different types of permutations that you need to hit. So usually you want to create like another S line. Like in theory, IUs would be great, and if you could, one of the things you could do is just stop them from blocking both. But since there's no real way to do that here, then you generally want to create another S line on the right side of the board to make it so that the jig's line is duplicated in some way, shape, or form. Because then you don't need as many permutations to hit something. Conversely, you can just fish and permute, which is what I was talking about with locators. But if you're gonna do it so that you're emptying the bag, then you generally want to have something that's a little bit more that doesn't require the needed permutations in the same way. I'm probably not explaining this particularly well, but
this is an insanely complicated position. Like even with Andrew's turn of Nog, he has to make sure that if he's not drawing the eye, he's outrunning plays on the top right.
Yeah.
He pretty much needs the eye, I think, a lot of the time. But we're seeing Tangled, which is going to do the trick.
Yeah.
And Andrew is going to try something. He's going to try Carites. And that's going to come off the board.
Yeah.
Or is he trying Archites? Carites comes down 6, 9, 13, 15, 74. And you're going to count it in time. Yes, he is. 74. But it's actually 0. So, what an insane finish here. Carites not a word. Lewis is going to go out with his T. Going to take this game by, I think, around 100 points. But yeah, I think Andrew will be happy to know he didn't have anything. He does look confused. Maybe that's just a little bit of show. But yeah, Bait comes down for 6, ending the game. And this is Lewis propelling himself into
Good position.
into the final 2. Yeah, good positions. Final 2 games. It's anybody's tournament at the top. So we can take a quick look at the standings. But I will also bid. We'll also have to bid Kenji farewell again.
Yep.
For good now. Well, not for good. Maybe next tournament we'll see you again. But yeah, we won't be interviewing Lewis. We're gonna try and get things settled for lunch. People are already eating. Things are a little bit delayed, as they often are. But it looks like Howard in first place after the previous round. With 15
Standings wise,
wins.
Lewis does need to catch Howard. Like most of the permutations for Lewis to win the tournament require him to have the same record as Howard, and for him to pass him on spread. So for spread, this is actually very important that Lewis wins by a good amount, and it probably needs to start to play more aggressively. He can catch Howard because if they have the same record, Howard's going to lose games. He's to lose 2 of the next 3, and Lewis has to win all of them. So spread is very important here.
Indeed, it is. These aren't fully updated. We're going to get a quick interview with Lewis, so we'll take the standings off for now. We know that Dylan beat Peter, as Dylan is at 15 wins as well. But yeah, we're going to get a quick interview with Lewis. Then we're going to let the players and the commentators and the production crew get lunch. And we'll be back after that with the final 2 rounds. So yeah, if you guys have any questions for Lewis, let us know here. Yeah, we'll make it quick. Crazy game.
I got 327 408. 408.
I misscored by 2.
Every spread point matters.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hi, Lewis. How are you? How are you feeling?
Good, obviously. Yeah.
You can make Andrew feel better that there were no bingos at the end.
Oh, is there not?
He has nothing. Yeah.
He has nothing.
You have nothing. Never mind. Archites is not right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the K.
Yeah,
Just the
yeah.
K.
Oh,
So
okay.
that was a crazy position. You made the right choice, blocking what you saw.
Yeah. Well, I thought Archites was right as well. So, but then I thought I couldn't block anything and block both. So I thought I had to just block this and hope he missed Archites, but Archites isn't even right.
So Kenji calculated that if you play a Torned through the OR,
Yeah.
you're beating everything except Christi across just to the left of the ATT.
Yeah.
You're outrunning, crazily enough.
Oh yeah.
But not if he sees Christi. Christi scores
Right.
too much.
And that was the only thing.
Yeah.
What can he play
So-
then if I play Tangled? Like,
Nothing.
No, nothing.
oh right, so that's
Yeah,
the
he has-
other
he has
way.
nothing.
Yeah, gotcha.
It's just a question if you were unsure that if he didn't have anything, or
Gotcha,
if you
gotcha.
thought you saw something,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that would have been maybe a way to. Anyways, crazy game. I don't know where to start. That Hugh turn. Did you see Jawari's through the eye for 60?
Yeah, I did. Using both blanks. I don't know if it was worth it.
Yeah, we don't either.
Yeah, it felt weird. Like, if it's one blank, obviously I go for it. There was no way to play just one blank off with the J for anything like over 20.
Do you have any questions?
Andrew's
Kenji?
asking whether IT wins. Like IT up top and then Kenneth.
No, because that's only if you don't manage to go out in 2. If you don't manage to go out in 2, yes, that is a little bit scary.
Yeah.
But you made a play that went out in 2, so that's
Yeah.
that's good enough.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're doing a quick one so I can eat. I swear.
All right, cool.
Yes.
Thanks for
Ovial
coming.
is not a word.
Does it take a S?
Don't think so. Maybe you're thinking of ovarial. But yeah, you keep getting away with these phonies, man. I don't know how you do it.
Confidence.
All right.
Sweet. Cheers.
Congrats.
Thanks.
Yeah, we'll see you later.
Yeah,
Okay.
cheers.
Have a good lunch. Okay. All right. That was Lewis Hawkins. That was round 21 of 23 of the 2025 New Zealand Masters. Kenji, we're saying goodbye to you.
All right. It was a pleasure commentating. Good luck. Have fun watching the last 2 games. And looks like an exciting finish. But I will be signing off. So I think we have Ed coming for the last 2 games. Is that right?
Indeed, we do. Yeah, I'm looking
All
forward
right.
to a new commentator. Even though this was a lot of fun, 8 games with you, Kenji. I hope we do
Yep.
it again. Thanks so much for your time.
Yeah, you too. You've
Alrighty,
been
guys, we'll
commentating
see you.
16 straight. Anyway.
Yeah, something like that. We'll see you guys after lunch for
right.
the exciting finale of this tournament. All right. See y'all soon.
Hello, everybody. This is Edward Okulicz. I'm back after a bit of a sojourn yesterday, and I'm joined by the marathon man who's been here for most of the weekend, Josh Sokol. How are you feeling, Josh?
Feeling great. I wish there were more games to cover. We're only doing 2 together. Maybe a
But
short
also,
venture.
it's a 4-day weekend. Why don't they make it even longer? Do a double round robin, and that way there'll be even more games and even more opportunities.
Yeah, I agree. That's okay. We can't have everything, but this is really, really exciting. So who are we seeing next? What's going on? Are we gonna look at some standings? What are we up to?
Oh, look. So we can see Howard Warner is out in the lead. He's a game clear of Dylan early, but he does have a slightly lower spread. So if he does lose a game, he's vulnerable. And even Lewis Hawkins in third place could come first if he wins his last 2 games, I think. So it's all to play for.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. Definitely Howard and Dylan are feeling pretty secure. Dylan with the spread advantage and Howard with the game advantage. Given that it's a round robin and all of these players at the top have, I think, already played each other, it's really out of anyone's hands. They just have to win games and hope that that's good enough. If Howard wins his games, he wins. And the other people in contention, we'll have to see. So yeah, there's a lot up in the air still. It's really, really exciting.
So Dylan is playing Andrew this round, I believe. If he doesn't win this game, he can't win the tournament. But if Howard wins the game, his game, it's going to be really tough to topple him. So it's always good to be the front runner, but I've lost count of the number of tournaments where the front runner has faltered at the last minute, and someone who's in second or third places has fallen over the line and claimed glory in unlikely circumstances. And here Howard and Dylan are seasoned competitors, have both been playing top level Scrabble for, got to be 30 years, both of them, I think. And Lewis is so young though, and he's still been playing for top level Scrabble for a long time, despite his age. But Howard and Dylan have that extra level of experience in vying for top titles at the very top of New Zealand Scrabble for a long time. And I don't think they'll choke it, but bad letters could sink one of them.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And honestly, even if Dylan loses, he could win the tournament if he wins I think the second game. If Howard loses both, and if Lewis, Peter, and Chris lose one of their next 2 games, I think it's still, there's so many things that could happen, so many permutations. But we'll have to focus on this for now.
Okay, we've got a board, but I don't think we've got the right player name on there.
Right.
I think we're quite.
We'll get that fixed for you guys. Yeah. So it's Dylan on the left and Andrew on the right. And Dylan's gonna be going first.
I was going to say if that was
have
Lewis.
You played
Wow.
either of these guys?
I think I've played Andrew. God, it would be 20 years ago, twice, and I'm sure I played Dylan possibly at a World Champs or something.
Well, yeah, I've played. I think I've only played Dylan online. There was this fun little event that New Zealand Scrabble did online, and I was able to play. But man, it's just such a different thing. I really want to make it down there one of these days. You're in Australia?
Yep.
Yeah, it'd be so nice to play sometime. But it's just so far away. Anyways,
I think it's
really
you're the one that's
this.
far away. Actually, let's have enough of this northern hemisphere centrism. You're the ones that are far away, because we are focused on the most important country in the world right now, which is New Zealand, as far as this stream is concerned. And so it's that's far away. I'm a 3-hour flight away, and even that seems like a long way away.
Yeah. So the weather looks to be a bit better. I was mentioning earlier today. I think yesterday there was a big storm in Auckland. Stormy here too, but yeah. Hopefully the weather, it continues to be nice. So at least there's an excuse for tomorrow not playing more Scrabble, right?
Indeed, and I think we're about to get our first racks.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. Yeah, Dylan in need of a win here. Try and secure his. Okay, this isn't terrible.
I mean, it's only one tile from having a bonus. thing is, if you take two of the E's away, Dinette is actually not too bad a 5-tile keep. The question is, do you play EE? Do you pass? Or do you, and what do you keep? I kind of think I might pass EE, but
Yeah, Teamed is good. I just checked. I wasn't sure. So you could just play Teamed and keep the lone E. That's also an
Teamed.
option.
Do you put it the D on the star so you're not putting the E there? Teamed is a verb as well, so
Yeah, you could put it with the 30 on the star or the D on the double. I think you could go either way. He
Dylan's
has
also
that
looked at
lined up.
teen with an E,
Oh, that
T-E-N-E,
works
keeping
too.
DE, which is also quite nice. But
Yeah,
I
that's a
think
good
this
play
rack's
too.
good. I think this rack's good enough that it's worth sacking some points to keep it.
As we see an exchange 3. Yeah, I like this. I like this for Dylan.
I don't know. I reckon like the power of a fifth tile, a synergistic tile, makes it worth keeping the D there.
Possibly, yeah. It all seems very, very close. So over to Andrew with AEIIOTW. That Owie lined up. Maybe you just play Owie here.
Possibly. And he does have the T hook for it. Oh, it's sitting on his rack if he's going to play Towie. And it's worth noting.
Wait for points.
Weight is going to be the best score he's going to get. IO's not
Sorry,
horrible.
I interrupted you.
No, it's okay. I interrupted you. Weight's good, I think, because IO's not terrible. The other thing you ask is, do you play short in the hope that you're not giving him a bonus floater?
As we say it, yes, the E just in the right spot.
It's almost as if he was, manifesting that, because he has Tenebra on his rack as Towie was going down, just as if expecting that E was going to go there.
Yeah, that's sort of how it seems sometimes, right? When you're having a good tournament, it feels like you're manifesting certain things. And Dylan definitely having a great tournament. So
There's
I
also
guess the question is if there's maybe something through the O, but quickly, Dylan usually playing very deliberately, not taking too long on this decision. And seems like the best play.
He'd be sure there's no bingo through an O there, so Tenebrae can't be beat.
Back to Andrew. AGHIISY. Not great. Facing an early deficit. But the board's open.
It's a kind of tricky rack, because really, I and Y don't go well together. I mean, I think my first instinct would be play higher on top of Towie.
That's mine as well, yeah. I like that one.
I mean, the J would be very profitable if you happen to have it, but you can't run at shadows. You can't just assume your opponent's got the J, and you can't run away from something that's not that likely to happen, when I think higher is certainly going to be tough to beat in terms of score and leave.
Indeed, yeah. The added benefit as well that you don't have the N to go with the G, but you do have the N on the board. So
yes,
a lot of bonuses might fit through that N on the next turn. With the little distraction of that scoring spot created above the AW. So
I think that I think's worth noticing is you've got all these lovely floaters here in Tenebrae. Some people's instinct when a word like that goes down is to play parallel to it. But when you've got that deficit of 60-something points, you've seen over and over and over again that that's actually a losing play. So the T, the O, and the W, it's less of a bother to block them. So I would suggest that that's probably where he's going to be played, and indeed he's lined it up, ready to go, and no doubt he's thinking about that ING word.
It is a good question. He does end up playing it for 2 extra points, but blocking so many of those lanes. I guess he is also probably concerned, like you said, about the scoring spot. Maybe not just the J, but you're probably giving a little bit more back to the opponent. But yeah, probably I would like to see this for 26 above the TOW, but hard to fault this.
Yeah, I mean the other thing is that IN is now there as a possible go through for a 9 ending in ING, and HE is not a bad 2 to go through as well.
That's true, yeah, indeed. Okay, so back to Dylan with EGIMRTU, which looks okay. Not seeing anything immediately that he has playable, but certainly gonna look for it. Guess thinking of playing through the IN, first instinct, but not sure there's anything great to do.
I think playing there would probably burn too many good letters, but he doesn't really have a lot of good scoring available. But the question is, do you go fishy and play something like mug? Because if you're going to hit that double and perhaps get the G on that double letter square and get like about 30 points, you are going to be doing a fair bit of damage to the nice rack that he's managed to build up, which if it doesn't have a bonus, it does at least have some balance.
Yeah, and if you're playing something like retiming or mitering, keeping a U, you're really setting yourself up for a bad pull next turn. Even when you're ahead, keeping good tiles is extremely important, so you can best respond to what your opponent's doing. So it's an interesting spot. Yeah, maybe just playing the GUM somewhere. Play GAUM through the A of Tenebrae. You can just play Gum or Mug, the top of Towie. Anything else you're seeing?
I'm trying to think if there's anything. Oh, is he looking at whether Portigue can be Mortigue as well? I hope he's not, because it can't.
Yeah.
Gorm's an interesting. I hadn't thought about that because it does open up the board. And score aside, he's not that far ahead. But when you do have a good rack, you do want to open up the board.
Yeah, this is a fascinating rack. Probably tons of decisions to think about, and we know Dylan likes to take his time and sort through the options. I don't think something like Gourmet makes a lot of sense, or something like Morgue through the O. I think you're right in that your letters are pretty good. There's no need to break up the synergy. But yeah, there could be some double lurking through the AB. There could be some cool plays available. It looks like he is gonna take the score, go for retiming. It is 26, 10 more than what he can get otherwise. But yeah, I'm not too sure about this. There's a lot of options here. Back to Andrew with EFGIOUS. Yeah, obviously QI. First thing we all see, right?
I would hope so. But do you play it up or do you play it down? I think you play it above Towie because you're not holding an I back and you don't have a U. So I would suggest that it might be more beneficial to play it above. But
yeah, I agree with that. And I guess I'd be looking for some possible setups for the Q if there was an option to do that. You can play something like Vigo through the Eye of Towie, but that doesn't set up the Q. But the Q does have some potential improvements. If you draw an A of Cots through the T of retiming, if you draw an R after Figo, I guess you get Fakir from the FA you've just set up. So it is worth, I guess, thinking about keeping the Q here.
And
Also
top
play
players always think
Figo.
about that sort of stuff. I think for me, on a really wide open board, an average score is going to be 35 to 40 points a lot of the time. And a play like Cats for 46 isn't actually that much above the average play. And if you have to sort of play something like Figo, which is only 20 something points, you're sacking points now and you're not actually getting that huge upside if you do get the A. That's why I lean fairly strongly towards playing QI. You get a little bit of pain now in that you've got a low score, but you don't have the Q sitting there weighing you down. And I think probably, he doesn't know what Dylan's got, but that retiming thing is actually quite juicy for an opponent to play there as well. So the big spot for Cats may not be there, and the Q is such an inflexible tile that you're not really doing that great. I think.
Yeah. When in doubt, play the Q is a pretty good when in doubt. There was also, I guess, grief through the R of retiming, but you don't really want to do that. Scores well, but opens a huge spot for the opponent.
Yep.
So yeah, we like this decision by Andrew, just being patient with it and hoping things improve over time. Back to Dylan with AJNRTUW. He's looking at jaw atop the RE, I think, of retiming. He can also play a Jurat in the same spot, which I think I prefer. He can also play through the Eye of Towie and get a lot of points for the J. Is there anything else that I'm missing here? I like Jurat here.
Yeah, how much do you like? What do you think about W's in general?
Yeah, usually I don't like them, but on this board, the W doesn't seem that bad. You're setting it up in multiple spots with Jurat. You're not keeping 4 1-point tiles that might turn out pretty poorly for you. With the lead, keeping a scoring tile is always worth considering, even if that scoring tile is the awful W. So that was more my style, but this play is totally fine for sure.
Oh, very fine with what he's picked up.
Wow, that is very good. Okay, and that will happen far more often after jaw. I just feel like there's a lot of bad scenarios and a lot of good ones. When you're ahead, it's good to try and stay a little bit less variant with what might happen next turn.
Not to say he's
back
going
to
to
Andrew. That's true. He might not. Back to Andrew with EEFGIOS. Now, he's looking at Fog somewhere. Not really sure where. Maybe he's looking at trying to play Fogey somewhere. Now maybe Fico. That's not a great position. You'd like to be able to score underneath retiming.
He can't seem to go across very well because none of his letters except for the E go after WE. And I think a play like F or OV or isn't strong. I would like to see. I feel like a lot of players this weekend are keeping too many vowels on their rack, so I don't like just playing Fog. Fogey.
Yeah, 23 points. It's not that terrible, and we
I
like
don't
the
see where he
leave
was
of
getting-
ES.
I do like that.
But yeah, back to Dylan, who does have Nutrias on his rack, but is there an actual playable bonus here? Perhaps not.
I mean, all the floaters are in the wrong spot, aren't they? If retiming were there, rainouts would fit through the O.
It's just one spot too high for rain suit.
The T is not in the wrong spot for anti-rust or naturist.
Yeah, so we might be facing a situation where this is a good draw, but not quite good enough to take a very commanding lead, which I guess is good for Andrew, who's still trailing by over 50.
If
I
you
guess
don't
barring a bonus. Yeah, go ahead.
If you don't have a hate use, you could just dump Atabrins through the AB.
Oh,
for 40.
that's
Is that 40?
very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a very nice find. Just add Atabrin, double.
Oh yes, of course that would be better. Atterbury. I was getting ahead of myself. I was trying to find eights and things like that, and I just like no. Atterbury, I think, is a much better play. I'll give you that one.
Oh, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
I was
you
like,
said.
I know. I was in 8 mode. I'm like, oh, he's almost got Atterbury's, and you don't even need to put the S down. I'm just going to go home, I think.
Isn't that where you are?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that would be a very nice find. It was a very nice find by you. You did find that. By finding Atabrins, you found Atabrin. And yeah, we did see the U. I mean, the U has been on Dylan's rack since the dawn of Tenebrae, so he hasn't been super worried about it in the last 2 turns. So I'm pretty sure if he sees Atabrin, he'll be very happy with it, even though it takes the E hook and leaves him with our least favorite vowel.
That was beautifully poetic, by the way. He's had it since Tenebrae, so he's had it since the dawn, really, the darkness. First came Tenebrae, and then came the U. It's a bit of a creation story.
I'm glad you caught on to that. I tried.
Oh, was that deliberate?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'll be here all day, except there's only 2 games left.
Well, you have been here all day, so if you say something silly, you've got an excuse. I've just started.
Yeah. So if you don't see Adabrin, something with QIN, but what?
Don't make me go through
Sure.
all the potential sevens by getting out one
Okay.
at a time. Don't do it.
I won't. You don't even have anywhere to. You could play the U for 2. Play OU and just go on a fishing trip. Looks like Manu. Is that what he's thinking? That's not a word.
Namu, not
Yeah,
Manu.
that would be an uncharacteristic mistake. I'm not really sure where else the ANU is thinking of going. But all we know here is that Dylan is in a pretty pleasant position. The board is pretty locked down. He has good letters, so doesn't have much to worry about. But he shouldn't let his guard down. Tough position though. I think Adabrin really stands out, but you have to see it to believe it.
I don't like to be too parochial because I have no horse in this race, but I really want to see it come down now. Come on, Dylan. Give Howard a run for his money. Give us a photo finish.
I wonder how, because you just spotted it like that, and that's the best way to spot words, if it just comes to you. Sometimes you're looking for something else, or you're looking at something else, like maybe he's looking at maybe Abu or something. He maybe sees the double after that. Sometimes it just comes to you when you're looking at something close.
Funnily enough, when it went down, I'm like, well, it does have a possibility for an AB and a double alley, but AB is kind of a crap 2-letter word in the middle of a word. And glad I didn't say it. Oh, I just did, but it's not the best floating 2.
Yeah. And if you don't see it, it's true. This position is really weird. You might want to play short. You might want to play a little bit longer. Play like... I don't even know where to start. Like, you could play 2, you could play 3, you could play 1. NU is the choice by Dylan. So certainly not the best play, but this doesn't change anything to the board. Keeps it very nicely. And it's back to Andrew with EHLOPSV.
Not a lot to love here.
It's true. I saw what you did there. Maybe just have through the A, Ave, something like that.
Do you think loves is actually that bad a keep? Because the V is not the best letter, but does actually go quite well with the L and the E and the S. So you could just play hip or hap to really to aggressively open up for his S. Could be worth a thought.
Yeah, hip would do better in that department, and maybe leaving the R of Tenebrae open would also help chances. So yeah, hip looks like a pretty good play. Little does Andrew know, regardless of what he does, he's going to get hit pretty hard. But yeah, something like hip, trying not to open the board too much for scoring, but trying to open it for a bonus, which you're in sore need of, if you're Andrew.
He looks to be looking at Pose, Faro, and O's and Te, which is a good score.
Yeah, it's not bad. You can play Hose in the same spot, but I think guess the HLV goes a little bit better together. That's one fewer point that you're giving your opponent if they play from the letter to the triple. So yeah, taking points here does make sense. You don't want to go too far behind. Pose is going to work out, I think, better than Pose. Pose would lead to Partyist. I don't think there's an 8 from this H.
No. There is one from the T.
Yeah. Yeah, so Dylan's going to score very nicely here with AEIRS ET.
Also, there's
Andrew's
always the
gonna need
plays.
something.
Yeah. There's also some plays hooking Towie or...
Okay. Andrew's drawing a blank. That's something. But yeah, he's still down 20. And Dylan's turn. Dylan's up 21 and to take close to a 100-point lead with. He does have hardiest, which is nice from the HE
Ooh,
as well.
fancy.
79, I think. No, it's 81. So that's probably his highest score. But is it worth doing? Opening up the triple like that? Probably not. Probably just play something like Tristate or Tri-State. I always pronounced it like Tristate. Like, I think I was pronouncing it wrong this whole time. It is just Tri-State. It's a very American word. But Tardius comes down. I think that also works. Back to Andrew with ILPPRV blank. So he's not going to have much of anything to do this turn other than maybe Spiv or Pav.
Ooh, Pav's worth a look. Pav's definitely worth a look because I think with those letters, he may want to keep the S and the T open. And of course, Pav is an extremely appropriate word to be having a New Zealand Masters because it's short for Pavlova. A New Zealand, a quintessentially New Zealand dessert.
Cool. I didn't know that. You guys are really helping me culturally here. I'm very, very much a dumb American, even though I'm Canadian. When it comes to New Zealand culture and all that's going on, it's great. It's so great to be a part of this. But
There's
yeah,
debate
Pav looks great.
about who invented it, but they've pretty much concluded that the New Zealanders invented it.
I always thought of Pavlova as like strictly some Slavic thing, just based on the letters in it. But guess not. Pav is 22 for Andrew, keeping very good letters, trying to hit that T or that S in Tardius next turn.
Oh,
Dylan
you've got to
with
find out about
DEEGR2U.
You've got to find out about making a pavlova. You've got to find out about it. It's a big meringue cake that you put fruit on and cream, and you have it at Christmas.
Sounds great to me. Yeah, that's it says in the chat. That's nice of you to give us the Pav, Edward.
I'm a big believer in the evidence, and it was attested there first.
Back to Dylan here. Maybe something like Huger here from the H. Seems pretty good. Unless I'm missing a bonus.
Oh, I can't see a bonus.
Outgreed is not good. Some people would greedily want it to be.
I don't see how you can outgreed, because greed is already going beyond what's acceptable.
Yeah, well, in today's economy. Oh man. But yeah, hedge maybe. I mean, funny, like I would instantly play Huger, or not instantly, but like if I saw plays from the H, saw hedger, I would play Huger in a heartbeat over those plays. But Dylan's been keeping that U. And looks like he's gonna play a little longer, score a little bit more. With Hedger. Possibly a miss, possibly a stylistic choice.
What's that U? What is the letter U got on him? Is it got blackmailing material? The thing is, you could also doubt Huger as well, because it's such a odd comparative that people don't really say, I don't think.
Yeah, I certainly don't say it. Back to Andrew with ILLOPR blank. He's looking at Hillary. That would be very nice. There was a spot for it. Or will doesn't quite fit. Really O or W. I wonder what he has here.
If the T was someone else, he'd have Pillwort, or the W. He'd have Pillwort.
Nice. Did not know that one.
Wouldn't normally see it, but because he's got pills lined up, I'm like, oh yeah, Pillwort's a word.
Nice. Yeah. And Pillworm too.
Oh really? Didn't know that one.
I'm just checking everything here, but yeah, it looks like no playable bonus. Andrew's found the only 7-letter word on his rack. So yeah, barring a bonus here, looking harder and harder to make anything happen. Maybe you play OP under WI? That looks terrible. Help me out here.
Oh, sorry.
No,
You were doing too well by yourself. I was like, you don't need help from me. Yeah, I don't like L's, I suppose. I'm a bit biased. Probably other people will tell you that L's are just grand and wonderful, and having two of them is a dream come true. But with that floating T and the floating S, the double L isn't too bad when united with the blank. Trying to put a bit of a happy face on it.
Yeah, so maybe Blue and Pit for 10. These are all just so sad. Yeah, and just going to take his time here, I think. Nothing very satisfying available, and when you have a blank, very important to try and sort through all your options. Make sure you're not missing something, especially with the deficit of 109 points. And Dylan can sit pretty. Just wait and see what Andrew comes up with and continue his onslaught. He hasn't drawn that poorly with his U. So hey, maybe user in season again. Actually, looking at Dylan's rack, CENNTUY, there's a really cool play of Kukin with the G and the QI. Not sure I'm pronouncing that right. Keeps things tight and scores decently.
What was the word you identified?
GUQIN.
Oh, right. Oh, that is cool. So I thought you were saying something making QIN going down, but that's very cool.
Yeah, you could see a play going down from QIN and then the U coming later as well. Yeah, those are the aesthetically pleasing plays that we love in our game. But yeah, Andrew definitely using some time here as should be, and he might try something more open. He might play from the S, maybe play like Sill for 8 and try to open that triple for himself. Hope that Dylan can't hit it. So yeah, things are starting to look a little bit desperate, although there's tons of board left to play on. Pretty much everything's been contained in top left quadrant, which is very unusual. So there's a lot of time to come back in this game if you draw the right letters.
I'm coming back to Op now. I kind of think it may be the best of a bad bunch. Or actually, I've got an idea. How about Vril and Toia?
Ooh. Oh, I like that a lot. Yeah,
Only
Vril
took
and
5
Toia.
minutes, right?
Sometimes that's what it takes. So you keep looking for something that's like decent and finally come up with something. Yeah, Vril is very nice. Sets up the S lane, scores very well, gets rid of one of the L's.
I mean, it's not a
Yeah, looks
great
like the
play,
best play.
absolutely. But on a board like this and a rack like this, it may be about as good as it gets.
For a second, Andrew had RIP LOL lined up on his rack. Yeah, probably. That's probably how he talks online, right?
I don't know. That's really in keeping with the persona I know.
Yeah, I think that was the sarcasm there. I do know of a few my age or younger.
I wouldn't say
What is
the
this?
cohort of players here at this tournament are the terminally onliners. I wouldn't say they are.
Yeah, I mean, it's look at them. They're all in the same room together. Not a lot of people these days are willing to do that. So troll for 10. All right, using a part of the board that's not really that important. Get rid of some junk and pry some space open. Yeah, Dylan probably with his absolute best of Nowney keeping CET.
I like it. I'm into it.
So extending his lead even further. The difference of 18 points in the exchange between Troll and Nowney. And now up to Andrew to draw something, hopefully again from that SRT of Tardius. Start his comeback. There goes the second blank. All right, so
Oh,
they're going to get
tapioid
a
or
bonus
something.
here for sure. Tripodal.
Yeah, tripodal is nice, getting the P on that double letter square.
The problem now is that with 41, or I guess 30 tiles or so still unseen, Andrew being low on the clock, already under 10 minutes with both blanks. That's a recipe for disaster. So if he's able to find something from that tee pretty quickly, I think practicality speaks to wanting to play it. I think that's where you're looking, right? You have such an amazing rack. You really need to narrow your search and try to do the best that you can. I'd be looking to put that P on the double letter score and see if I can work around the T and the P. I did see Andrew in some time trouble last game as well against Lewis. Didn't actually necessarily cost him, but yeah, in this situation, he has a lot of hill to walk up. So we'll see how long he takes. Down
If he can't,
127.
oh, here we go. I was going to say he also could play something like Poinado next to Troll. Would also work.
Oh, so this is very interesting. Going for sporadic. Both H's for CH are gone, so there's little risk to putting that C right next to the triple. So yeah, barring finding the words from the T, this looks like an interesting option to keep things tense.
I don't know.
But
I think
definitely
probably not a strategic choice. I think he's probably just concerned that he's running his clock down, which he is, and he may feel that he can't find it. I was also paranoid through the Y of Nowney, but I think if you can't find tripodal, Poinado is probably the best play here.
indeed. A little quiz. Pretty sure this is the same story in the Collins lexicon. There is one word between pyranoid and pyrenoid that takes an S. So you can replace the A for an E, but only one of them pluralizes.
Pass.
Anybody in chat has any ideas? Let us know. So we go back to Dylan with ACEEIAT.
Looks like he's looking at putting CAC down.
Seems pretty good to me.
You
You don't
want to see CAC
necessarily
on the
need
board?
to play. Yeah, you don't. And you also don't necessarily need to play through the C, I guess, and open a lane that's hard to block, but the score doesn't lie. Could consider something like eta alongside sporadic as well. I'm looking at the unseen letters now. 10 vowels, 16 consonants, somewhat balanced. Only one E. We've seen a lot of games where the E's are played very quickly. The K is actually a very nice tile sometimes. On this board, it's pretty good. You could draw something like Zach, or something even higher scoring through the C of sporadic. So it's worth thinking about keeping, but Atty is what's being looked at. Keeping both E's, which might be a heads-up decision, or might be just a miss of Keta. I don't know that you necessarily need both of the E's. Usually you want to keep two different vowels. What do you think between Kati and Keta?
I think with the C on the rack, I'd rather have another I. I have the I than a second E. But I am interested in that play because I feel like maybe the C isn't that much to worry about because there's no H's left. But that caddy is opening up like another fairly straightforward alley for a 7. And I think perhaps needlessly, whereas CAC, doesn't open up an obvious 7 alley, and starting a bonus with a C or a K is not altogether straightforward sometimes. So I don't know. I think I probably would have played CAC.
Yeah, I like that analysis. I think that with the time situation, it's definitely a decent idea to not give Andrew any clear paths. So yeah, both Kak or Kati or Keta, as long as Andrew doesn't have something immediately, he's gonna have to think. And his rack is quite awkward. A B D D F O M. Probably looking to play something with FY next to Nowney, looking at Fob. But this is looking worse and worse for the underdog. What are you thinking?
I think he probably has to play Fob. DDAM is not brilliant, but it's not disastrously bad.
I think I agree. I don't think it's worth playing Fad just to get rid of one of the Ds, because yeah, BDMO, not a good leave either. I actually really hate the B. I think it's a very sad letter that I'd like to play as soon as possible when I have it. So I think Fob matches that fiery hatred in my heart. Yeah, down 85. And some stuff to hope for. There is the lane that Kati just set up. There is hooking have if you draw the last E. There's some hope, but not that much.
Well, from his perspective, there are 3 E's left.
Yes, indeed.
So he doesn't know that.
Fob for 18 instead of 24. That's a little bit of a fascinating decision. I imagine Andrew didn't see FY. I don't see any reason to play there. But he might have one. He is setting up the MA.
Wow, look at that.
And that is a great draw.
Oh, we'll come back to that. He's got
But
bingos in 2 spots now.
That's very nice. Very, very nice. So Dylan with CEELOUV. He's going to want to use C and the V if he can to try and restrict some space.
There's no evocule that I can see, but evolu.
Oh, that's great.
Scores a lot of points.
Yeah, that is a really good score for Dylan. 36, bringing him to 361. He's over 100 ahead, which when I'm over 100 ahead, I feel very good. Looks like this word is on hold. This is a noun. Takes an S hook. And I think Andrew making a good decision to hold this play, because it puts him in a very, very difficult spot, even despite him being able to bonus on the next turn. Looks like he's accepted.
And the ticker helpfully defines it for us. It's a person improved by education from French, and I believe it's an African person specifically. So I don't know if it's a slightly charged term.
Seems like it, yes. So yeah, Andrew under 4 minutes. He doesn't really have a path to victory now, since there are only 6 tiles in the bag. He's not going to be able to bonus twice. He basically just has to hope that Dylan's drawn the worst possible letters in his pool. And yeah, I guess you can consider not bingoing, playing a Maynard on the left side of WA or something like that. But I think if there's any chance of winning, this is probably it. You need a lot of help, and he's not going to get it.
That underscores the cleverness of that play of Evolu. 6 tiles, make sure that there's no possibility of Andrew getting 2 bonuses. Try to play long as much as you can to stop them getting those 2 bonuses that might win the game. Because it does happen. Like I had a game once where my opponent, his last 5 turns were bonuses. I was up by 200 points, and I was not up by 200 points after the 5 bonuses went down. So you've just got to play long and stop that happening. But as it actually happens, Dylan's drawn really nicely to that.
Indeed, yes. ACNORS Z, and Andrew's drawing the last six letters of ACILUX. So nothing for Dylan to worry about with his 23-point lead. Just going to want to go out in 2 turns, which is often what you're looking to do in the end game. And he's probably has a decent way of doing that. I guess I'm seeing Cuz through the U. Evaluate might be an easy way to do that. Setting up sonar and other outplays, but there's probably something stronger.
I think with that lead and the Z, it'd be quite hard to find a way to lose the game. But one way of losing the game would be to play a false word. So let's hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, that is true. It ain't over till it's over, as we say in this part of the world. Yeah, it's important though for Dylan, given that he is the spread leader. It's, I guess, not important. Never mind, for him to maximize his winning spread here. Yeah, actually not important at all. So he doesn't actually have to worry. He can just make sure that Andrew doesn't have something incredible and spend his energy on the next and final round of this competition, which Andrew won 2 years ago, right?
Apparently so. Actually, I just had a thought about that. He's up 190 points on spread on Howard. Howard is certainly capable of winning whatever game he's playing by 200 points. So I think maybe he should try to run up the spread a little bit, or at least not throw away spread unduly. Is there any way that he can pop the A between the A, the B, and the blank C and contrive a really high scoring play that way? But I don't think he can, because Abakai and Abakai are words.
Yeah.
But I really want to do it. I really want to do it.
That is very nice, yeah.
But then I've just got the
Sometimes,
AOX.
Yeah, it's very, very good vision there. I've done that before. I remember there was one game where I was trying to set up my W on a triple, and I was like moments away from hitting the clock when I realized my opponent had the other W. So yeah, it's definitely worth looking for setups in this sort of position when you have the last S. Those triples can be super, super valuable, even on the last move of the game. With 23-point lead, Dylan's probably going to take this one. I guess I shouldn't commentator's curse, but it's going to put him in the best position he could hope for in terms of trying to take this one down. But it really all depends on whether Howard wins his last 2 games, given that Howard is a game ahead during this round. So if we have any updates, we will let you know. In terms of whether Howard won his game, whether Lewis, Peter, and Chris Tallman won their games. Because it's probably all going to come down to the last round.
Which will be Howard versus Chris.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's great. It's fantastic.
So
the top
Howard,
2 seeds.
Where Howard is the leader versus the highest rated player in the competition, who sort of was a bit down on 2 days ago about how he was going. But he played a great game on the stream.
Yeah. Howard played probably the best that I've seen. Really hard to fault anything he did. Extremely strong player. Chris on stream felt like he was a little nervy and slow, but I say that because we're good friends. But he's always extremely fierce competitor, and I'll certainly give Howard a very good game, and he is the top rated player in New Zealand at the moment, I think.
Is there anything that Andrew actually has that's threatening a substantially large point here? I
haven't seen it.
All right, I can't see it either. Lewis, Chris, and Howard won all of their games, so Howard is very much still alive.
Wow, and we're just waiting on see if Peter won. But Yeah, that means that Chris is potentially out then, right? Yeah, it would seem so. Yeah, Chris is still 2 games behind Howard. So I guess it's all about whether Howard wins and whether Dylan wins separately.
Yeah. So this is actually by Dylan winning this game and Howard winning, of course, we now only have 2 winners, I think, because I think Lewis is too far behind on spread now.
Yeah, well, anyone who is at 14 is out of contention now that Howard's at 17.
Yeah. Oh, but to come second, I think he's too
Yeah.
far behind second, because he's 500 points spreads behind before this game.
Got it. Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, they do 250 point turnarounds do happen, but I don't think it's likely.
Yeah, so a good question in chat. Where is Dylan's second outplay? He can play RECS through the E, but what if XU gets played? I mean, he's still gonna win, but not really sure where he's going next turn if Andrew successfully blocks the E of Madden's. Nothing through the UO. Yeah, I think XU is coming down, and yeah, we're gonna see a longer endgame than expected. Both players under 2-minute mark. Oh, never mind. Just orcs. Thank you, chat. Saved us again. Orcs from the O is going to go out. Okay, so that's a nice endgame by Dylan. Finish things off. Finished 411 to 369. Should we interview Dylan? Probably. There's time? I don't know. Possible that we were going to want to get going, but if Dylan's willing to talk to us.
Do you have a history of
Yes.
people being unwilling to talk to you?
No. Very luckily. We haven't gotten that close yet. But yeah, we'll do a super quick interview with Dylan. And we'll have the final game for you guys in just a few minutes. Going down to final throws. So what we do know is that if Dylan wins his next game and Howard loses, it's almost certainly Dylan, the champion of 2025 New Zealand Masters. If Howard wins his next game, he cannot be caught. So it's going to be very, very interesting to the very last moment.
Hi guys.
Hello, Dylan.
Hi, Dylan.
Josh and Ed here.
Hi Josh. Hi Ed.
How's it going? How do you feel? Congrats.
Thank you. It didn't really flow. I felt like I made a lot of mistakes in that game. But
And we're going to tell you what they were.
Yeah,
No, we
okay.
joke. No.
Yeah, no, we think you played quite well. Yeah, there was one turn earlier on, NU, where you're struggling to find anything
Yeah.
worthwhile.
For some
There was
reason,
one thing.
Yeah.
For some reason. Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Yep. You go.
Oh, okay, sure. There's just Attabrin through the AB. That was a tough find. Just to score a nice 36.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah. Oh,
But that was the only thing I could mention.
I took
think
so
all
long
of
on
your other
that
plays
move
were-
because I thought there was something there, and then, yeah, that would have been lovely.
That's really all we had to say, honestly. Unless Ed, there's some other qualms you had. I think you played extremely well, Dylan, and well-deserved victory for sure.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was just one of those formulaic get ahead, keep it closed situations. Nearly backfired when Andrew played Madden's, which was fitted beautifully.
But you did a really smart thing by playing 6 tiles. That was a deliberate choice, I assume, to make sure that he couldn't get 2 bingos.
Oh, yeah, I was trying to empty the bag as well.
Yeah. always a
Yeah,
smart choice to do. I mean, I agree you played well. I mean, some of the things that I thought maybe different moves, I think they're just stylistic. And I mean, unless you're Nigel Richards, I think there's got to be room for style in this game. I think, there's a number of different ways of doing it. And, hedger or huger or whatever. It's all about, playing the game that makes you comfortable. And, definitely, I think you played really well.
Thank you. Huger is better. Didn't see it.
Oh yeah, huger maybe slightly better.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll let you go because we're gonna figure out who we're putting on stream next because
Yeah.
there's you can still win if you win your next game and Howard loses. So
Yeah.
we might be seeing you if you're willing to stay on. Otherwise,
Oh yeah, no problem.
if not, whatever happens, congratulations and
Yeah, thank you.
it's great seeing you play again and yeah, you've done an awesome job. So
Yeah.
congrats.
Thanks, guys, and thanks for commentating.
Okay.
See ya.
All right. So yeah, we're gonna hear from our producers whether or not we're gonna stick with Dylan for the next round or if we are going to be featuring Howard versus Chris. We'll figure that out. But either way, we won't know who wins if yeah. Yeah. Okay. Hearing from producer, sorry about that. Yeah, we're going to stick with Dylan just for the final round, and we'll have to see if Howard wins this final game against Chris. I guess the most exciting thing would be if Dylan gets off to a very good start against Gil, then we won't know until the very last moment when both results are in who is the 2025 Masters champion. So stick with us if you're here, if you're waiting. One round to go in an awesome tournament. I'm here with Ed Okulicz. What do you think? What are you expecting to see next round with Dylan and Gil?
Well, Gil is probably one of the fastest players I've ever seen. So and the thing is, when you play really quickly, you can blow a bunch of people out the water. But Dylan isn't that sort of person where you can phase him by playing quickly. He's completely cool as a cucumber, completely understated. I would suggest that in that interview where he was chatting about his moves, if you didn't know anything, you wouldn't know whether he'd won or lost that game. He's super calm. He's not going to be affected at all, I think, by Gil's really, really fast play. And Howard has perhaps the toughest matchup. Like you could say, well, Chris isn't winning the tournament despite being the top seed, but you can never count someone of that quality out. So this is genuinely a knife edge final game for me.
Okay. Yeah, I totally agree with that assessment. Dylan being cool as a cucumber, I think he's very unfazable. I would agree with that from what I've seen. Probably seen more of him. And
So we've got live standings on the screen now, in case you haven't noticed, people. Have a look.
Yes, indeed. So these are the standings after round 22 even. One round to go. And like we said, we're not going to be featuring the player in first place, Howard, even though he is playing for the win against Chris Tallman. We are going to be seeing Dylan, who's in second place, and Gil, who's actually also in contention in sixth place. If Gil wins this game, it will still be in sixth place. So many people are at 15. I don't know how many places are being given out as prizes. I imagine it's something like 6. But Gil's still wanting to win this game for sure, to have a very nice result. But they're going to draw to see
the
who goes
organizers
first.
to do 6.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm good with that if that's the case. I wish I had that power. Yeah. Sometimes I've come in 6th or 7th, like just out of the money. I get some chocolate, and it's like, oh, okay.
It depends what kind of chocolate it is, though. Like if it's good chocolate, it's good, or if it's like the unimaginative chocolate, like you get a Lindt balls or Ferrero Rochers, and it's like, I'm sorry, I'm not impressed by that.
So you bet the chocolate. I like it.
No, but it's like, I'm sorry if anybody from those respective companies are watching our stream, and I've ruined a potential sponsorship, but they're not a fancy gift people. I'm saying if you want to buy me a present for my birthday or Christmas, don't buy me lint balls or Ferrero Rochers. Money. No.
We need your money. Corporate sponsors, please. Okay, it looks like Gil is drawn a U. Okay, so we are sticking with Dylan going first, and he's on the left. That's how it works on the stream. Very, very nice. Yeah, we did see Gil yesterday, and he's extremely fast player. I love those players. Like you said, they could just blow you out of the water within like 5 minutes, or get into a situation where they're pretty much dead in the water themselves and have like 20 minutes left on their clock. We'll see what happens. Dylan's first act, so he has the advantage.
I was going to say, I don't necessarily love it as a commentator, though, because, like, if they play so quickly, you've got no chance to find the better play before they do, or even muse about what they're going to do, because they've already done it.
Fair enough, yes. Yeah, it's quite the challenge, I agree. We'll see what we can do. You've been finding plays extremely quickly, so I wouldn't count you out of matching or surpassing the speed of Gil here.
Well, I thought
So
I was
we'll get there
fast, but Gil's fast.
Do you also play fast usually?
Oh yeah, I'm a speed machine. I can finish a game in under 90 seconds if I need to, and I have. But probably not a good idea at a tournament where there's a bit to play for.
That's what you like doing. I mean, it's the perfect psychological pressure. So, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. You have to weigh the pros and cons. There are moments where playing fast can provide a very, very large advantage, and other times where it might be problematic. You might want to think a little bit longer. It always depends on what comes out of the bag. So let's see what comes out of the bag for Dylan early in this final round of the 2025 New Zealand Masters.
Not
ECD
quite.
ILOS. Very close. Bildos, Kobold. Is Kobolds good with the C?
Co-builds or something. Oh, Cibol is a word. I don't know if that's a word, but Cibol. C-I-B-O-L.
Yeah, no co-builds. But yeah, Cibol looks pretty good. You could also just play Bob. Or Block even. B-L-O-C. There's lots of options here.
I like Cobb if you're not going to see Cibol, because even though I hate L's, I swear I've said I hate L's on the stream like 4 times. People are going to think I've got a vendetta against them. But LIDS is quite good.
Yeah, that is a good leave, and playing Cobb keeps things very tight. So we like that as well as an opening play to restrict your opponent's movement right out of the bat.
And you are holding yes to hook it.
Indeed. So
although it does take another
come
B.
Down. Okay, so block does come down. That I like this play a lot. Cibol would have scored 24. This is 16, so it is a pretty big sacrifice. But see Gil play Vichy very, very quickly. This looks very good for him, keeping ID blank. And Oddings will no longer play, but I imagine Dylan has.
Well, Dorbings is okay.
Here. Is that good?
Dorbings. Yeah, like sounds like an art term, like the daubings of the artist on the canvas or something.
Oh, Oddings does fit actually, still, but yeah, Vichy's getting challenged.
Oh.
21 becoming 26. This is a weird word. Usually you'll see chivy. I think that's a more playable 5-letter word with these 5 letters. So understandable if you're unsure.
Is anyone thinking about the extensions on that won't fit beyond one of them?
Vichy dumb? Vichy?
No, it's a food.
Oh.
I mean, it's never going to come up. And my French pronunciation is awful anyway, so I'm not going to, Vichy soir. But you'd need a couple of S's for that.
Wow, that's incredible. Oh man, this SOIS. So that would be the day. Okay, well, after all is said and done, we're gonna see audings from Dylan, and depending on what Gil is drawn, okay. So audings does not appear to be giving Gil a death blow, triple. But yeah, that looks like well worth it over Dobbings, right, for the extra like 10 points. Yeah, I think we're gonna see that. But yeah, for Gil, ADGH, I am blank.
Don't know if he's got a bonus there or not. He might.
Yeah, he does. I'm not seeing it.
It's a bit outside my range, I've got to admit.
All right, I'm taking notes. If I ever make it down there.
If we, if we had Alastair Richards commentating today, he'd know.
Yes, yes. I was had the honor of commentating with him yesterday. Everything he was made out to be and more. Such a strong player. So while we're waiting on Dylan to play one of his bonuses, I'd like to remind you all, if you love this content, you would love to see more of it. Your support is welcome, never expected, always appreciated. But the comment that is pinned to this live chat, buymeacoffee.com/NZScrabble. You have a few New Zealand dollars. You guys use dollars, right?
They do
Australian
use
dollars. You use
New
dollars
Zealand
in
dollars.
Australia too.
Yes.
Dollars everywhere. Very nice. Yeah, feel free to follow that link and donate a little bit of money to continue these awesome streams. Everything is appreciated. The production team is working their butts off day and night to bring this to you. So we're just humble commentators enjoying the games and watching it all happen. This is very interesting. Dylan has found almost iguanids fitting with UB and AL, but he's taking a lot of time here to decide between Dobbings and Oddings. Maybe some uncertainty.
Yeah, I mean, Vichy doesn't tell you anything about the rack. It's just going to be the correct play from all sorts of racks where you've got an I and a V and a Y on it, because those letters don't like each other typically. So whether it's worth agonizing over it when he would know Ordings for certain, he's not definitely playing an S into a triple file to a known dynamite rack. Oh, is Lordings good?
Uh-oh. I don't think it is.
I
don't know.
Don't know it. I don't think it's good.
I think some uncertainty here for Dylan. This is on hold, so if Gil does manage to challenge this off.
Rushing to Zizivar on my phone. Hang on.
No, okay.
No,
it looks
good.
like this is being accepted potentially.
Oh,
this was a
why?
quick draw.
People,
Wow.
you've got to challenge the words. 5 points is more like single challenge than double challenge. There's been a
This
few
is very
really
interesting.
poor non-challenges over the weekend where they really should have challenged and didn't.
Well, yeah, very interestingly, even if I guess if Gil challenged Loddings off, he could have played something to the Y of Bitchy, or yeah, some way he would have been able to block everything. So this is a huge swing. In
Gamey
Dylan's
have done it.
favor. Yeah, I think so.
Ugh.
Yeah, hate to see it or love to see it if you're a Dylan fan. Gil, funnily enough, taking some time on this turn now, looking at Hagadim as a potential bonus, but that is not how Haggadah pluralizes. Haggadot being valid, but not Haggadim. There is no 8-letter word or 7-letter word track. I checked.
And that S is
So-
exactly what you'd want in the position there. That would be like perfect for an ish word or something, or an ism.
So yeah, I think we're going to see some play through the S. Of Lodding's by far the biggest scoring spot.
Oh no, don't range what I think you're about to range, Gil.
What is this?
Oh, this is a family stream. I don't know if it is, but
Okay. I don't know what he's. I'm happy to remain ignorant here. But as Gil takes the longest I've seen Gil take on this turn, on one turn, Dylan is ready to play XI for 53. So, okay, we see MASH for 27. Maybe we'll see
reasonable.
some extension of this word later on.
Well, I mean, if he
Cool.
gets a bonus ending in S, he's just given himself another spot for it.
That's true. That's the main
And
idea.
he's got one. And he's got one. So
Nice. Okay, and IBEX for Dylan keeping AEIO even better than XI.
is he holding
and
back the V? No.
That would be
For
cool.
5x.
So we're gonna probably see a bonus from Gil here. We have pigeons on the stream. We probably have some stuff through that N of Loddings as well. But DJIIPS blank. That's gonna give Gil chance back into this game. He's looking at pridings. You like that?
Oh, no.
The INGS
Dipping should be
words.
fine. Dipping should be fine, though.
Well, if he does play a valid bonus, Dylan's going to have some tough choices to make with the 6 vowel rack. So we're going to have a game. I shouldn't jinx anything, though. Yeah, those INGS words are so difficult to retain. Let me look. Dippings is good. Displing. So to discipline, I guess. And sphingid. Very cool word. Playable through that N. But yeah, we would like to see pigeons. With Smash.
He looks like he's... Oh, I was thinking he's arranging it. But he's not. He's got pigdins.
The suspense is...
I think this looks like Dippings is coming down.
Pinguids.
Oh no, he's not
what
playing
he's doing.
Pinguids like a penguin.
He
That's-
is. That doesn't take an S. So this is
No.
the second word doesn't take an S on the board. We'll see. Dylan challenges. He's holding and he's challenging. What a challenge from Dylan. So quick, so confident. Obviously, it's just 5 points, but he knows. We know he knows. That's crazy that pinguid is an adjective, though. That would have been hard pressed to know that.
Greasy, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I thought it was a type
I
of
didn't-
penguin, just like you said.
I was just being I was trolling.
Oh, okay. You got me. So that is very, very bad for Gil. But the good thing is, if he does spot pigeons, he will be able to bonus next turn still.
Oh, but if he found it, why didn't he play it this turn? While we wait, just someone in the chat has said that the Australian Nationals are on today and no one's streaming it. Yeah, unfortunately true. But there are results about a game behind. So Australia really lagging New Zealand, and not just by 2 hours on the clock. But the last results I saw was that David Eldar, multi-world champion, was doing David Eldar things and leading the pack. Hopefully one day we'll have a choice. You'll be able to watch the New Zealand Masters and the Australian Nationals. They'll be both streamed. And perhaps Josh will do both of them simultaneously.
I could. That would be great. But I would say we need to get David Eldar out of Australia first. It feels like he's too good. Same reason that we're not featuring Nigel in this New Zealand Masters tournament. It would just be a shoe-in, right?
Yeah. Well, Dylan's played a nice dumping play of a Guti.
Yeah, has it on the board. The clock is still stopped. Dylan's clock hasn't been restarted, I think, since the challenge.
I kind of like just playing AUE or EAU there. Just because it's, yeah.
Well, if your opponent's gonna miss, you think Gil's not gonna see pigeons or gypsied, maybe. But yeah, I wonder. I like the idea of opening that triple on the bottom if Agoutis doesn't get hooked. But yeah, it looks like Gil has found pigeons and it's going to come back from that mistake. We see the shake of the head, being like, man, I really missed an opportunity here. But pigeons and smash for Gil. Going to be down 30 points in turn around after this play. And we'll have to see what Dylan draws. An important draw for Dylan, for sure.
Well, they're all important.
Wow. And this is awful looking. I guess you could just play off the IRE to move on with your life. But yeah, Dylan's not going to be able to score much of anything this turn.
Alec in the chat has pointed out that outie, O-U-T-I-E, is a GigaChad play. Oh God, I can't believe I've actually now pronounced that word. That's gross. Because it actually blocks pigeons and dippings and the other bingos through the N. Does it?
Yeah, that would have been really, really daring to put that O out in space. Just have to know.
Does it actually block Sphingid? Hang on. I can't visualize it.
It does not block Sphingid.
I with all the best will in the world, I don't think Gil's spotting Sphingid.
Yeah, that's a crazy word. Yeah. Oh, they're enjoying the GigaChat mention here. Okay, so let's get back to this game. Okay, so Gil only down 18 now. Back to Dylan. Like we said, just playing off EIR seems like the call to make here, but where? RIVE? I don't think you're playing ride through the D. That seems a bit insane. What are you thinking? Oh! Bonus. Bonus
With the errors.
Oh my goodness. Well, thank you. Thank you to chat for spotting that. None of us have seen that. Maybe Dylan will find it eventually. It just does not look like you have anything with this rack. Wow. Yeah, if you're thinking of playing RIVE, maybe you'll spot it.
That's definitely within his range.
Oh, certainly a word that he knows, yes. But...
No!
No, it was missed. Wow, this game has had a lot of exclamation points to it. This is exactly what the doctor ordered for the final game, New Zealand Masters. These guys have been playing 9 games a day, is it? 8 or 9 games?
It's 23 in total, isn't it? Because it's a 24 player round robin.
Yes.
And I want to know, I know Howard, and I like Howard, but I want him to be losing this game so we get a knife edge finish.
Yes,
No,
let's see if we have any updates on that game. No, you can. Yes, you can. And you said it. Yes, indeed. Okay, so what is this? TT? Kept, I guess. Gil's considering playing Kept and Rivet. That makes sense. There are a lot of options here too, but we know Gil to make these decisions rather quickly. That's 28 points, keeping a nice EIN leave. Yeah, I didn't see anything really that much better than that. So let's call it a great play. Dylan with EEFILRS is definitely going to bonus this turn.
Yeah, he'll be able to bingo into that Agouti or above Rivet. He could even play Surf-like through the K if he were feeling silly.
Oh, that's cool. Gil, having drawn the second blank, going to be able to score very nicely with the Q. I don't think we're going to see a bonus come down for Gil, but yeah, if we see Furley's and Agoutis, then QI, and then a bonus from Gil, this is definitely going to be a nail biter. Really all depends on what Dylan draws next turn. Yeah, there's no reason not to take the points, right?
For Furley's,
Yeah.
probably not. I mean, it does take the T hook, but I wouldn't worry myself too much about that.
Yeah, Gil one letter off of Queen side. You've
Well,
kept.
it's a bit too long, really, isn't it?
Indeed. So we're not going to see Vichyssoise, or not going to see a block extension. Oh, I guess Gil had options with block last turn. It's like maybe keep. Oh, that would have scored a lot of points. 37 for keep.
I didn't even think about it. He played that.
Sometimes, yeah, when there's a hook like that, it's just like sits there the whole game. Nobody thinks about it. It kept was quick.
Fun enough, Gil didn't play that super fast, but he put that P down. And so it immediately became the focus of all attention. Like, what's he doing?
Indeed, yes.
Yeah, keep would have been a really good play there.
All right, so Dylan's sorting through his options. We did see some uncertainty earlier in the game. That's basically how we have to see the play of Loddings instead of Oddings. Dylan's just unsure of the 7 and of Dobbings, I think. So potentially unsure of Furley taking an S. There's so many other anagrams. The refiles is being looked at right now. That would play with the Goodies, would also play atop the RI of Rivet. Oh.
Wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
No, you need to have the S on Agouti before it takes the E. Now, Dylan should know
No.
that. You'd know that as a 7 because it has all 5 vowels in it. You'd know that. And
Not being held.
Is the P...
Oh my goodness.
No. Gil, what are you doing to us?
Oh man, what is happening?
Come on, Pete. I think I need to fly over there to Auckland and have a stern word in the top New Zealand players' ears and say, it's 5-point only. New Zealand used to play double challenge many years ago until, I want to say about the mid-aughties. But it hasn't played double challenge in a long time.
That's incredible. All right, well, we're going to see something similar to what I was discussing, just not in the way we thought. So Agouti not taking the E was accepted. This is the second phony bonus played by Dylan in this game. So you said he had nerves of steel. I don't know. This feels like the opposite to me, but he's getting away with it. Dylan's going to be able to score very nicely here with something like Jake's or Gian.
He looks calm. I mean, with the silver hair and the glass, he's got a bit of a look of Ted Danson in The Good Place about him right now.
I totally want to quote Eminem. On the surface, he looks calm and ready. But a number of very easy to find and good options for Dylan on this turn. Jean, better than Gian, playing with KA and EN, keeping AOS. You can even just play Soya if you want to go straight for the bingo from the S and refiles and not open anything new. That's a very good option too. And Gil is going to bonus next turn, no matter what. So we have a game, folks.
Well, you think he's going to, but nothing would shock me at this point. I mean, he looked like he had Reddens lined up, so presumably he will see reddened through the E, or he's got trended, or a bunch of words.
It's true. It's true. I think you can blame me for what's happened this game. Just
Can I? Excellent. I
But,
intend to.
before things happened, I was already calling it. You should never do that. And you saying I'm a good commentator. No, I've ruined this game. Actually, I've made it more interesting. One or the other, or both, or neither.
And apparently, Kathy has attempted to look where the wind is blowing in the Howard v. Chris game, and Chris might be in the lead.
Wow. All right. Well, we'll have to see a bit later. Yeah. Crazy stuff going on here. So we're seeing rendered. Hopefully. Again, okay. Now this has to be a word, right? Let's move the two
Well, what's the
Rs.
blank?
Is it a T? Is it an R? It's got to be an R. Rendered.
It could be a G.
Coming down. 4672 for this. Oh, it could also be a G. You're totally right. But Tawny's just blocked.
Ooh.
Wow, that was important. That was an important bonus.
Do we know what the blank is? I don't. It's probably not going to be decisive, but maybe.
Yeah. I mean, what's the score now? It's +5 for Gil.
Is it really? I feel like Dylan's further ahead than that. Maybe it's because he's just given us so much drama.
Yeah, I don't know. Wakey wakey, not a word, right? Can't play that through the K.
No, that's no good.
Waken though would be nice. So yeah, Dylan definitely still in this game. Probably even slightly advantaged here. With around a third of things to go. And he's looking at Wakey. He's looking at Wakey. Stop. It's too much.
No,
Yeah,
no.
He switched it. We're so scared now. Yeah, Waken would be very, very nice. 46 points for that. But yeah, Skill does have the Z come back. So is there a P left for
Pre-files?
No, there's no P left. Okay. It's hard to follow what's going on. It's been so dramatic. This is what we need for the final round. We don't know if Howard's winning or losing. We don't know if Dylan's winning or losing, even though we have his score, we have his tiles. We just don't know. And redenda was possible. That is a word, right?
Yeah, it's a legal term of some description.
That would have been a better bonus for Gil, but it would have led to Bonnie's being playable. So yeah, a lot of things are happening. They're not all the right things, but this is how they've always meant to be. This is what we needed for this this final game. Kind of losing my mind a little bit.
Dylan looks like he's settling perhaps for WYND to that top middle triple, which is a good score leave play, keeping the excellent seat.
Yeah, that would be very nice. But if what happened this past turn is any indication, Dylan might be a little bit hesitant to keep a bingo leave. Since it did pan out, but then bingo was blocked. I do like taking the points here, but wind the leave is quite nice. I just don't know where it's going. Did you play wind or waken?
Well, I'm holding the last S, which does make me like waken, but I also am not a huge fan of the STY keep. I
That's
hope they
fair.
win because you can imagine a play on the second row scoring quite a lot of points.
Yeah, I like that we're setting that up for ourselves, potentially, with the Y. But yeah, we could get hit. Could get hit first. And Awaken is also a word, and something could be played to that D, and I think it is tendered. Do we have confirmation that? Sorry, that
It's an
blank is an
R.
R.
It's
Yeah,
rendered.
yeah, rendered. Something could be played to that D after Awaken as well. Yeah, fascinating turn. So we're gonna see Wind come down for Dylan and ACERPUZ for Gil.
Certainly quite a few choices to get quick and easy points for that Z, such as ZA in the bottom corner. And quick as you like.
I'm gonna see that straight away. So 44. We're getting some knowledge in the chat that Gil has a tendency to be not so good at challenging words, which I guess we've seen
Yeah,
today.
well, Dylan has a bonus playable here. Can you spot it? Can you spot it?
Looking. I'm not spotting it. Huh. Well, people are watching. Feel free to look. I'll keep looking.
Well, don't look in the chat because Alec has just done a Giga Chad thing and pointed out what it is.
Oops. I imagine it's through the Y, Sternway. Is that a word?
Yeah, Sternway.
Nice. All right, well. No one ever said that I couldn't find words that contain a Y. Actually, people have said that, and I say that.
It's kind of like not an obvious play. Like, I mean, I guess if you know it's there, you know it's there. But if you don't know that it's there for certain, you could easily overlook a floating Y like that, particularly when you've got a W. And so it has come to pass.
Oh, man. 29 for wet. Sternway would have been 94. And
points on points on points.
Very nice position. And a decent rack for Gil, but no I for Miracate. No 7 on this rack, I don't think. So it's going to be a tempo game. I think playing something like off, particularly strong here. The cater leave, incredibly potent. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, he looks like he's setting up come, but the most obvious place to play that would actually block the board. So, you could certainly play that without stuffing the board up too much.
Yeah. Other spots, I guess. You could maybe play a little bit longer. There are, I mean, if we're looking at the unseen letters right now, those O's are staring us in the face. I guess knowing, with that knowledge, there being 5 O's left so late, I'd be hesitant to play a bit longer in this spot.
He's not going to play mature, is he? No, I won't accept that.
Where would he even
Well, I
play
don't
that?
know where, but he's got it arranged on his rack. I'm just not going to accept that. How about just mun?
A rum. A rum might be what he's looking at. Just mun. I like this a lot.
Yeah.
I think.
Does not the Y, but.
Oh no, he's putting the T,
Right.
which is no longer a valid word.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
I mean, it's a word that shouldn't have been taken out because it does have a perfectly good non-offensive meaning, particularly in Australia, New Zealand English.
Oh, and he has unmaker in that same spot.
Oh, wow.
I just saw that. Oh man. Okay, so this is an expurgated word to come off the board. But yeah,
Yeah,
it's a very, very big
being
swing.
despite being a word that just means to vomit, in for certain forms of English, it's also a naughty slur.
Wow. So many twists and turns in this game. Dylan, back to Dylan, who's under 6 minutes. Gil still hasn't started his clock, just like the last time he played a phony word.
At
So
least that
that's going to
phony
be
got
helpful.
challenged off. I can accept phonies being challenged off.
Yes.
But there's been too
Yes.
many of them. Too many of them.
Yeah, this has been a very, very interesting game. Love comes down for 12, setting up the case S, the final S. That is an extremely strong play. If Gil doesn't find Unmaker here, which is a really weird word, by the way. Maybe just Mun and hoping to bonus next turn somewhere. I really think you play up and MI instead. At least you're setting yourself up a little bit on the second to left column. But as we now see, Dylan has banners. That is almost certainly not getting blocked by Gil, who's behind and on turn.
Yeah, Gil. I think he's played some of those moves a little carelessly, and he didn't play it too quickly. But I think that was a strategic lapse as much as a vocab lapse, because even if he were to draw a bonus the next turn, I don't see where he was going to put it down.
Yeah.
So Mun,
The score was
Mun or
close
whatever.
enough. Yeah, it's a tough choice. I really think if we had anything to fault Gil on, it would be just letting the two phonies go.
Oh yeah, well.
I feel like his play has been pretty good. Yeah, certainly some stylistic and potentially inferior choices made. But yeah, I wonder if he's gonna attempt to block this, because if your opponent plays love like that, you have to imagine they have the last S.
What on earth could he even do to block that?
No idea.
I mean, he could just play Ma.
Just MA or playing off one tile when you're down 25 points.
And then he can hope to pick a T next turn for Cutwater. But oh no, that's not it, Gil. That's not it.
Yeah, this seems like a clear problematic move here, but it's not going to matter. Banners is almost never getting responded to with a good enough play for Gil that to be able to come back here. But yeah, this seems like it's over now.
Yeah, I think it is over now, and it's yeah. I mean, that's just for me a play like that, K or Key, however you pronounce it. It's just a non-strategic play. It's just I have to do something. I'm playing a word. I'm just not thinking about what my next move is going to be. Because if you're fishing for a bonus, yeah, you're not going to get it down on a board like this unless you do get a 7-letter word ending in UM to go next to pigeons, but that's not going to score a lot of points. That just, it's like the difference between someone that thinks ahead and someone that's just popping something down because, the board is in front of them. I think Gil wasn't thinking about his next move. He was just in the moment.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, it's been a grueling 3 days for these guys, and this is the final game. The nerves are high. Definitely an unexpected turn of events this game with all these crazy twists and turns and phonies. But yeah, I play FCAY. Not sure. Maybe he was thinking about trying to end in UM, but. This is very interesting now. I mean, Gil is down 100 points, but if you look at Dylan's rack, It's gonna be hard to get himself out of that. 3 O's, 2 L's. So there's still a chance that Gil can maybe make something happen. I would want to play. Okay, maybe he's going for something specific here. But I was thinking maybe to play something like Fume up MI and ED to set up the lane on the left side. But yeah, maybe there's a draw he's going for. He's drawn a T.
Well, that wasn't it.
And I wonder maybe just Alu here for Dylan, keeping LOT, making ABLAON next to banners.
Oh yeah, that's great because it does inhibit the most high scoring bonus spot, as unlikely it is to actually be taken.
Yeah. And I still wouldn't count Gil out. I mean, we've seen what's happened this game. Some crazy swings. You might see something even crazier with 7 tiles still in the bag. An interesting idea, which doesn't often get employed and is not often a good idea, would be for Dylan to exchange all 7. If he does this, he has perfect knowledge of Gil's letters because he's drawing the 7 remaining tiles. So he gets to know what he put back, gets to know what he draws, and by process of elimination, he will see Gil's letters and try to plan ahead. But I think this
Then
tactic
Gil will
is
play a couple of letters and he won't know what it is anymore.
exactly
I think
a
with the
better idea. But yeah,
is to play a Lou.
yeah, certainly in this case,
Or Tool
I guess
would also be good.
Tool. Yeah, I would think you'd want to be getting rid of both those L's, Ed.
Is that a read?
But yes, all right, 3 tiles left. Gil has some chances. There's the W open of wind. There's overlapping the PID of pigeons. But we're seeing Mott, which is probably Gil's best score here, for 33. Bringing him within range of potentially coming back with a bonus. Problem is this is going to completely empty the bag. And
Don't empty the bag.
AEO is what remains.
You shouldn't empty the bag.
Yeah, he would have
Really
to draw
what
something in 2 spots.
What he probably needed to do, as has just been pointed out in the chat, is to try to fish for a bonus in the unlikely spot of the W at the top.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been good. I just worry that he wouldn't have had enough without scoring what he scored here, given the difference in score. So I think it was pretty boned regardless. Dylan with EGLNORT, and we have an endgame. Both players have 7 tiles. If Dylan has done his homework, he is tracked properly, he can feel free to do whatever he wants.
Within reason, I
and he will-
suppose. I mean, he could do something shocking and run out the door and forfeit the game, but he probably wouldn't want to do that, given that we've got some breaking news, which is that
Yes.
Howard has lost his last game to Chris Tolman.
So what does that mean? That means that Dylan, so long as he holds off Gil in this endgame, up 70 points, is going to be our 2025 New Zealand Scrabble Masters champion. Given that he
What
has...
do you mean, our northerner? You can't say that.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Shall I rephrase?
No, I like
But
it.
yes, huge congrats to Dylan. He doesn't know it yet. He's playing his game. He's laser focused on making sure he doesn't go over 10 minutes. But as long as he gets a couple plays off here, he'll be winning this championship.
I don't really
Crazy
think he can
stuff.
lose it from here. I don't think it's possible.
Well, let's think of the ways. He could pass his turn 7 times. He could go over by a significant amount of points and pass his turn a couple times. Play more phonies. But yeah, I mean, realistically, even though we've seen a couple of lapses with Aguti with the E, Laudings, which is a laudable attempt. Yeah, Dylan knows how to win a game in the end game when he's up by 70. So I think, especially knowing that he isn't a lock, he'll be able to close this one out. But yeah,
I promise
huge
not
congrats.
to tell him he's a mess in the interview. Dylan, what's going on? Girl, you a mess.
We're seeing log here, keeping ENRT.
He's got to be sure of his tracking at this point.
Indeed. Gil's just gonna put something down and put himself out of his misery, probably in the next minute or so. Dylan with ENRT, I'm not sure what he's gonna do next, but like we said, it doesn't matter as long as he gets his plays off in time. This will be a great victory for Mr. Early. I think his first Masters victory. if I'm not
He's had a couple of
mistaken.
seconds, I believe.
Yeah. And Howard, unfortunately, coming up just short on spread. He was a game ahead. He lost his last one to top seed of the tournament, Chris Tallman. So with that, is it already almost over? Can we play a late bird, like 10-game late bird? Are you down?
Me?
Yeah. Do
Maybe.
you still play?
Sort of.
I always assume people I commentate with are just opting out of playing. Obviously, you're not a Kiwi, so you wouldn't be able to play. But
No, I'm not. I couldn't have played this weekend. I have bacterial pneumonia, so I'm not well enough to play.
No. Sorry to hear that. Okay, final play, Rent for 18 points. Puts Dylan on the podium. So huge congrats. We're certainly going to talk to the winner. Now is your last chance in the chat. If you have any questions that you'd like to ask Dylan.
G-rated ones, preferably.
Yeah. Let us know. We'll try to get those through. We'll also try to let him rest on his laurels after this huge victory. 23 games, full round robin with 24 of the best players in New Zealand. Yeah. Wow. What else to say? Huge congrats. I'm sure he's relieved. Well, he'll be relieved. Maybe we shouldn't tell him until we get him on the mic that he's won. How about that?
I'm game if you are. He probably will know. Some loudmouth will tell him.
Probably, yeah. I mean, it's way more important when you're there. Someone's probably going to come up and say, hey, congrats. So he takes a picture of the board, the winning board.
And checking scores as well.
Indeed.
Apparently no one has told him yet.
Why? Because he doesn't have a humongous smile on his face? Oh,
Ooh,
wow. Maybe we will be able to break it to him.
The excitement.
Dylan.
Hello.
Congrats on that victory.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, that victory means you've won.
No. Really?
You've won.
Oh, my
Yes.
God. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations.
that's surprising. What a wonderful surprise. Thank you.
Oh, I'm so glad we got to
Thank
break
you.
into you.
Thank you, Chris Tallman. He's the real winner.
In another more
Wow,
accurate
yeah.
way, you're the winner. And was this a bit of a nervy game for you? Because we do note that Lordings is not a word.
Yep.
And Agouti doesn't take an E. So Gil, is perhaps you intimidated him with your confident exterior to not challenging your phonies, but you refused to do the opposite to him by letting him get away with phonies.
Yeah, that was. I guess I got lucky there. I had my doubts, but when I played Lordings, I realized that if it comes off, there was not a lot of score I could have got anyway. So I didn't. Strange to say, didn't really mind missing a turn on that go. My next best score was pretty low, so it was a gamble worth taking. Agouti was just silly, and I missed smash. Didn't see pigeons, so it's not a moment covered in glory by any means.
Yes, it is. No, yeah, of course it is. You won the Masters. No, we don't need to go over every little detail, Dylan.
We
you've
can
been
if you
playing
like, but we're not going to.
Smashingly well. Smashingly well. This whole tournament. It's been a pleasure to watch you. I hope we get to play again soon. That was a
that'll
lot
be
of
good.
fun all those months ago.
That'll be very good.
But yeah, have you been working towards this victory for many years, as we think you've been?
Oh, the last time I won was 2018, and I've come second the last 3 years in a row, so I'm quite relieved that I still have it in me. And yeah, just very, very grateful.
Yeah, well, you certainly have it in you. Yeah, what else to say? How are you gonna spend your? You have a day off tomorrow as well?
Yes, thankfully, public holiday. Yeah, we'll just take a nice quiet walk on the beach and get ready for the grindstone on Tuesday. I'll go and learn my my 5-vowel sevens.
Yeah, always good to review those. Yeah, what else to say, Dylan? We're so happy we got to watch you play all these games, and we're really happy for you to have won. Lots of love in the YouTube chat. There a lot of love in person over there in Auckland. So yeah, congrats again. Great to talk to you.
Thank you,
Always
guys.
a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Yay! Okay. Amazing. Well, that might be it for us, Ed.
Unless they're going to switch the prize giving and make us commentate that, which...
That'd be fun.
Oh, look, I'm just going to criticize the way that they've handed the prize to him. Or the... no, I think... We've just been told that will not be occurring, and I believe that it's because it would be stupid. So I think it's time to sign off. Again, massive congratulations to Dylan Early, who's being a bit bashful about his worthiness of winning, but I think he's a worthy winner, and maybe might do it again next year. Maybe we'll see some of you in the chat next year. But stick around for the prize giving ceremony because you'll get to see it.
Yeah, indeed. So yes, so one last thank you. I mean, thank you so much, Ed, for your commentary. Yeah, 2 days ago, today. It's been awesome to hear your thoughts on everything. Huge thank you to the production team. The fact that we're able to watch this tournament for the first time, and hopefully not the last, is a testament to the hard work of Alex and everybody behind the scenes. So thank you to them. Thank you to everybody in the NZASP that is making these tournaments happen. And thanks for having me, of course. Thank you to everyone in the chat. Please stick around and watch the prize ceremony. Please feel free to donate to the Scrabble Players Association of New Zealand. And this is us signing out. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Josh.
And congrats again to Dylan. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, I heard a whole lot. Well done. Yeah, thank you. Deserved it. How did you go in the end there? No, he beat me, but I was leading by. He didn't play really well. He played close to Alan at the head, so P-O-S-A-U-N-E. I thought the ball was fairly blocked. Paul parallel it. Got 91, he got 70.
How many times have you been on the 3 in a row? Oh, yeah.
Jump. Congrats.
Thank you very much.
Finally. 3 years.
3 years.
Not the fourth one. You finished second, didn't I?
Yeah.
So you second 4 years winning again.
Ladies and gentlemen, make yourself comfortable.
The last 3 you finished third.
No, second.
Oh, second, I mean. So the fourth one is when you won. When did we ever win it? I don't think I've won more. It's taking me another 4 years. Hopefully not.
I played and he challenged it finally, which he challenged it as soon as he won his turn. And then he tried something about what came off.
Yeah, it's quite unbalanced actually. Yeah, I challenged Rishi.
Good job.
He played months in the MUNC.
Oh, yeah. Go for master first.
Yeah, true.
I put it down for you.
If you could take your chairs near the prize giving, ladies and gentlemen, we're just about to start.
You sort of played and I'm sure you're going to take your one with you.
Well, we made it to the end, and I can't think of a more exciting end than there was today in the last hour. Amazing. Thank you all so much for getting through it. First of all, big thank yous to the Mount Albert Scrabble Club, in particular Val and Liz, and the whole team of volunteers. I think this team worked together, in the kitchen, making it all work, so thank you so much.
That's a brand new player who sat down and done the scoring 2 days ago.
Brand new player did the scoring for us. That was George. He was lovely. Alexander! Alexander and the team of annotators who have been in and out for the last 3 days. We couldn't have done it without you. Wonderful.
Very good.
And by name, I'm going to mention if you have to watch it online. The commentary is superb. I mean, it's world class. And so I'd just like to say thank you to the commentators by name: Helen Hines, Kenji Matsumoto, Josh Sokol, Laura Griffiths, our own, Edward Okulicz, and our own Alastair Richards. It was stupendous. So now I'm going to hand you over to the lovely Liz to announce the winner of the 41st New Zealand Masters Scrabble Championship.
Okay, well, it's been a pretty exciting weekend, as Kathy has said. Thank you all for coming, and I hope you've enjoyed it. We love this venue because this is our home every Monday night, so it's easy for us. And huge thanks again to the streaming team, especially Alexander. I had to give him my key so that he could get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and come. Well, maybe not quite, but
Pretty close.
really long hours setting it up on every single day. So it's been absolutely wonderful. Next year, of course, he's very much planning on qualifying for the Masters and playing. And I know he will.
2026 Masters Champion.
So, without further ado, as you probably all know from the cheers, the winner this year, after being bridesmaid for several years, maybe even matron of honour, I'm not quite sure, with 17 wins, a spread of 1673 and 53 bonuses, is Dylan. There's 8 place getters, I shouldn't say only 8. Your money will be banked, will be in your bank account. Sicily will already have those from when you entered, because we kind of figure a lot of people don't necessarily want to walk around with, for instance, this amount of cash, $250, and they're just going to walk off to the bank and put it in the bank. So we're saving you the trouble. So that's just a nice little card that tells you what to expect, so you know if you only get 25, on 2,500. Well done, Dylan. Long awaited win. Does someone want to make a speech?
That was a wild ride for sure. I really wasn't expecting that. Had a bit of luck on the way, but I'll take it. And I had some memorable games that I think is the most important part of this whole thing. You can have a lot of good memories with a lot of friends. You can laugh about. I'm looking at Mike there and how he beat me with RKIs for 101 and cleverly resisted my psychological tactics at the end to try and wheedle the win. So many good memories, so well organized. The streaming thing has really just taken it to the next level. It adds a whole element of nervousness and excitement, and yeah, it's really, really exciting. So thanks everybody.
And then, just for a change, taking the place of bridesmaid, with not such a big trophy to take home, is Howard Warner, who's won it so many times. 17 wins as well, a spread of 1335 and 54 bonuses.
Well done, Howard.
Well done, Howard. Okay, and now we have 3 people on 16 wins, and on 3rd place with 16 wins, coming back after a really long break away, is our record-setting youngest player from when he was 12 years old. Listen up, Cooper. He's the youngest player to ever play in the Masters, and he's come back with a vengeance. And he's got 3rd, 16 wins, a spread of 1198 and 13. Great to have you back. Lewis Hawkins. place, also on 16 wins, had the lead for a while and was trying to hang on. So, you know, these players are only a win behind first and second. Is Peter Sinton from Dunedin, 16 wins, a spread of 825 and 41 bonuses. What makes you into a 7-stone model? In 5th place, also on 16 wins, from Mount Albert Club, a spread of 761 and 46 bonuses, is Chris Tellman. Okay, now we are down to 6th place, and we have the top finishing female player is lovely Andrina McLean from 14 wins, a spread of 382 and 39 bonuses. 7th place from Mount Albert Club, 13 wins and a spread of 985 and 44 bonuses, is Lawson Sue. Okay, and the last place we've gone down to 8th. So in 8th place is Gil Caballo from Wellington, 13 wins, a spread of 646 and 44 bonuses. Okay, that's fine because we will be able to send him his money and we'll perhaps take a little photo of this and see how much he's got. Now, we've got a few results printed off, but I have already posted them to Slack. Stephen already has the ratings file, so hopefully you'll be able to see some new ratings pretty jolly soon. So if you do want a paper copy, there's a few here, but you can also look on Slack and get them pretty much straight away. But if there aren't enough, I can do some more. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a safe trip home.
Last 3 years.